Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. It is charity time. We love a charity stream. I hope you all do as well. I think it's the nicest thing people can do with their platform. I am joined by my mate, Dan. Dan, welcome to the show. How are you? And this is your first time on YouTube?
First time on YouTube, yeah. Nice to meet you all. Pleasure to see you again, Sava. It's been a good few weeks now. But
yeah, the tan's fading. Look, the tan's fading since I saw you in Turkey.
You look more tan than I was after a week. So you're doing good by all means. I look like I never left the country when I came back.
Yeah, but you did spend all the week while I was on holiday with you. You did spend it in the gym running 10 miles a day.
True.
But just letting everybody know. So what we'll do is we're going to chat a little bit. And then when a few more people build up, I'm going to get Dan to explain what is the Caudwell Children Charity? What do they do? Why is he involved with it? And what is he doing? So just loosely, Dan is going to be running one full marathon and one half marathon. I'll let him explain a bit later on. But we want to raise as much money as possible. So listen, we'll have the banter, we'll have the drama. I'm sure there'll be insults and abuse flying around everywhere today. Loads of people have got the links, so they'll be coming on between now and 9 p.m. tonight. What we would say is please bear in mind, as much as it's all good fun and banter, the whole point is that we are here to raise money. So the link that is pinned, I'm putting it in again now, is, hang on, let me get the right link. The link that is pinned is a GoFundMe page for Dan. So you will see at the moment, he's got £684 raised in there. We want to get that to 2,684 as a minimum. We want to raise £2,000 in 10 hours. Over the course of today, we'll probably have 20,000 people that watch this. I mean, it's a no-brainer. If everyone's stuck in £1, we're laughing. So there is the link. Please smash that link. If you've got £1, if you've got 50p, if you've got a fiver, if you're really rich and you've got the full £2,000, whatever it is, if you could subscribe, that would be amazing. And by the way, just so you all know, I have now absolutely unblocked every single channel that I had blocked for 2 years. So nobody is blocked. Please keep it clean in the chat. Limit the abuse. Debate people. Tell them that they're wrong. Tell them they're deluded. But can we please keep the personal insults to a minimum? And I expect to see some donations flying in nice and early on. Otherwise, we're just a couple of guys talking football for 10 hours for no reason. Dan, you are I'm telling you something you know here. You are a Stoke City fan. What's that like?
What is that like? Well, like any football fan, it's all up and downs, isn't it? But for us, it's pretty down. But we are looking positive at the moment. So I'm 26 now. So all I've ever known is Stoke City. My granddad got me into football at a young age. I'm from Stoke, so born and bred. Obviously, early childhood. Stoke were in the Prem for 10 years. Absolutely flying. Football was good. Stoke Alona, Mark Hughes, Barmy Army. Some great moments.
A few long throw-ins.
You boys have got to love Stoke, really, because Arsene Wenger hates Stoke City. He hated the long ball. He couldn't deal with it. He tried to get the long ball banned. We caused him a lot of trouble, so I'm sure you'll thank us for that. But yeah, Stoke City fan. Tough at the moment, being the Championship, I think since 2018, 2019. We are currently second in the league, though. So bit of a similarity with Tottenham. Tottenham are second, right?
We're third on goal difference. Arsenal are just always,
they're always playing that boring football, aren't they? They're always playing that boring.
Arsenal.
No, we're doing all right. We lost at the weekend. And as you guys will know, being Tottenham diehard fans, we've got two of your boys on loan, so we'll get into that at some point. I'll give you a bit of feedback.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Ashley Phillips and Jamie Donnelly down at Stoke. But yeah, you had the chance to kind of consolidate. I know you are second, but you had the chance to really kick on because not a lot of the teams at the top won this weekend, and you were one of them that didn't win, right?
Yeah, we got pretty lucky. I mean, Middlesbrough are running away with it early doors at the moment.
Yeah.
They're looking reasonably unstoppable. But yeah, a lot of the top 6, top 7 lost at the weekend, which is why we are still second. I watched the game in full. It wasn't our best football. We played much better football the week before I was at the game. But that's the Championship for you. You can be at the top or at the bottom. I mean, look at Sheffield United, for example. They're in the playoffs and now they're rock bottom last. They've not won yet. So,
do you know what's mad about that? I remember seeing at the beginning of the season that Sheffield United were the favourites to win the Championship. And I remember the only reason I saw that is because I know Japhet Tanganga, our ex-boy, moved from Millwall to Sheffield United. Or I think he did. He moved from Millwall to Sheffield United. And I remember seeing ex-Spurs joins Championship favourites Sheffield United. And aren't they 6 in 6 in defeats at the moment?
Yeah, they're really struggling. Wow. And then you've got Sheffield Wednesday, which are also at the bottom. They've got loads of problems with the club. So Sheffield's not looking good in the Championship at the moment.
Yeah.
They're the two boys from Stoke last season. And we thought, like likes of Campbell, he went to Sheffield, and then Tom Cannon as well. If you know him, I think he's had a brief spell.
Yeah, he's at Leicester City, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they looked really strong last season. Obviously, they've sacked the manager. I can't remember their manager's name, but they got the guy back. He was been manager twice already. It's his third.
Oh, it's what's his name? He's been there so many times. God, not Heckingbottom. Wilder, isn't it? Gary Wilder.
Yes. So they've got him back. So hopefully they turn.
It's like going back to an ex 3 times. Imagine, like you're dumped twice and you go, all right, I'll come back again and again and again.
The first time was so nice. I had to do it twice.
Yeah. Is this true? Dean Marnie is at Stoke as well, is he?
I actually don't know. I've seen the comments there. Under 18s coach.
Gary, what did I say? Gary Wilder. It's Chris Wilder, isn't it? Someone sent me Chris Wilder. Laugh out loud. Yeah, Chris Wilder. And Jack, let us know. I was going to say, let us know where in Stoke you're from. Like I'm going to. All I know is that Bet365's head office is there. That's about as much as I know. But let us know. Yeah, Foxy. Yeah, Foxy, this is 2 days in a row that I keep using the name Gary for everything. I don't know why. I don't even like the name Gary. Sorry if anyone's called Gary. Yes. I know. By the way,
you get in chat.
Welcome to YouTube. If you get something wrong, everyone will let you know. By the way, big up D&B Forever with a super sticker. Guys, with the donations, let's try and get them into the Just Giving page, the GoFundMe page, because then it means I don't have to wait a month to transfer it. So please, let's do that. And thank you to the first person who did that. We have had a couple of anonymous donations, if I am right. I think we've just had.
Thank you very much, whoever donated.
Yeah, thank you. We've just had an anonymous donation into the GoFundMe page. So please, people, get your wallets out, even if it's £1. Big up Leon, one of my sponsors from Match Bingo. Big up Leon. Really appreciate you, my man. Love working with you. By the way, if anyone hasn't, go over to Match Bingo, scan the QR code. It's a great game. Leon, I can't win on it for love nor money, but I do know people that have. They keep rubbing it in my face. So please get over there and type in the code FHTV and they will give you 200% on what you put in. And also go to okjersey.com for quality replica shirts like this one. And the code there for an 8% discount is SAVA, S-A-V-V-A. No, I'm not narcissistic. That was set by the company. It wasn't me. I did not choose the code name. Big up to you guys. Let's talk a little bit about a Stoke coming up. Is this because as far as I'm aware, you were nowhere near it last year, right?
Absolutely. We're in a relegation battle last season.
Right. So what's happened over the summer? And is this a kind of start of the season bounce, or are you genuine contenders to get back to the Premier League?
It's so tough to say. I watched your stream yesterday, I think, Saba. I think it was with Perchy? Yeah. Got to get the name right. Right.
Yeah, it was Perchy. What are we doing here podcast?
Yeah. You guys were talking about getting excited about players. not getting too excited, making sure that they earn sort of their badge before you start raving about them, getting excited. And I heard the phrase that you're not a Spurs fan unless you sort of buy into it. Let us dream. Yeah. Let us dream. Well, I think that's a similar narrative across all clubs, but with Stoke especially. Well, there's Grace. Grace is commenting.
Is this what I think it is? Hello, Grace. How we doing? How we doing? I hope your tan has lasted longer than Dan's.
I'm sure it has. But yeah, with the narrative, Stoke, I don't think we're at that stage yet where we're going up. First win was good. Second win was good. Third game, everyone's saying we are Premier League, obviously.
Yeah.
It's too early to call it, but let's see how the next few games go. A bit of consistency again, because we've lost 2 now. Not in a row, but across the 6 games. So I'm waiting to find out and see what I think. But to be honest, we have got good squad depth now. And unfortunately, the Tottenham loan boys haven't had much game time just yet.
Well, there you are. Look,
we have got there you are. Yeah, there we are.
Nosebleed territory. Look, you've got the first little black line under your name, which means at the moment you're up. 2 defeats from 3, though, Dan. It's all downhill from here.
Good. It's not looking good.
It's all downhill from here.
Could it just have been a solid start? Who knows? But the transfer window was solid. As you guys know, we got Phillips back on loan for another season. He's loved by Stoke fans. He did do us a solid, which sounds like I'm lying because we nearly went down. But in terms of play, quality, time on the ball, and his play out from the back, and he's quite tall, he's quite strong. He's definitely a good centre back and one to watch, 100%. But we made quite a few signings in the window, so Phillips hasn't started just yet. But I think that might be because he signed at the end of the window, so we probably didn't have a solid pre-season with us. So it may be a fitness thing. I'm not entirely sure, but every time he's warming up on the side, he gets a clap. He's definitely a good player, and he's definitely a good loan from Tottenham.
Yeah. Well, listen, we'll go deeper into that later. There's Lubo when he comes on. I would love to see. He's a big Jamie Donnelly fan. He thinks he should be in the Spurs squad. I don't think he's ready at all. But we'll talk about it a bit later. But listen, I speak for everyone. I've got nothing against Stoke at all. I'm more than happy to see Stoke City come up to the Premier League. I'm more than happy to see that. I'm guessing this is a friend of yours. I said, go on, Babb.
Just one of my fans.
just one of them.
That's my best mate, Brad.
Big up, Brad. Welcome.
By the way, with me, by the way. He's not doing it for charity, but he's running it with me. So shout out to him.
Fair play to you, mate. Rather you than me. I mean, I anyone that runs, I'm not a runner at all, but anyone that runs that sort of distance, I've got maximum respect for. I don't like it, but I mean, absolute respect. Listen, in a minute, I'm going to get you to explain what the Caudwell Children Charity is, how you got involved in it, and what we're looking for. Before we do, guys and girls, we're growing nicely. People are coming into the stream more and more. As I said, we're going to have loads of YouTubers throughout the day. It will descend into absolute chaos, rows, debates, yada, yada, yada. But please remember what we're here for. The link is pinned. Please get over. And even if you can, £1, £5, let's get over there. I want to see that. That go up. I'm going to show you so you can see that this is an official page, because obviously people have duped this before on YouTube, but you can see there, this is an official GoFundMe page. So you can see there, we're currently sitting on 694. I want that to be.
We're up to 724 now. We've had some donations.
Has it just gone up?
Yeah,
let me change it live on screen. There we go. Thank you to whoever put that in. That's very, very generous of you. Big up, Leon. I think that's Leon. I think that might be my Match Bingo sponsor. But big up to you guys, whoever put that in. 724. So we're moving nicely already. Please get those donations in. £1, £5, £100, £1 million, whatever you've got. Let's make it worthwhile for Dan to run this marathon and this half marathon. And we're going to keep coming back to this so you can see that the money is not going to me. It's not going to Dan. By the way, there is £100 on top of that. I must mention, big up to my man, Connor. You all know Connor, who goes by Levynomics on YouTube and X. Big up to you, Connor. You did send £100 directly yesterday to the Caudwell Children Charity. So much love, brother.
Connor.
Great guy, Connor. Really appreciate you. So thank you. Big up, Leon. I really appreciate you, my man. Thank you to anyone who has. Big up Kate and Jimbo. This must be Kate and not Jimbo, because Kate gives me the kisses and Jimbo definitely doesn't. Hope you're well, guys. If you haven't subscribed to them, please do, over at The Perfect Match. What a lovely, in love, romantic couple they are, those two. She's level-headed. He's absolutely deluded, but I love it. I love his delusion. We need that. We need that, Jimbo. We need that. Spurs are winning the quad. Yes, we are. We're winning it all this season. A big up. Thank you. As I said, D&B Forever, always in here with a lovely picture of the 1984 Cup winning team. If I'm not wrong, D&B, you will tell me. I think I can see Ricky Villa and the likes in that picture, but you'll let me know if that's not. Big up to you, my man. As well, well done. Thanks, Kate. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you, Kate. Thank you for that.
Massively appreciated.
There are some great people out there. Big up to my man, Elijah. How you doing, bro? Hope you're well. I know you're working today, but appreciate your support. And Elijah, if you haven't subscribed to him, please get over there to his channel. It's too much of Dan, talk to us. It's all well and good. We can sit and chat football. We will. Most of it will be football. But what is it that people are donating to? What are the Caudwell Children Charity? What made you get involved, and what is it that you're putting yourself through to raise money so that people aren't just chucking money at nothing?
Okay, so I'll outline what I'm doing, and then I'll dive into what the money I'm raising is going for. So I'm running the Potters Arf marathon this Sunday. So it's a nasty half marathon. It's known as being one of the hardest half marathons in the country. It's extremely hilly. It's got like 300 meters of elevation. It's not pleasant, and it's through Stoke, so that makes it double as hard. So I'm doing that this Sunday. I've been doing a 12-week training block. I've always done a bit of running, but now more so I'm properly into it. And I thought, if I'm going to raise money for charity and I'm going to do it properly, I wanted to make sure that I gave it my best shot. So I'm in. Well, it's peak week now, so it's this Sunday. So I've been training for 11 weeks. It's the 12th one. So I'm nearly ready for that now. Just making sure I've got no aches and pains. Just carb loading, that'll be what I'm doing. It'll be like we're back on holiday, Saba. Yeah. And then in April next year, end of April, I am doing the London Marathon. I'm doing that as well, obviously, for Caudwell Children. This whole GoFundMe is for both. I just thought, why not do another one? So I thought, I'm going to do both. Let's really push it, because I thought the more I run, the longer I can get it going for, the fitter I'll be for the London Marathon and properly earn my badge. So that's what I'm doing. And then in terms of Caudwell Children Charity, so it's in the name. They support disabled and autistic children. They are a charity based in Stoke, but they're now international. They're a massive charity now. So they provide one of the main things they do is they provide support and equipment for disabled children and autistic children to just help them essentially achieve the best things that they can do with their abilities, basically just to support them throughout their life. So one example would be, I think for £25 you can, if you donate £25, that money will go towards buying a small sort of wheelchair for a child. So it's things like that. So they basically connect with families in local communities all over the country and internationally. And they basically help families with those that have disabled children or autistic children, just to basically support the parents. And I think they have centres as well. So they provide in-person support. And they've also got a free helpline to help those with children that have got disabilities and just need a bit of extra support. So I haven't got any children myself, but anything with children, helping others, I've always been massively into it. And I just thought, why not? I've always wanted to do it. I thought there's no better day than today. So that's where I am. That's what I'm doing.
Mate. Listen, I think it's amazing. I agree with you. Do you know what? As much as it doesn't matter what feuds there are in the world, who hates who, this, that, the other, this religion, this race, children are children, right? And if you've got disabled children as well that need more support and those families need more support, I think that's absolutely fantastic, mate. So
Exactly.
fair play to you. And as I said, the fact that you're going to be, 26 miles is a marathon, right?
26 miles.
So 39 miles in all across those two events. So you've got this, it's this Sunday, did you say?
The half marathon's this Sunday.
Is it ARF, ARF?
Potters Arf, ARF, yeah.
Potters Arf. You sound like you're from South London. Like South. You're from South London. Big up to that. That's absolutely amazing. And then the London Marathon is called April, right? The London Marathon.
Yeah, I think it's the 27th of April, I think. See the 27th and 28th.
Well, look, I mean, guys, you can't hear all of that and then not donate. And I'll just say thank you very much because we have just had a couple of very nice donations as well. Let me just double check that. We're now already up to £844. If we have a look at the donations that come in, big up to Philip Randall, who just put in £100. Philip, hopefully you can all see what I can see. Yeah, you can. There you go. Let me blow that up a tiny bit. There we go. Let's blow that up again. So there we go. You can see there, Philip Randall, £100. Thank you so much. Katie, thank you for your donation as well. Andrew Dent, Leon Moore, and Anonymous. Thank you very much. We really, really do appreciate you. Remember, don't put in super chats. Don't put in super chats to me. Please put in this isn't about me. Please put in the donations to the GoFundMe page. So thank you very much to Philip. Thank you, Kate. I'm guessing that's you, KT. Big up Andrew, big up Leon, big up Anonymous. Really, really do appreciate you all. I appreciate it's tough. Money isn't easy for lots of people out there, but hey, 10-hour charity stream. I want to get that into the 2000s. And if everybody right now, if everybody in the chat right now stuck in a fiver, I'm going to have to quickly work this out on the fly. There would be an extra £800 if everyone just stuck in a fiver. There we go. So big up, well done, Dan. I mean, do you have a personal affiliation with a charity yourself? No, like I know you don't have kids, but what makes you pick that one then?
So the connection with the charity is my mum works with those with disabilities. Okay. Not for Caudwell Children, but another charity that's connected to Caudwell Children. And my mum's always known that I've been keen to fundraise and raise money. And I obviously see the work that my mum does really inspiring. And she said, if I can put you in contact with Caudwell Children, who I work with. If you want to make something happen and you want to make a difference, then we can do it. So from that lead, I got in contact with one of my mum's contacts at Caudwell Children. Then it went from there, and it's been a couple of months now, 4 or 5 months since it started, and then I got straight in on the training plan, and here we are. It's so crazy how quick these things come around. It's a bit like the summer, like after the league, and you've got those couple of months where you think, a couple of months no football, then all of a sudden, like the transfer windows closing, the season started. And
game every 3 or 4 days. It creeps up. Are you physically ready? I mean, I know people would always want more time, but you're confident for Sunday? You got no worries about it?
No doubt with the distance. I've done a half marathon once. Okay. It's more so how quick I can do it. When you've put a lot of effort into something, the pressure is on your head a lot more personally. So for me, it's been, I've done all this training, and then you start thinking about the times and the numbers. How quick can I do it? What about how steep it is? Will that slow me down? Things like that. So I've made all the prep for it. Last Sunday just gone, I ran part of the route with a few of my mates, and I did the hardest part. There's part of the route called the Heartbreak Hill, and it's steep. It's very steep. And I thought if I can do that in training a week before, then that takes a bit of pressure off my shoulders. So I'm all ready. I bought some new shoes. I'll at some point, I'm sure I'll whip them out, show the kit. I've got the charity vest that I'll be wearing as well in here. I've got my race number. I'll get that all out later on. I'll show everyone what I'll be wearing. I've got a lovely purple vest to wear. And then I've actually bought some purple shorts, like light purple shorts, but Grace, my girlfriend Grace, vetoed the pink shorts. She says she can't be wearing purple and pink on the day. You've got to put a different color on. So we'll see.
No, I'm here for it. Listen, people, donate if you want to see Dan wearing pink on the day. Thank you. Listen, as we said, what I don't want people to do is see that people like Philip make a very generous donation and think, oh, I won't donate. If people can, if you've got like a £5 or something. And let's be honest, for any of you that live in London, I can't speak for other areas. In London, I mean, what is a £5 now? Just probably just over what you pay for a coffee. Do you know what I mean? It's not even a pint. So if you think about it, it's a pint, it's a coffee, it's a Tesco sandwich or whatever it may be. And let's be fair, those children need it more than we do. So thank you very much. Listen, first of all, let's set the first target. We want to get that crept into the first 1K. Once we do that, we can then start looking forward to the 2K. And thank you to whoever. It's not showing me yet, but somebody did just put in £10. So thank you very much for that. Not sure who put that in, but thank you very much. And as Tammy says, Tammy, absolutely, guys, please like the stream. It's not a vanity thing. What it will do for a charity stream is it will show more people on YouTube that the show is live. It will draw people in, and then we get more donations. So please, 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 can we do that? Can we get that sorted now? Smash that like button. And what we're going to do as well, I'm going to give away a football shirt a little bit later. I'll probably give away 2. So stick around, and I will give away a football shirt, and we'll get that packaged and sent to you in due course. Yeah, Ron, it's 10 hours. The 24-hour ones are just a little bit too draining as I've got a bit older. I think we've done 4 24-hour streams. And every time I do that, I need a couple of days to kind of recalibrate, and my body doesn't like me, and I feel sick, and it's a lot to do. But 10 hours is enough to raise £2,000. Big up to Pat.
Sav, I was going to say, for 24-hour stream, you have a haircut every day, so you have to take 2 hours out to go and have another haircut, don't you?
Not every day, once a week. I do once a week. Purely because of I never touch it myself. So my barber always does it. So, Fridays are normally Fridays are normally my day. But guys and girls, please do keep those donations coming in, and I won't apologize for asking for them. You're all here. You're clearly interested in charity, so please do that. Big up. Yeah, 24 hours is wild. It's absolutely wild, Grace. I hope you're well. Have you started your new thingy yet? Has you started?
Next Monday.
It's the Monday after your... Right, okay. Good luck for that next week, Grace. Good luck.
She's working in London, so in terms of getting to the half and starting the new job, it's a bit of a tricky one. So I might have to carry her and run to London straight after.
There you go. Big up to Grace. Obviously, lovely to meet you out there in Turkey. I'll tell you off stream about our journey. Our journey home was just a fucking nightmare. But I'll tell you about that afterwards. Let's talk some Premier League football. I'm guessing that even though you're a fan of a team in a championship, that you still watch all of the mainstream Premier League games.
I keep an eye on the more consistent touch, pass, and steady football, shall we say?
Yeah.
Championship has a few more knocks and snaps without any VAR review telling you that it definitely was a foul. So, but yeah, I do keep an eye.
Actually, just quickly before we move on to the Premier League, talk to me then, because you don't have VAR in the Championship, right?
No.
You
never
obviously
had it.
You watch Premier League games that have VAR and Champions League games.
Yeah.
Do you? What do you think about it all? Like, are you happier? Like, you go to a game, if the ball goes in and there's no flag or it's a goal, or are there times where you think, God, I wish we had VAR like the Premier League?
Well, you know what? I think when you don't have it, you want it, and when you've got it, you don't want it. It's like anything in life, really, isn't it? So, best example was the game at the weekend against QPR. Pearson our centre mid, got absolutely snapped. He couldn't walk. He went off. If you pull it up and you just look at the Pearson tackle, nearly a leg breaker. That is horrible.
Let's have a look. So what's his name?
Not
Stephen.
He didn't get sent off. Stephen, not Stephen. Type in Pearson, Stoke City, QPR tackle.
Okay, let's do it now.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Right, here we go. Images. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
That didn't get sent off for that. You would in the Prem. Straight red.
Let me bring that up onto stream. That's nasty. Wow. Oof.
As you can see, Mark Robbins was not happy with that one. But yeah,
wow.
So if we were in the Prem and that tackle happened, that'd be a send off. It'd be 10 men then, and then the game would have been completely different. So, that's the issue with no VAR. I know a lot of people are against it, and let's be honest, some of the decisions that's made on VAR are absolutely awful. But in situations like that, that's when you want VAR. And I know there'll be some comments. Pearson, if anyone does watch much Championship football, Pearson's known as being a rough footballer on the pitch. He's usually the one that's snapping everyone else.
Yeah, look, you can imagine him going, "I got the ball.
Yeah, exactly. But that's so. I dare say I'm pro VAR. I don't think VAR is necessarily the issue. I think maybe it's the people that are reviewing the footage that's the issue.
Yeah.
But you can't win, can you? You can't.
No, of course. By the way, let's just have a quick look. We've had a few more. Mark, big up to you, my man. Much love to you out there in Cardiff. Is Mark with his beautiful dog. Absolutely, I love your dog, Mark. He's amazing. And big up to look, Mum's in the house. Oh, Mum's in the house.
Oh.
Big up. Not my mum. That would be really strange if my mum was in the house. Big up to Julia. Hello, Julia. I had the pleasure of meeting with your son, drinking with your son, and hearing some very funny stories from your son and Grace, which we won't go into live on stream, but some great stories were told over a few cocktails on holiday. Big up to you, Julia. Your biggest fan. Oh, how lovely. Let's have a look at, we've had a few more donations, which is absolutely why we're here. So let's see, we've got 889. So we're 904. We're going up. We are going up. Let's have a look and see if we can see who those are from. So Philip was the last one we had, right? We've since had Peter Wright has put in 25 quid. Absolute legend. Thank you very much, Peter. Can't thank you enough. Anonymous, again, whoever Anonymous is very generous. Big up to you, Anonymous. Really appreciate that. Amelia, thank you very much, Amelia. Really generous donation. Very generous from Barry as well. Thank you very much. And again, very generous from Dean Sinclair. You guys are great. And we're nearly, come on, guys, let's have a quick push. Get this to the first K and get this really, really moving. That'd be amazing. Thank you very much. Let's see, £1, £2, whatever it is. And I will also donate to this. Myself and my good wife. We don't mention her name on stream, Dan. Grace in the chat. We do not mention her name on stream for very obvious reasons. We will be donating later. So when she gets back from working in the city of London. So yeah, 904. Let's keep an eye on that. Dan, talk to me. Let's talk football.
I've got loads to say. I've got more VAR stuff. I'm ready. I'm probably quite good having a non-Spurs fan on. I know you do have non-Spurs fans on, but someone that's not from a team that's not in the Prem, that's got completely, I'm not biased at all. So I know I can't really get hammered in the comments for being, he's just like, you can't say I'm just
listen, welcome to YouTube. You're going to get hammered in the comments, whatever you say, my man. Listen, I mean, it doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah,
people
I've just
will,
invited it, haven't I?
They will hear whatever you could say something, and they'll just take one bit of what you've said and go, "Oh my God, look what he said." They won't actually look at the context. It's welcome to YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. Look, I want to ask you first and foremost. We'll get back to some VAR stuff. I want. it's a Sunderland top four with Stoke. Let me ask you first and foremost. It's really, really annoying for me as a fan last year that there was no title race. As a fan of a club that isn't often in title races, I want to see a title race, right? I don't like it when someone runs away with it.
Yeah.
Are Liverpool going to run away with this title like they did last year? They're 5 from 5. They've got Ekatike, Isak, Wirtz, Salah, Gakpo, Soboslai. I'm missing one as well. It's ridiculous. Isak. Did I miss Isak? Are they going to run away with this Premier League title? Let us know in the chat.
The worrying thing is you've got Isak on the bench, and they bought him. He's supposed to be the star boy, and he's not even needed yet. What does that say? I dare say that they are running away with it so far. Will they keep it up? I don't know. Other clubs are starting to wake up. I think Man City have finally realised that they can't keep playing the same football. Pep Guardiola's realising that he might have to change a few things. Will they run away with it? I don't think it's Arsenal's season again. I don't hate Arsenal at all, but I just think there's something in the air that just doesn't allow them to win. And their football, a lot of people hate their football, don't they? The way that they play. It's not the most exciting style of football, but then people say the same about Man City, don't they? You got to admit Liverpool's football is a bit more exciting to watch than some of the other big clubs.
I've always thought that Liverpool are a very direct team.
Yeah.
When they go forward very quickly, whereas Man City's was always very much nice on the eye to build up and that. But you're right, Man City, they've had that period of domination. Like Arsenal had a period of domination, Chelsea had a period of domination, United did. Spurs did in 1961 when we won the league. We had our period of domination. But City now, they're almost a bit more direct now. If you noticed, they're going a lot quicker into Haaland. Haaland's dropping a lot deeper like he used to at Dortmund. And like for the first 2.5 years, 3 years of Haaland being at City, it was like everyone else will build up and then they'll get it to him in the box. If you actually watch now, everything's going into Haaland who drops deep. He's holding it up, laying off to others and then spinning towards goal. So I think City will be back. I just don't know how quick it will be. Will it be this year? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be there yet. But I mean, Liverpool obviously winning it last year. They've made some good signings. They're absolutely upset every Newcastle fan with their signing of Isak. That wasn't taken very well. So I do generally think that they might have it again. But
hang on, but what can I just ask? Weren't they doing exactly the same thing, Newcastle? Didn't they do the exact same thing with Wissa?
Yeah. So they just got, it's a bit like any fan base. As soon as you take their star boy, you don't want it to happen, do you? It is gutting, but there is a food chain in the Prem. Yeah, there's a food chain, and the bigger fish eats the smaller fish. So Newcastle's obviously a massive club, but when you've got that kind of financial, I know Newcastle have that financial backing, but when you've got the record that the likes of Liverpool and Man City have got, if they want someone, they'll get it. Like look at Donnarumma from PSG. He wanted more money. PSG weren't going to pay him. Get yourself over to Man City, and we'll talk numbers. So it's a money game.
It is, and I think the worrying thing about it is we all it doesn't matter how much we debated this over the summer. When people were going, oh, Isak, they're not going to let him go, and Liverpool won't get him, and Newcastle will hold firm. We kind of knew, right, that the last day of the window, you kind of knew that it would get done, and it was kind of untenable for Isak to remain at Newcastle. The fans had turned. The players must have been a bit like, well, hang on, this guy doesn't want to be with us on pre-season tour. Eddie Howe I don't know if you saw this, they had a family day. They had a family day with all the players and their wives and their kids. and he wasn't invited. You're like, how do you come back from that?
If you're not invited to the picnic, you know something's going on. So,
can you donate from Germany? Great question.
So.
I guess you should be able to try on the link. If not, you can put the money into me, and then I can send it on. It's just that's a bit of a pain in the ass. But there's always a way around everything. But when they got Isak, though, the pressure on Isak is huge now, right? Like already after about 2 appearances, people are going, oh, he's flopped. And you're like, whoa, he's only played about 100 minutes of football. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah. When you see those kind of figures, the best example is Jack Grealish, I think. The amount of pressure that was put on that man's shoulders to be put into a Pep Guardiola system where he'd gone from being at Aston Villa, the star man, absolutely running the show, went into Man City's system where it is always about the team, but obviously individual talent like that, it's got to shine through. And then now he's obviously at Everton and he's returning back to what he was like before, a bit more creative freedom, probably the best player in the side. Everyone wants to get the ball to him. I think certain players fit certain systems. And I think some people think because one player's done really well at one club, that means they'll instantly slot in at a different club and they'll play exactly the same. But, you know, it's all about the system, the manager, how they play. And I think a lot of players get a lot of stick for how they play, but they forget that they're being told by the manager to play a certain way. And if they don't, they won't get played. So I think it's quite hard from the outside to understand that. But when you watch the likes of, you know, like Tottenham did that Prime series and you see behind the scenes and all of the footage like that, you start to get a bit of a taste as to how it actually works within reason. But yeah, Isak, will he do a job? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he's such a good player. I would expect in time. But I tell you what's interesting is sometimes what we have to take into account is when you are Isak, for example, at Newcastle, you're the main man, right? Everything goes through you. You're the main man. When you get to Liverpool, suddenly you're one of many main men, right? And suddenly it doesn't all fall down if you come out the team because you've got Hugo Ekitike, you've got Gakpo, you've got Salah, you've got Wirtz, you've got Sobers, you know, you've got all of these different people. So it is a slightly different, it's a slightly different thing when you go to one of the big clubs. It really is. And that's why so many people who are amazing at smaller clubs don't always do it at bigger clubs. I think he will, by the way. I'm not saying he won't. By the way, big up Andy. Thank you. He did just donate. Really appreciate you, Andy. We can show that on the screen now. We've got that up to 914. Come on, guys and girls. Let's push this. Let's show you there. There's the donation from Andy Lester. Big up to you, Andy. Very generous indeed. Guys and girls, I'm not going to I will keep asking. Let's get that. Let's get that link rolling. It's pinned. I'm putting it in the chat every 10 minutes as well. There it is. Let's remember why we're here. This is about raising money for children that need support. They really need our support. And if we're in a position to do it, then let's do it. As I said, all the revenue from this show will go to the charity. So please do your bit as well. That would be amazing. Big up to you, Mark Taylor, one of my channel members. How you doing, Mark? Hope you're well. Here's Angus, the most biased Arsenal fan in the history of all of football. If you ask him, who's the best player to have ever played football? It will definitely be an Arsenal player. It will definitely be an Arsenal player. And congratulations to Ousmane Dembele last night for winning the Ballon d'Or. And also, I can't ever pronounce her name. Is it Bamatsi, who won Mabatsi, who won the women's prize for the 3rd year in a row, if I'm not wrong. So she's got techers. She's a baller, as they say over there in Barcelona. And while we're talking about that, Serena Weigmann winning the best women's coach. So big up to Serena Weigmann. She's done some wonders with that women's team, hasn't she? Mark, you can. It's easier if people use the link because otherwise it means I've got to wait a month to send it on. But either way, whatever you need to do. And yes, Angus, thank you. Yeah, Atena Bonmati. I knew I was somewhere in the right letters.
It's a
I
mouthful.
knew that. Yeah, it was. Yeah, there was some of the right vowels. She plays for PSG. Is she from Barcelona though? I might be making that up. I don't know. Big up to you. I don't know. And big up to my man, Jose El Del Cocorel. If you haven't subscribed, please get over to his channel. Great guy is Jose as well. Really appreciate that. Yeah, El Del Cocorel. And when you hear him,
about awards, Sava, you seen Vinicius Junior anywhere? I think he's gone missing.
Vinicius
Junior 16th or something like that. After all that the last awards, he finished second, didn't he? And he was fuming. Oh, that's right, isn't it? And now he's dropped off. Well, I'll say dropped off. That, let's be honest, he's finished 16th, best player in the world. I'm sure he'll sleep at night knowing that Daniel Babb from Stoke says he's dropped off. But yeah, it's not. I expected him to be a bit higher up, considering how hungry he supposedly was. But let's see.
Do you know what? Vinicius Junior for me is Neymar-esque. Now, hear me out. Superbly talented footballers. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, if they were playing in the field opposite your house, no one's getting the ball off them. They've got technique for day. They've got the skill. They've got the pace. I've just never looked at either of those two and put them on that kind of level with, obviously not with a Messi and a Ronaldo, but even with the Bales, even with the players like that, the Mbappes, I always felt that they're just that level below. I can't explain why, but I never feel like they do enough for how good they are. Does that make sense? I never feel like they're always at
almost like you're missing something that makes it undoubtedly them.
Yes.
But then I think that was some of the argument. I think a lot of people say, "Oh well, Ballon d'Or should only be for strikers. It's all about the strikers." And then obviously with Rodri winning it, everyone's like, "How has he won that?" But then you look at Manchester City's record without him versus with him. Didn't he play like 50 odd games and they didn't lose a single game or something like that? Every game he played for 50 odd games, they didn't lose or something like that. I can't remember the stat, but you see stats like that, it's just insane. But I think wasn't Van Dijk in the running for it a few seasons ago as well? He was getting close to it. So like I do get it. You obviously want the goal scorer to be the one that picks up the award, but some performances by some of the players like in the world in other positions, you just can't complain when they're getting that close to it. I always remember, wasn't it in like 2002 or something like that? Jamie Carragher used to flex, or still flexes, that he was like one above Ronaldo for the Ballon d'Or 1 year or something like that. That's what he always banged on about.
Jamie Carragher.
Carragher.
Let's have a look at a few of the comments on this. Rodrigo is better than Vinny Jr., says Angus. Neymar is better than... I'm not having it, Machiavelli. Nah, each to their own. But for me, Bale did it in the biggest of games for club and country. This guy turned up in massive finals. And pace, power, left wing, up front, attacking midfield, left back, crossing, goals, skill. Oh, mate, listen, maybe I'm slightly biased because of Tottenham, but this guy was, Bale was naughty, absolutely naughty. Yeah, Richie won it, didn't he? Yeah, we all saw that photo yesterday of Richarlison with a Ballon d'Or. Oh, don't get me started on Richarlison. This is a charity stream. And the fact that it is a charity stream, people, we have not had a donation. We have not had a donation now for 13 minutes. Come on, people. We could talk football all day, but let's just have £1 or £2 floating in, shall we? Big up to Adiz, who said Palmer in the top 8 is crazy. Look, let's be honest, right, Adiz, right? We were having this chat yesterday. Perchy and I were chatting about, people always go, oh, it's rigged, or this is crazy. it's only crazy or rigged depending on who wins it and whether you like them or not. Right. So if the guy you like wins, you go, yeah, that's good. Yeah. If a guy you don't like wins, you go, oh, this is fixed. This is fixed. And look, Palmer clearly did a lot that people like. I don't know. I don't know where he ranks in the world, but we'll see. We'll see. Neymar, much more talented than Bale. I'm not. Oh, I don't know. I think he's more skillful.
Yeah, more skillful for sure. But
is it more showboaty and less effective? There's the question I'll ask.
The main question, Sava, is I wonder what the comments think. What was the best ever bicycle kick of all time? By which player was that? Who did the best bicycle kick? A lot of people rate Bale's, don't they? Didn't do it in the Champions League for Real Madrid. There's a few knocking about. Ronaldo's, Bale's, Rooney's. That one from, was it Ibrahimovic? Was it a bicycle kick? The one in the...
against England.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Oh, that was naughty. That was a naughty goal, wasn't it?
But I think we can all, acknowledge that the best goal out of all, not even a bicycle kick, but it's got to be Peter Crouch's when we were in the Prem, from the keeper on the volley, straight in. Peter Crouch, he played for Tottenham. Crouchy boy.
Peter Crouch, listen, I like Crouchy. Did his job.
Not Crouchy.
Bless me again. What's going on? I need to be back in Turkey. I don't like this weather in England. I'm going to be honest. I don't like it. It doesn't agree with me. It's madness. Angus asking who was better. I mean, Angus, it's... I'll take either of them in my football team, my man. I'll be honest. I don't...
Do you like pasta or pizza? I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, man. Yeah, listen. Like both world class, right? Both two of the best midfielders I've seen in my lifetime. Palmer above Harry Kane. Look, I don't know what to say. I don't know who's judging. I don't know what they're judging on. It doesn't upset me like it does some people. But it's lots of people have got their example of overhead kicks. Let's have a look, shall we? So we're going with Bale, Zlatan, Rooney getting in there for the old Manchester derby. Garnacho's against Everton, right? I think it was against Everton. Bale in the Champions League final can't get more important. Well, if you're going down to importance, this was a pretty important goal, wasn't it? In a Champions League final. Doué did a lot more than people liked, including scoring 2. Yeah, but Philly, the difference is over the course of the season. We had this conversation last night. Doué did nowhere near the levels of Dembele did last season. You've got to remember, Doué's also a kid, right? Doué is 19 maybe, Desiree Doué. His time will come. He's a top class footballer. Problem is, everybody can't win the Ballon d'Or, right? Everyone can't win it, otherwise it would be a bit silly. Here we go. Tim Man 007 saying Mexico 86. 86. I was 4 years old. Negrete, go and watch that. All right, I'll dig it out. Negrete, there we go. Pele in Escape to Victory. If anyone hasn't seen Escape to Victory, go and watch it. You got Pele, Bobby Moore, Ozzy Ardiles, and Sylvester Stallone. I mean, what more do you want in a film?
I don't think I've watched it.
Oh, mate. How can you not? You've got Sylvester Stallone plays in goal. And Pele, if I'm not wrong, it is Bobby Moore, Pele, Ozzy Ardiles. So, anyone older in the chat? Because this is a film from a long time ago. Am I right in saying all of them were in it?
Sylvester Stallone, Pele, Michael Caine, Bobby Moore.
Yeah, they have to play a game, if I'm not wrong. They're all prisoners, and they have to play a game against the guards. And it all gets a bit nasty. But while they're playing a game, they're also trying to escape. So it's really good. It's a great film. It's a great... Pele's in it. Pele. Pele, who's never won the Ballon d'Or, by the way.
Yeah.
Because, like we found out yesterday, until 1995, you had to be a European to win it. But yeah, listen, I think would you go against Dembele winning it? I thought he had a superb year last year for PSG.
I don't think he's had as much backlash as Rodri did.
Which is mad because Rodri was superb, right? Rodri was different level.
Because he wasn't putting it in the net, I think that's the thing. But then look, I mean, Rodri scored the winner, didn't he? Was it the Euros or the World Cup? Which one was it? I always forget which way round it is. He saved Spain, didn't he? I'm pretty certain. So winning moments like that. He's a CDM and he's scoring in like critical games. You can't really knock him. But yeah, I've seen Angus has commented that Yamal should have won it. I don't think you can argue too much. If he was the one that won it, I don't think many people would complain. He's looking like the best upcoming talent. I say upcoming, he's here, isn't he? He's present. He's a machine. Isn't there rumours of Harry Kane either coming back to the Prem or potentially joining Barca when Lewandowski leaves?
Yeah, there's lots of conjecture that Harry Kane will come back to the Premier League and that the only club he wants to come back to is Tottenham and he's got unfinished business. Lots of those people also saying, well, hang on, when Lewandowski leaves at the end of the season, he'll be the natural replacement. And we had this chat the other week. It's like, where would you go? Would you go back to Tottenham, your boyhood club, or do you go and play for Barcelona?
I don't think he comes back yet.
Now?
I don't think he comes back yet. I think it was a big decision for him to leave. Yeah. I think it'd be best if he is going to stay outside of the country. I think Spain would be a good one. I think I could see him doing a bit of a Gareth Bale where he comes on loan, or later on in his career. I know he's getting on now, but I think it'll be a few years before he'd come back to Tottenham.
You reckon? I mean, yeah. Spurs fans are all beside themselves at the thought of him coming back. I always think that sometimes is heart over head. I'm not saying I don't want him back. Listen, right now, if you chucked Harry Kane into this team, Spurs for me would be right up there. But as you get older and older and older, you have to ask yourself, are we doing things for the short term? Are we doing things for the long term of the football club? Is nostalgia taking over from succession planning? I don't know. There's all these different things. But, I mean, Harry Kane is one of the greatest strikers in the world, right? I mean, what do you make of Harry Kane?
You can see him as England manager one day, couldn't you? You can see him in that role. You can see him suited and booted, probably in Euros in 30 years' time. One thing, not to rile up Spurs fans, but Harry Kane.
No, go for it. We love it. Go
Harry
on.
Kane
Spurs
for
fans,
England.
get riled up.
Harry Kane for England generally. Big games. Doesn't show up, but obviously he did show up in that game where it was extra time. It was it last year, and he scored, and that got us through. But I've always found, I don't know if it's a bit like what we were talking about earlier with the way that he's been asked to play. Sometimes I felt that he sits a bit too deep for England, and he's never actually in the box on the receiving end when it matters most. I'm hoping that the way that he's been playing at Bayern Munich, that it's next year, isn't it? The next tournament. I'm hoping come next year with a bit of a spring in his step. I'm hoping that he does show up. I love Harry Kane. I think he's a great player, but I always think he's let himself down for England, considering how good he is. I think he's got a lot more to offer.
Oh, look. Oh, hang on. We've got Kate. Kate's joining. Hello, Kate.
Hello, Daniel. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hope you're well.
It's Kate. Kate and Jim. Kate's the level-headed one. Kate brings Jim back. If Jim had his way, Spurs are, if we all had our way, but Jim thinks we're winning everything. Kate's a little bit more.
You're a realist.
Before I bring you in, Kate, listen, Angus, we all know whatever said against Spurs, you're going to go completely the opposite. We all know you in the chat, Angus. We know what you're going to do. Just quickly, thank you very much. We have had another donation. Let me just refresh that. Thank you very much. I believe that this donation, there you go, was Stuart Sanderson, who put in £24. Thank you so much, Stuart. We really appreciate you. Stuart, tell these other people in the last half an hour, we've had 2 donations. Come on, guys. If we did 2 donations every half an hour, we're going to struggle to get to the numbers we want to get to. Let's all remember while we're here. We're here to debate football. We can slag off football players or whatever we want to do, but let's remember we're here for a charity stream. So please, the link is pinned. I'm putting it back in again now. Please do not put in super chats. If that's the only way you can, fine. I will send them back over to the charity next month. But ideally, we want to be going into here, into the GoFundMe pay. Let me do this so that Kate's not, every time a comment comes up, it's my face that's covered over, not hers. Please go to the GoFundMe page. Let's get that to 1,000 right now. Come on, let's get out of our comfort zone here and let's get that. We're on 9:38. I'm going to check it again in 10 minutes. Kate, Harry Kane. Dan's done it at the risk of riling Spurs fans. Harry Kane in big games.
Came with positivity though. It wasn't a complete knock.
Can I take my donation back?
No big games for England. I mean,
and Spurs.
I agree.
And Bayern.
And I think that's where the whole is he world class thing came from, because although his numbers in the Premier League are unbelievable, he never stood up in a big game and made a difference, whether it be for England or for Spurs. So I do get that criticism of him. Obviously, we're seeing a slightly different Kane in Germany, and his numbers out there are sensational. But in the Premier League, I don't think, you look at the likes of Drogba. I don't know if I've missed any of this conversation because I was doing
No, you haven't.
All right. You look at the likes of Drogba. When needed, he always stepped up and got those goals, whereas Kane kind of disappeared in big games. So, yeah, look, I think that's a fair argument. There's not really any evidence to argue it, is there?
It's uncomfortable, though, isn't it? Because it is very, like, when I'm talking about it, you know me, I'm quite a straight shooter. But when I'm talking about it, it's almost like, hang on, no, this is Kane. This is one of the greatest goal scorers of our generation. But the uncomfortable truth is, when he's played in semi-finals, finals, when he's played in those big games for Tottenham, for England, and Bayern Munich in the last 2 years, where's the moment where he says, "I'll change this game. I'll do something"? You don't see it, Dan, do you? And this is why I don't think he wins Ballon d'Ors. This is why I don't think he's ever in the reckoning for it.
I think if he wants to, I think if he wants to have a shot at winning something like that, I know he wants trophies, and ironically, he left the season that Tottenham did win a trophy. Well, no, he left a few seasons before, didn't he? And I always win a trophy in my second season, mate.
We're not allowed to talk about Ange. People get upset. Not allowed to talk about Ange.
Who's Ange?
I'm already in trouble today for something I said about Ange a few weeks ago. I'm sure you've seen it, Kate.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. I think he would need to go to a club like Barcelona or somewhere like that to basically say, I'm here. I'm at a massive club. It's not in the German league. It's in the Spanish league. What more do you want me to do? But then obviously you get the backlash. Well, you couldn't do it in England or whatever. So he'd then have to come back, and then maybe that's when he'd come back to Tottenham. And then maybe that's when he can properly go, bang, here I am. But he will, there's no doubt he will come back because he wants that record, doesn't he? The most goals scored.
I mean, he's on 98 goals at the minute in 103 games for Bayern Munich, and that is an unbelievable tally. But there's always that's 10 hat-tricks included in that as well.
But do you think that that's a sign of just brilliance or the quality overall in the league?
He scored bagful of goals over here, didn't he? I mean, even in years when we were absolutely crap, Kane still got 30, 35 in all competitions.
Oh yeah, but I'm not saying he's bad. I think he's like one of the best strikers in the world. But I'm saying, has Harry Kane become a different player overnight at his age with the amount of time that he's played? Probably not. Maybe obviously he's got different players around him, different club, probably different everything. I just think it's hard. It's like the argument with Messi, or he didn't, he's never played in the Prem and then went to PSG, and it's so easy to say, oh, they couldn't do it here, he's never done it here, but like you can't play in every league, can you? Really?
No, of course. I think the difference for me is, as I said, I think that Harry Kane will score goals wherever he goes. He will score bags of goals. That's never been my criticism of Harry Kane. And I do think he's one of the world's best strikers. However, to cement those moments, you need some of those big moments in history to cement that legacy for me. I think you need those moments where Spurs weren't playing well in a final or a semi, and suddenly he gets the ball, swivels, turns, bang, top corner. You go, Jesus, that's why you're one of the best. For me, I've never seen that. By the way, I'm putting Son in that bracket as well. Son was the same. People will go, what about the goal v Man City? What about this goal v Chelsea in the league or Arsenal in the league? Cool. But those big moments are the moments where you go, this is where you're born. We talked about it earlier, Dan. Everyone's going, oh, my God, remember the Bale overhead kick in the final of the Champions League, right? Yeah. Everyone remembers Lionel Messi and Mbappe's goals in the World Cup final 2 years ago. Like these moments people remember. At the moment, the moments you remember about Kane are league games. They're not the biggest of the big games, and people get really frustrated when you talk about this.
Without sounding like I'm sympathising and making excuses, you've got to look at the fact that, for instance, in the Champions League final, he wasn't fully fit. And there's been a couple of finals where he played and we don't think he was fully fit. And there was rumours that it was in his contract that if we get to a final, he has to play. But I don't think he'll ever be classed in that top bracket until he scores the winner in a final or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because people will rightfully point to, well, Henry as well. Henry kind of didn't in the biggest of big games. For me, I'm not going to get into it. I remember last charity stream we did, I had an Henry versus Kane debate for hours and people didn't like it. But I don't know. There's always there must be a reason, right? It can't be because he's English, but there must be a reason why every time the Ballon d'Or comes around, when these big awards are handed out, Harry Kane isn't there, and people get really frustrated that he's not there. But has he had a Rodri season? Has he had the Dembele season, a Messi season? Has he had one of these years where you go, oh my God, he was unplayable, he won stuff, he did? I don't think he has. I think that's a real issue.
See, yeah. I think the numbers suggest that he probably has. 103 matches, 98 goals, 29 assists. He played like 10 hat-tricks. It's unbelievable. But I do think there is a bit of bias when it comes to English people with the Ballon d'Or. I do. I'm just going to put it out there. Yeah, I do. I think, did Kane come 13th? And then, who was it who came 15th? Someone, I can't think who it was now. I was looking at it this morning.
Should we bring up the Ballon d'Or list?
Yeah.
Hang on. Let's have a look at this. Ballon d'Or list yesterday. Let's have a look. Ballon d'Or list. Let's see if we can get this up somewhere. Here we go. A full list. Ballon d'Or. Hopefully this is this year's. Here we go.
Gyökeres come behind him at 15th. That's what it was.
Men's Ballon d'Or. Okay. So let's have a look at this. So here we go. So let's remove that. By the way, keep subscribing, people. Subscribing, forget that. Keep donating. That's the word I was looking for. Keep donating. I want to get to that first 1K very quickly. We're on 953. By the way, we want this by the end of the day. We want this to be over £2,000. So please do keep some. There's enough of you in here. Everyone put in a fiver. We'd have loads of money. So please do that. Let's have a look at this list then. So share screen, Ballon d'Or winners. Can we all see that? Oh, that's pretty small, isn't it? Let's make that a bit bigger. So if we look here, so you'll see that here we go. So this is 30 down to number 1. So you got Elise, Wirtz, Van Dijk. There's Rice, first English player on the list. Haaland, Dumfries, Ruiz, Bellingham, second English player. McAllister, Guirassy, Martinez, Neves, McTominay, having a good year over there at Napoli. Scott McTominay, Lewandowski, Vinicius Jr., Gyökeres, Desiree Doué, Harry Kane, obviously what we're talking about, Kvaratskhelia at 12, Pedri, and then the big boys, Nuno, Donnarumma, Palmer, which is the one that I think is surprised a few people, Mbappe, Hakimi, Rafinha, Salah, Vitinha, Yamal, and then Ousmane Dembele. Anything in there that really surprises you, Kate? Anything where you go, oh, what's he doing there?
I'm not sure Cole Palmer deserves to be above Kane. I'm not going to lie. I know he's a very, very good player, but I'm not convinced that that's right. I'm not convinced Declan Rice should be in the top 30 either. I don't think he's done enough. I mean, you're watching the other day against City, he pretty much was nullified. I think Arsenal fans overhype him massively. But look, no one's ever going to agree. I'd be surprised if any two football fans agree with that list. But I think there's a lot of players on there that deserve to be on there. I'm just not sure in the order. I think Salah maybe should have been 3 and Vitinha 4. I'm still surprised Lamine Yamal never won it, but I mean, he's got years and years and years and years and years ahead of him to win it.
Do you think, who's typing?
Not me.
Sorry, yeah. I'll mute you next time. My bad.
Oh my God, it was like someone was, it was like, yeah, but I feel like if you're going to ask me who I think the best player in the world is, I think it's Yamal. Right, I do. I don't care if he's 12. He's the best player in the world. I think a lot of the sway though for these votes does go down towards what you win and on what level, right? And I think the problem was Dembele didn't only have an amazing season in Ligue 1, he had an amazing number of goals and assists in the Champions League as well. And PSG, it's strange because PSG weren't actually that good in the league phase of the Champions League, were they? They finished quite low down, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it was like they got to the knockout stages, and it was a completely different Paris Saint-Germain, wasn't it? They looked like the old Barcelona under Enrique. They looked amazing. I mean, Yamal will win it though, right, guys? I mean, I reckon he'll win it 5, 6, 7 times in his career.
Yeah, he's incredible.
No doubt. Haaland, potentially. Yamal. Mbappe, do you think he'll ever win it? I was so certain before. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Now he's at Madrid. I do think he will. Do I ever... look, we got Danny here. Look, I mentioned Harry Kane versus Henry, and Dan turns up. Probably just woken up, the lad. Big up, Dan. I don't like that. Let's go with that. What was I saying?
About Mbappe.
Oh, Mbappe. Do I think he'll win the Ballon d'Or? Yes, because I think that in his time at Madrid, they'll probably win a Champions League and Mbappe will score loads of goals. But I genuinely think that within a year, I actually think Yamal's better than Mbappe now. There you go. I've said it. I genuinely don't think he's on levels with Yamal. But if Barcelona have a year where they don't win the Champions League and Madrid do, that holds a lot of weight in the voting, right? So is it always the best footballer who wins it? I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Then again, Messi and Ronaldo won it for like 15 years in a row between them, and they were the best two by a country mile. But I'll ask this. Will we ever see that again, guys? Will we ever see someone win it as many times as Lionel Messi did?
Not for
Yamal's got the chance because of his age. He's got
Kate's
age
right.
So
I mean, really, if you look at it out there, he's only young at the moment, the fella, yeah. So I think what Kate said earlier, he's got plenty of time. do you actually see anyone out there as gifted as him here and now? And he's only 17. Is it 17, 16, something like that?
I think he just turned 18, so he can have a beer now, Dan, in England.
He's about the only one out of all the players at the moment that you can literally call a freak, like in a nice way, like Ronaldo and Messi as such. He's about the only one out there that stands to that. There's no one else out there at the moment that I see that is just that freak of nature as such, like Messi and Ronaldo were. So I reckon give him another year or two, and he's got more than enough capability to win it for the next 6, 7, 8 years straight, unless an injury come along or something. I don't see anyone else with that capability. There's some very good players out there, but with the capability he's got at the moment, compared to he's even got experience at the moment.
It's mad.
It's almost scary to what he could be like in 4 years' time. I don't see no one else.
Dickie Bird's just died, by the way. Anyone remembers Dickie
Oh,
Bird,
the cricket commentator.
Yeah, the cricket umpire and commentator. Yeah, he's just died, 92 years of age, just coming up on Sky Sports News. Yeah, 92. Rest in peace to Dickie Bird. There's a name in sport. Yeah, Dan, I think the key thing with that as well, with Yamal, is from the moment he came onto the scene at 16, it was just almost like he wasn't 16. He was just ripping everyone up. His control, his skill, his crossing, his passing, his goal. He's the best thing I've seen since Messi, in my opinion. With you could talk about Mbappe's and Haaland's, and Yamal for me is, I think he's better than all of them.
Do you think at the age he's at now and coming to football, do you think he's a step of what Messi was at that age when he came into football?
I think it's harder to tell, because I think football was better when Messi burst onto the scene. I feel that obviously we're what, 20 odd years since Messi burst onto the scene, right? That makes me feel old. And I think when Messi burst onto the scene, I think football was a lot better. Now, I don't think Messi burst onto the scene when people like Ronaldinho were still playing, right? So I don't think he got the adulation that he would have. If Messi right now at the age of 16, 17 burst on, we'd all be doing the same thing as Yamal. Back then, though, you still had Figo playing, Raul playing, Zidane was still playing, Ronaldinho. I can go. Right. So he burst onto the scene in an era where it was like a who's who of world class. And we agree on this, Dan. I think we've agreed on this for years, that the level of footballers now is from a skill perspective, from a Maverick perspective. Yeah.
Just for a span in the works. Is it because do you think with the rise of social media and the access to footage, games, I know we're only talking 20 years ago, but the exposure to football is now massive. You can pretty much watch any game. Do you think that's having an impact? So it looks like there's not as much quality, whereas back in the day, maybe, do you think a lot of opinions were based off big games that were televised for everyone to watch? Do you think that has an impact, or
no?
You still think...
If I'm going to be totally honest with you, mate, I personally think football these days is pretty much poor, to say the least, compared to what it was 20, 25 years ago. Bar maybe one or two players, you go and put these things that we call world class all the time, which is a phrase I don't use very often. I think it gets used too much. And you go and take our world class players of the past how many years and take them back 20, 25 years. Most of them would get called a good player if they're lucky, in my opinion. People turn around and tell me Saka is world class. Okay, let's go and put him next to Figo. Yeah, he doesn't even lace his boots, as far as I'm concerned. You go and look at, but you go and look at other players with the skill and capability they had 20, 25 years ago. You could write a list of 30 players that destroy the so-called best players in the world now. Go and take Mbappe. For me, he wouldn't have been world class 20, 25 years ago. Not a chance. Kane would have still been an extremely good striker.
Which players now do you think would hold up the top level back then?
Yeah,
Mbappe. Haaland would, because
I think
I think Haaland
I think Haaland could definitely have a say in the matter, even though there was. That's the other thing as well. These days, strikers are so few and far between. Whereas, again, you go back 20, 25 years ago, I could write you out a list of 10 strikers that would walk into any single football team now, and they wouldn't even have to play half of their capability, in my opinion.
Van Dijk would still be world class back then.
Oh, yeah, Van Dijk. Listen, there are players, but I think it's just the volume of them. What I would say is I think football's a lot more robotic and pragmatic nowadays. I think that's probably a way to say it. But every now and then you get a guy like Yamal that comes on. Now, I've seen a comment where I think someone say it ain't really hard doing it playing for Barcelona. Hang on. You're either that good or you're not. Otherwise, everyone would be doing it for Barcelona. And Barcelona haven't. When did Barcelona last win a Champions League? Anyone? I don't know. I think it's 2016, maybe 2015.
It's a good few years back. Right.
So if it was that easy to do it for Barcelona, everyone would be doing it for Barcelona, but they're not. Barcelona for years have been. I think they're getting back there now. If you actually look now with Gavi, Pedri, Olmo, De Jong, Yamal, Lewandowski, they're getting back to somewhere where they were, but they're not. I feel like when people do this, I think we really dumb down how good the player is. I don't think we should do that to footballers. People go with Messi. Oh, well, he only managed to do it because he was with Xavi and Iniesta. Well, hang on, Messi's done it anywhere. Messi, you're not telling me that suddenly Messi doesn't have Xavi and Iniesta. Suddenly he can't control a ball. Suddenly he can't dribble past 10 players. It's absolute madness. And now look, we've got 3 Dans on the panel. I mean, what this is what the world needs, isn't it? More Dans.
You're right, Dan.
How you doing, guys? Dan? You all right, Kate? You all right, Dan?
Lovely. Good
right, Dan?
I was happy with double D, but I'll take triple D.
Now we're Dan.
By the way, before I bring the Dan list in, big up, Dan. Lovely to see you. We've ground to a halt with the donations. This is otherwise, I say this all the time. If we grind to a halt with the donations, we're now just people doing a really long stream for no reason. Please, even if it's a $5, there's a lot of you in here. Even if it's a $5, a $10, please do. The latest donations that have come in, let me just show you all where they are, who they're from. Sorry. So you can see there, Anonymous, thank you very much. 20 minutes ago, we're on a charity stream and we've not had a donation for 20 minutes. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Really appreciate you. And Wayne Holland as well. Very generous. A good friend of mine, Wayne, putting in a good friend of mine putting in £10 to the mix as well. So we really, really do appreciate you. Thank you very much for that. But guys and girls, please, I want to see that at 1,000 in the next 15 minutes, please. Even if it's £1, £2, £5, please get those donations in. Danalist, you're of age, aren't you? How are you? You're of age, I would say.
Yeah, I am. Afternoon, everyone. Big up, chat. Hope everyone's all right. Very worthy stream today. Hope a lot of people are going to give some money for charity. Yeah, amazing cause. So, cheers, Sava. Big up, everyone. I'm on my lunch break, so I've got about an hour. And I've got a 3-year-old running around as well. So apologies for that. But I will try and mute it if he comes in.
Project Mbappe.
Oh, we've got the first trolling with a picture of me with a penis drawn over my face. Yes, this is good. This is what happens when people do these things. Thank you very much, Eggy. I take it you've donated. I'm hoping you've donated to this great cause, my friend. Read the room. This is a charity stream. Please, please, please. Yes, it's very funny. Look, Sava's got a cock on his mouth. Well done, you. Let's all laugh. Come on, Eggy. Come on. Let's knock it off, mate. Knock it off. Danalist. Sorry, let me have to go by name. Danalist. Footballers now, are they better or worse than... Let's go with the 90s or the early noughties. Are the players better or worse, or is it just a different game?
It's a different game now. I think the superstars, there's not so many anymore, right? I mean, the guy who won the Ballon d'Or last night, I didn't agree with. I thought it'd be Yamal. I mean, he's a super player, right? But Harry Kane, I don't know. What, he didn't even make the top 10, did he? I mean, that's unbelievable. But look, it is a different age now, isn't it? You don't see those. Do you remember back in the day? What's that bloke? Begins with F. Oh, what's his name? Figo. Remember Figo? Figo.
Yeah.
One of my favourite players.
Yeah, there's just not as many anymore. It's more about systems now, isn't it? And tactics and speed, fitness, pace. It's a different game. You don't get those so many of those kind of world-class stars anymore. Ronaldo, Messi. It's a dying breed, don't you think, guys?
Yeah.
Massively dying breed. Massively. Like I always say now, when I watch players, I miss that Messi isn't about anymore. I do. I know obviously he's older now, but I miss that he's not playing in Europe, because there's not many players where I go, oh yes, he's playing today. I would put on every Barcelona game because I knew that I would see something from Lionel Messi. You would see something. Danny, what are you doing a joint? Are you rolling something up?
No, if I was doing that, you'd notice that.
All I can hear is like, da, 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 da. I can just hear something from your.
That's not me writing any. That's not me rolling anything.
Okay, I'll let you off. I don't know, guys. And Kate, let's go to you. Where are those players? Why don't they exist anymore? What's going on?
I think Danilist is right. I think it's more system-based game now. I mean, my favourite player of all time is Ronaldinho, because I could just watch him all day long. He just made me fall in love with football a million times over. But you just don't get them. I think Yamal's going to be the closest we've got to that sort of maverick player. But I don't really know why. The game's just changed. I mean, it's such a pussy game now. I'm not being funny. I watch it. I watch Roy Keane watch it, and I can feel his anger, and I'm with him, because like the other day, let's use our players. Look at Richarlison. They only brushed past him and he's rolling on the floor, and it literally drives me mad. It should be a yellow card instantly. David Silva done it the other day, and the ref pulled him up on it. It should have really been a second yellow. Until they start clamping down on this cheating, it's never going to stop. But just the whole game's changed. I mean, and not for the better. It's a far worse game than it used to be in every respect. And I think that's why you don't get that style of player maybe anymore. They just don't get a chance to show their silky skills. Like you just don't see Ronaldinho's anymore. And like I say, the game's a lot worse for it, unfortunately.
Well, let me bring in, Dan Babb. Let's go. I wish it was easier to just say Dan once. Dan Babb. I blame Stoke for this, because you guys brought in this really pragmatic, hardworking, long throw. Everyone's an athlete rather than a footballer. 20 years later, now we're all doing it. Do you take responsibility for the state of football?
I think we have to, and I think the best part of it all is the one team that's known for the long ball is Arsenal, the team that wanted to get it abolished under Arsene Wenger. So I dare say so. It's like we've switched from, I mean, it's still obviously dominant, but like passing football, like the sort of Spanish style of play. And then now it looks like the long ball, the long kicks, they're starting to slowly slip back in. Even Man City have been doing that a little bit recently. So maybe it is our fault, and we've been punished by being struck off into the Championship for way too long. So let's see. I'd love to see Stoke back in the Prem and return that style of football. That would be brilliant.
I mean, I'm going to sound like I'm an incredibly biased Spurs fan when I say that, but don't you think that Arsenal play anti-football a lot of the time? Their football to me is so dull and boring to watch. I don't know if it's just me, but I find them so boring. No one's saying
you're
anything.
right. They are boring. Yeah, free kicks, corners. That's all.
I mean,
they
2
really
years
got.
ago, they were playing absolutely brilliant football. They were playing probably the most exciting football I've ever seen them play. But now they've gone back to this boring, I don't know if it's Arteta or what, but I just find it difficult to watch.
Speaking
Yeah,
of change it, go on, Saba.
No, I'm just gonna quickly say I think it's difficult, right? Because I'm going to throw something out there as a bit of a curveball as to why this is happening, and I think a lot now is based on stats, data. Like, I don't mind the stat of how many goals has so and so scored. I'm cool with it. But now we've got running stats, recovery stats, pressing stats, tackling back stats. Do you think that's kind of taken away from the old school winger and maverick, whose job was to be the old school winger and maverick? Now people are going, oh yeah, well, he got 2 assists today, but did you see he didn't attempt to track back once? And do you think it's because we've got more access to this data now and everyone's so worried about that could play a part? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Anyone?
I think football these days, if I'm just going to be honest, I have lost part of my love for watching football, because it's like you were saying earlier, if I'm going to be honest, football these days, majority, you can probably name do I even use the word exciting? Because I'm trying to think of an exciting team, to tell the truth. Tell me an exciting game these days to watch that you really. The last game I watched that was truly what I used to love about football is actually one that I watched on here with you, Saber, and that was that Inter Milan game versus Barcelona.
Yeah.
Apart from that, in a good few years, I have not seen much football that I sit there and get excited about watching, where you're just, what's going to happen next? Who's going to pull off this stunt? Who's going to do that? What's going to happen? Where you're genuinely excited to watch a game, and it doesn't have to be your own team. For some people it does, for others it don't. And that's where I think we just go back down to the point again, where the standards of player has just gone down so far. But then it also goes down to the technique and the style of how things want to get played as well, and everything else. Football is not the excitement that it used to be, in my opinion. Nowhere near it. Not even close to it. I mean, tell me a Premier League game you would be excited to watch, or even a European one. Give me a name of 3 of them that you would genuinely be excited to watch, like you would have 20 years ago.
What, like the old day Arsenal Man United battles when you had Keane and Vieira, those sort of games, the Newcastle
when it used to be
games.
When it used to be AC and Juventus, or Inter and Roma. I mean, these days, not even Real Madrid and Barcelona is the game it was.
Yeah, no, I agree. Anyone on the panel? Anyone else agree with that?
Well, Liverpool are quite an entertaining side to watch, aren't they? Score a lot of goals. Yeah, they give you a chance as well. I mean, they spent a lot of money, haven't they? They spent a hell of a lot of money to get there. Was that 250 million on 2 strikers? It's unbelievable stuff. But look, they're brave, they're bold. They won the title and they're going at it again, man. You got to admire it.
Battle of the Bridge. One of the greatest football games I've ever seen. That's what I want to see. I want to see needle. I want to see people poking each other in the eye. I want to see that hatred. I watched the Merseyside derby the other day. They all cuddled before the match. I mean, when would you ever have seen that in the 90s? It's ridiculous. There's no real rivalry anymore. It drives me mad. But that's one of my favourites.
I don't think that's just football, though. That's life.
Yeah, everyone's got to be nice to each other.
You know what I mean? You're not allowed to go out there and do it like Roy Keane and Patrick Vieira used to anymore. They wouldn't last 5 minutes on a pitch now because they'd be sent off in a matter of 2 minutes. You know, getting stuck into a game. Players don't get stuck into games like they used to anymore. The only time you see them get stuck in is maybe with a stupid tackle they make accidentally. It hasn't got the same aggression in it. It hasn't got the same passion in it. It hasn't got the same power, the same flair. And it sounds really depressing, but if you're just going to be honest, you can't really say anything we're saying here is wrong.
Yeah.
No, we've not only got YouTubers, we've got YouTube commentators joining us from Australia. Nick, I've been told today that I'm xenophobic and hate Australians. Sorry about that. I apologise that I hate you. Sorry, mate.
That's just the people that love Ange more than they love everybody else, bro. That's all that is, mate. Trust me. I'm being an Aussie myself and seeing what Ange has done for the Australian national team, having him coached in the A-League and in the lower leagues before that. I know Ange is a protected species here in Australia. Anything he does is going to be blindly followed, and if it's not, you will be scolded, and you know that damn well.
Oh, yeah. Oh yes, I can't even have banter with Wolfie about Ange without I can't literally. I might as well be so censored on YouTube that you're not allowed to say anything. Anyway, before I bring you in, Nick, welcome, Nick. Thanks for joining the charity stream. It really does help when people join. Guys and girls, this is where we're at. Let's see if we've managed to. Oh, hang on, no, I was nearly. Here we go. Let's see. Have we? We're on 985. We're nearly at the first K. We're nearly at the first K, and you can see there. Big up to Anonymous. Thank you very much. Big up to Phil Barnett, who I think is Phil Coys. Phil Coys, I'll let you off your bad opinions for this one. Big up, Phil. Much love, bro. And Ellie, Queen Ellie Hoiberg, or Madison, or whatever name she goes by these days. Big up to you, Ellie. Thank you so much for the donations. Guys and girls. Hang on. There we go. Look, we've gone up to 1,041. 1,000. Jim and Kate and Andy Lester. Jim and Kate, that's way generous. Thank you very much. The perfect match. And Andy Lester with his second donation of the day. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Kate. Thank you to all of you. That is very generous. Now, let's kick this on towards the 2K. We've got 8.5 hours to get that to over £2,000 and raise some really good money for this brilliant charity that helps disabled children and their families. Dan, just really quickly, do you want to just quickly just remind people what the Caudwell Charity does and what you're doing? Yeah. Sorry for the rest of the panel. I'm not sorry. It's a charity stream. Dan, can you just remind people what this is all about?
Yeah, so I'm running the Potters Arf, which is a half marathon in Stoke, where I'm from, Stoke fan, born and bred. I'm running that on Sunday. It's really hilly. It's about 300 meters of elevation. It's not going to be good fun at all, but I'm doing it for a good cause. And then also, as you will have seen on the GoFundMe site, I'm doing the London Marathon in April next year. So this stream is supporting me raise $2,500 for that. That's the initial target. If I can smash it, I'll keep going, see how far I can take it. But the cause, Caudwell Children Charity, they raise and support children, disabled children and autistic children. They are very big in Stoke, but they're an international charity now. So they have helplines, they provide equipment, support, counselling, you name it. Caudwell Children provide it. They just basically, they're essentially a strap on to families in smaller communities, and they provide a personal service just to assist families with children with disabilities and autism. And although I've not got children, I'm only 26, not quite there yet. But if I was to have a child that had a disability or autism, I know that I could count on Caudwell Children to help if I needed it. And I was saying earlier, £25, that can pay for a wheelchair for a disabled child, just as little as £25. So every penny really does make a difference. So 2 events, one this weekend, one in April next year. All the money is going towards that. And I really just hope we can hit the target. And I'm looking forward to working directly with the charity and actually seeing how some of this money gets used. So that'll be something that Sava will be able to update you guys on, especially to show you and like demonstrate what the money has gone to. So any donation would be fantastic. Obviously, we're here to talk football, as Sava's said, and I'm sure we'll get into some debates. But this stream, this 10-hour stream, I'll be here all day with Sava just to try and raise as much money as possible.
Listen, it's a brilliant cause. So as I said before, guys and girls, this is where we put all the silliness aside, all of the this is if helping disabled children and their families isn't a worthy cause, I'm not sure what is. You know, let's put everything else aside. Big up, Dan. Thank you very much. And listen, as I said, we are at £1,041. We're going to get that over the 2K mark. I will push and I will plug. The link is pinned. Kate, I know you've got to jump, haven't you? You've got to jump.
I've got someone here to do a survey on the house. But look, keep donating, everyone. Dan, best of luck for the marathon. And just keep donating. It's a great cause. And I have got a child who, he's 19. But look, anything we can do to make any child's life better is worth, anything you've got spare, even if it's a quid, it all helps. So big up Sava as well for doing the stream. And I'll see you all soon.
Just quickly, is your 19-year-old better than Archie Gray in midfield?
He's good at everything. He's my son.
Oh, just checking. Where's Lubo? I'm trying to lure Lubo in. Thanks, Kate. See you later.
Take care.
See you, Kate.
See you later.
Nick, how are we doing at the old football club? The greatest YouTube football commentator out there.
I don't think that's let's not spread lies now. Let's not do that. Come on. Let's not spread lies. I'm a modest man. I'm good, man. I'm good. It's what is it? 9:45 down under. It's a bit of a fresh day. I think there was some snow somewhere that fell, so it's not the warmth that we've had last couple of days. But it's been all right, man. It's been good. Staying up late watching Premier League matches. And I always find it funny when we have internationals and they like in the friendlies and they play it in like Southeast Asia, and it's like perfect time for me, like 9 p.m. And then for you guys, it's like, man, I got to get up at 4, got to get up at 5. Some people get up at 1. Like, we just say, welcome to our life, man. That's what we do.
Oh, mate, I just don't get up for it. I like the internationals, but not enough that I go, oh, England are playing it. It's lost its verve. But Nick, let me ask you, we were talking about the level of footballers out there, and obviously this all stems from Ballon d'Or yesterday. Let me start. Dembele, a worthy winner, or should it have been Lamine Yamal, the prodigy that is over there at Barcelona?
I know, to be honest, haven't really paid attention to it. But if you look at what was won in the course of the season, PSG won their league, at some distance, and obviously the Champions League with standout performances for Dembele as well. So you probably say, maybe if they're basing on what you've won, maybe that's the marker for it. But if you're looking at overall footballing talent, you can probably say, Yamal is up there. I mean, I'll shamelessly throw Salah in there as well, even though I didn't think he had a chance to win because you had Dembele with the Champions League. It pretty much comes down to what you've won, essentially. Like, you're not going to get players who have had outstanding seasons and not having won much because, I mean, has there been a footballer that has won the Ballon d'Or without having won either a domestic league and or Champions League recently? Like, I'm actually asking a question. I don't know because I don't pay attention like that. You know what I mean? So
great question.
Yeah, so you don't see it that often like that. Like, I remember people saying Michael Owen's the last English player to win the Ballon d'Or at the age of 22. Like, it's mad as you think about it. And even then, that Liverpool team wasn't all that, but he was just a phenomenal player, outstanding at that age, which now it goes back to, your skill set. What are you providing? You're scoring goals, you're entertaining. And I was catching a little bit of your debate discussion then before, like football being systematic and everyone just doing the tactics and all that sort of stuff, hug the touchline, don't do this, stay in these pockets of spaces. And you're mentioning like old players as well. It got me thinking back to the 90s when I started watching football, when I was watching, the likes of Salas and Ronaldo. You saw Recoba at Inter. Cool. You had obviously Henry's, and you had, your Bergkamps. You've also had your Klinsmans. Obviously, you guys know that very, very well.
Christian Vieri.
Vieri is 100% Vieri. You had all these players back then. Nesta, Cannavaro, your goalkeepers, your defenders, and things like that. And now it's like, how would these greats that we consider all-time greats now, how would they fit in the modern footballing world? Like, would they be able to do what they're being told, or would they just, look, I'm a footballer. You tell me what my job is, and I'll do my job, not micromanaging everything that they do, which sometimes it maybe comes across like that when you look at something. I know a lot of people are giving Arteta stick for his Eze comment saying, like, hug the touchline and all that. It's like, but you're a manager. You're meant to be directing your players. You're coaching them. You're telling them where to be and what to do. But maybe some of it is a bit too systematic. It is a bit too, rigid. You can't move around. You don't have much room for movement.
But is there enough?
Modern football.
Nick, is there enough? And then I'll bring in Ash, because Ash is a very tactical guy. Lovely to see you, Ash. You don't respond to me anymore. There's no phone calls or WhatsApps. I get nothing from you these days. You've got big time. You've forgotten me.
But I can't see the messages, man. I think my reception, or I don't know if I paid my EE bill. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy.
Oh, mate. It's my dodgy phone. It's my dodgy pay-as-you-go phone. Let me start with Nick, and I'll bring in Ash. This brings up the question, doesn't it, of artistic license on a football pitch. You know, back in the days where you would have you'd always have a player. Like, let me use my man, Ginola, right? Was go out there, do your thing. Go out there, win me a game, do your thing. Now, how much would a Ginola be stifled? How much would we want him to be spending so much time tracking back that we're not saying, go and do your thing, go and play where you want? Is that a concern? Is it a good thing?
I don't know, man. Like I said, everything's got the systems now. Like, you have to track back, you have to run, you got to do this, you got to do that, which I understand it's all part of the game. But now you see everyone sort of like running back and defending, as opposed to just seeing some people up front and letting the midfield and the defense do their thing. It's all about getting your shape, making sure, you know, you keep the other team out, be compact, and all these words that they use today. Whereas back then, and I'm just thinking back to watching like Ronaldo at Inter, for example, that guy never had to defend. And if he did, it was bare minimum at that. Just get the ball to Ronaldo, let him do his thing, man. That's like what it should be. Now your strikers need to be able to play football, and they got to drop deep and everything else in between. And everyone wants to take the piss out of Erling Haaland because all he does is score tap-ins, he's a tap-in merchant, etc. What else is a striker but a tap-in merchant? At the best of times, like, you want them to score goals. I'd rather have a tap-in merchant that gets me 30 goals and does absolutely nothing throughout a game, as opposed to someone running up and down the pitch, getting involved in the play. Like, if you're going to guarantee me 30 goals from you just being a tap-in merchant, I'm taking that every day of the year.
But when you can get someone who scores 25, 30 goals and also have goal assists, you got the best of both worlds then.
Yeah, if you have a striker who can do that as well, or if you've got some supremo midfielder or winger that can bang 25, that's crazy numbers though. But
that is why, me personally, I'd say Kane is a better overall player than Haaland.
I just use that example, but Kane obviously is a better footballer because he does drop deep. We've seen it with Spurs so many times.
I want to refute that. I want to refute that, because what we're actually seeing is, now that Man City aren't playing the tick-attack of football, it's proving everybody wrong that Haaland can't play, doesn't link up. If you
He's
actually
holding the ball well,
right?
Yes.
He's doing now what he did for Dortmund that every Premier League fan just suddenly forgot that he couldn't do. So let me explain what I mean. And Dan Babb, me and you talked about a bit about this at the beginning, is if you look at Haaland, when he played for Dortmund didn't play the free-flowing tick-attack of football, 100% possession that City did. So he was dropping deep, holding the ball up, bringing others into the game, spinning off, right? And when he came to the Premier League, he didn't need to do that with Man City. Man City had 5-6 players that did that behind him. He didn't need to. What you're seeing now, Man City have almost moved away from that whole 100%, not 100%, you know what I mean, right? The kind of domination of the ball. And Haaland now is playing deeper and deeper. And we saw that in his last 3 games. He's done the same thing for all of his goals. He's come to the halfway line. He's held the ball up. He's brought it down. He's laid someone off and he's span. Now, you don't get an assist for that. But the hold-up play, the link-up play, I'm going to say it. His hold-up and link-up play is superb. But people haven't.
It's a lot better this year.
It's been the same every year, Dan, but City have played different. That's the point. City
Do you think he could hold a 10 role like Harry Kane can easily do?
Can hold a what?
A 10. And we all know Harry Kane can easily hold that.
He's not a 10, so no, I don't think that's his game. But what I do think he's better. This is the thing. When we go player versus player, Harry Kane couldn't do what Haaland did at the weekend. Harry Kane couldn't do what Haaland did at the weekend in terms of hold it up on the halfway line, spin, and then sprint into the penalty area. He's not got that pace. So there's things Haaland can do that Kane can't, and Kane can do that Haaland can't. I don't know. One, I don't know why we base them against each other. What I do know is that Haaland's goals compared to Harry Kane's at this age is just ridiculous. Like, I mean, it's phenomenal.
What I would say is Kane, going through the ranks, he used to be a number 10. And he said it in an interview where he said the reason why he was able to find strikers so easily is because him as a striker, he knew the type of movements he would make and he would understand where he would need to be as a striker. So when he does drop deeper and he looks to find players that are running behind, he would know the type of pass he would want. But also at youth level and academy level, when he was a younger boy growing up through the ranks, he actually played as a number 10. So I'm thinking that's the reason why you're seeing Kane can drop into the 10 and do what he needs to do. Also, you got to remember, with Kane, he's a lot older than Haaland. Haaland's a lot younger. So there's a lot more time and development. And depending where depending where Haaland goes or what manager he plays after Guardiola, could there be a manager that develops him differently? Because I think Kane was developed differently after Poch. When Mourinho came in,
it was Jose, wasn't it?
Yeah, when Mourinho came in, he was like, I'm going to make you into a superstar. And then that's when you started to see the finer details. When Kane was dropping in, Son would spin. He was the one that would do the Haaland run. And Kane would find him with that kind of heat seeker missile. Do you know what I'm saying? Over the top, punching through the lines. That's what Kane could do. Do you know what I mean? But it's different strokes. It's horses for courses. Yeah. It's, you know, like you said, in terms of complete player, in terms of a footballer, you'd obviously look at Kane and say he's a better footballer. But in terms of a number 9, you're seeing the best of Haaland at the moment, and he hasn't even hit his peak yet. He hasn't hit his peak yet. So when Haaland hits his peak, it's going to be crazy.
I think one advantage that Harry Kane has over a lot of players, and it's something that I say all the time, one thing Haaland definitely relies on is pace, along with power, sort of thing. If he was to ever get an injury and bust his pace like Michael Owen did, would that have a major effect on his game? I don't know. Only time would tell. Harry Kane is one of those players, one of those strikers. Pace has never been a thing. He's like a Teddy Sheringham. Those players, I find, strikers, they last a hell of a lot longer in football because they don't rely on power. They have to be able to read the game so much better to make up for the pace they haven't got.
Though? Because most of the argument against Haaland is that he doesn't do anything other than score goals in the penalty box. So doesn't that negate the pace debate?
Well, what I'm saying, he relies on his pace a lot for what he does a lot of the time. I'm just asking, would it have a difference? I'm not saying it would, but would it have a major difference? Because, like you said, turn round, leg it, whatever. Pace is a big part of his game. Like Son. As soon as Son lost a yard or two of pace, he looked half the player he was. And he didn't have the same sort of skill and capability that Kane has had and slower players have had to carry their game on with it. Because Kane does not rely on pace. He's never had it. He could quite easily drop into a 10 role. I think you could even drop him into a deep line playmaker role sort of thing, because he can also head and tackle that ball when he's had to as well. Maybe not quite physically, but he could drop further down the ranks because he can read the game so well. And because he's a player that does not rely on pace, to me, that gives someone an advantage. And my prime example is always a Michael Owen, who was one of the best, who was an excellent striker, lost his pace, and then he was a fraction of what he was. So ones that rely on their pace so much, as they get older, they're going to lose the pace, come love nor money. And you do see a high majority deteriorate as the player because so much of their game is based on their pace as such.
With Kane as well, you have to remember when he was under Poch was getting him to press vigorously. And he started to pick up a lot of ankle injuries. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah. And as of when Poch left, I remember they had to change his game a little bit. They wanted to change him, make him to stop pressing as much. And that's when you started seeing Kane get involved in the game a lot more. Also, the way Spurs played and Kane being the focal point, being the figurehead for Spurs, being the main man, he was allowed to roam. He was allowed to drop into those areas, dictate, pick up the ball. And because sometimes there was, periods where Kane couldn't see the ball. He wasn't involved in the game. He was the type of player that would like to feel the ball, get touches, impact the game in different ways. And so naturally you would see him drop off. With Haaland, I agree with you. I think he's the type of player that's a lot more explosive, relies on his pace. But I remember when you had Pep wanted Kane originally. He's like, I want Kane because he drops in and da-da-da-da-da. And he got Haaland. And I remember when he first got Haaland, he tried to make him like Kane. But the way the team was set up, it wasn't negating some of the strengths that Haaland had. And so, as I was saying to my point before, maybe when he gets a move or faces a different coach, maybe he develops him in a different way and doesn't rely on his explosiveness and his pace as much. But as it stands at the moment, I agree, bro. Like aerial threat, you could say that Haaland is a monster because if you put the ball in the box, in the 6-yard box, he comes alive in the air. But he does have a tendency. I have seen him miss big chances. Do you know what I'm saying? He's not as, I'd say, clinical as a Kane is. So that's what I think Kane's got over him. But yeah, when Kane is deeper on the ball, it's the vision. I think that's what separates.
I think he's better on both feet as well, Ash. If you want to class his right foot and his left foot, I think he's got more capability than Haaland.
What about shots outside the box as well? Don't normally see Haaland ping him outside the box.
You're right.
Remember?
Yeah, no, you're right.
But his timings, or the running into the box is brilliant. Haaland, being there at the right place at the right time.
I'm just looking back at some research because I was listening to your points before about nostalgia, and it says here, according to Google AI, that the last 2 seasons since the Premier League was formed in 92-93, we've had the highest goal scoring seasons ever in the league. So do you think that's because the quality has gotten worse? Because we're saying that, nowadays it's not the same type of football we're watching, but are we judging that on the style of play? Because I feel like we've had a lot of continental managers jump into the league and they've influenced the game. Also, we've had a lot of continental players come into the Premier League as well. A lot of younger players. We're not having as much experienced players at the moment. You've seen Chelsea, they've gone youth-centric. Do you know what I mean? Man City, they've got quite a few young players in their squad. Arsenal's average age is like 23, 24. We're not seeing as much experience. Spurs have tried to copy that model in terms of getting young players. Is that affecting the overall performance in the league? Also, managers don't like players shooting from outside of the box because of a point that Sava made earlier in terms of statistics. Expected goals are less if you shoot from outside the box. And Frank's a big lover of, he wants chances to be created if the shot is on. So he wants more favorable shots inside the box. Are we seeing a lot more data-led driven model where that's taken away from the Mavericks? Because if we're shooting from 30 yards or 25 yards, what is the likelihood that goes in a goal compared to a shot inside the box?
I think that's a solid point. I do think it's got a lot to do with the style of play these days, yeah? I mean, defenders are meant to be halfway up the pitch, like a lot further up the pitch, along with a goalkeeper now. You have to be a sweeper keeper. There's no such thing as a goal line goalkeeper anymore. You have to have some control with your feet. That's why you look at some of the old world-class goalkeepers. They wouldn't be as good these days because they weren't made to come off their line. But I think that's also got to do a lot with quality of play again. I mean, the quality of goalkeepers these days, in my opinion, is abysmal. Literally that poor. I mean, if you look at some of the goalkeepers we've had over the years, goalkeepers these days, they are nowhere near as good, even at shot stopping. And then you look at the quality of defender these days, again, it is very, very low. There's a couple of great ones out there, don't get me wrong. But if you want to go overall, I mean, like, we can talk about Virgil van Dijk all day long. But then when you look at people like, Paolo Maldini, Philip Lahm, Cafu, Puyol, Ramos, Desai, Cellini, things like that.
Nesta,
again, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? Nesta, another one. Desai, things like that. You get strike. Yeah, I said that one. Lilian Thuram and that. And you look at players like that, and you look at what goalkeepers have to come up against these days. I mean, strikers, sorry. They don't exactly have the hardest job in the world compared to what they used to have, even though they're not of the same quality as such. But again, quality of defense these days, defenders. I mean, apart from Virgil van Dijk and maybe one or two others, tell me one that even touches any of the ones that I just mentioned.
Yeah, but doesn't that make it more exciting as a entertainment, as a product? If more goals are going in, if more mistakes are happening, if games are more up and down. Do you know what I mean? Because like we went from like when Pep first came in, he was the one that kind of changed it, and he made it more methodical, more positional. more in the midfield. They build up. It's more side to side. It's like we build through the middle of the pitch as opposed to building down the sides or being direct, going into the, do you know what I'm saying? Going back to the old days, remember under Ferguson was more 4-4-2. When you looked at the wingers, it was more about the wingers getting down, going on the outside, whipping crosses in. That's why we play with 2 strikers, as opposed to now we play with 3 forwards. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to wingers. So the evolving door of football has now come full circle, because now Pep no longer wants to do tiki-taka, as Saf has already said. You're seeing Arteta playing that kind of central horseshoe football where defenders and managers, they know to block in a low block 4-4-2 or 4-5-1. You saw City play with 5 at the back to negate that kind of possession of football. Possession of football is very slow and tactical and trying to find the holes and gaps and move teams from left to right. Now we're trying to go back to the fast. You're seeing Bournemouth be direct. You know what I'm saying? You're seeing Brighton. We played against them on the weekend. Look how direct they were. We were trying to pin them back in. They quickly found the ball, you know, over the top or in between the lines into Mente, and then all of a sudden it's a transitional ball. So this game's turning them more into a transitional. We see Newcastle, Liverpool at times.
Out a question for everyone though, yeah. Then I know everyone wants to see goals, but goals was never always the only thing for me in football. I love defensive football as well. When you see that defender come in with that crunching tackle and gets it perfect, takes the striker right out in the process, gets that out of nowhere, manages to get in front of the goal. I find that just as exciting as I do someone putting it in the back of the net. I know everyone's got their own different likes to football, and a lot of people out there just want to see goals, goals, goals. But goals aren't the only thing for me. I love seeing a good, solid defence as well, that can actually pocket that striker or can get in way of it, or is willing to put his life in front of the line. So come love nor money, he's going to get in front of that ball to stop it going over there. I like that with football just as much as scoring goals, but I understand the majority of people just want to see goals, goals, and more goals.
Sorry, finish, Dan.
No, I was just going to say, does that sort of mean anything to you lot, or is it more just goals, goals, goals? Because as I say, with me, the defending I love just as much as the goal scoring.
Well, like Ash was saying, like everyone's all defensive, bloody hell, defensive formations and everything's position and whatnot. So then if everyone's camped in like a low block and all that sort of shit, you can't be taking shots from outside the box these days because everyone is so defending so deep that you don't have the space. So that's why everyone's trying to tiki-taka, unlock the defense and all these buzzwords that we use these days. Whereas maybe 20 years ago, you could see there were defenses that were maybe a little bit more open. You could see a 30-yard screamer from outside the box. I mean, we've seen Gerrard do them, Rooney, Lampard. I mean, shit, we've seen De Bruyne do them as well. When it's not working, you just blam one from outside the box. But then also with the goalkeepers now very rarely face shots from outside the box. Like very rarely do you see a shot fly in from outside the D of a penalty box and they're pulling off like some mad save or something like that. Everything is now up close. And I used to remember watching Arsenal in the 2010s or late 2000s, 2010s, and it was like Arsenal wanting to score the perfect goal. They want to walk it into the net. And even when like Liverpool play, I'm just like, take the shot, and they always have to do one extra pass to pass across and have it back and like you see opportunities as take a shot. That's not happening anymore these days, which frustrates me because you can see there's an opportunity there and they're not taking it. And then you can say, is that a symptom of the system that they're told to play? Is it the defenses that are now defending deeper maybe, or more compact, low block, all these different terms that we use? Are the keepers now just not the same as they were because they need to play with their feet now? Like everything is so up close. Like the best saves you'll see most of the time come from like inside the box and they had to like take a quick dive, quick reflexes and things like that. It's more athletic for goalkeepers now, but they always have been. But I can't remember the last time I've seen a shot fly from outside the box and the keeper's got fingertips to it.
Lack of flair, isn't it? There's lack of flair in the game now, I think is the way to put it. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Dan, I agree with you from the... It's an interesting one. It's an interesting point that Ash brings up, isn't it, about the number of goals? But for me, I look at the standard of defending now, and I think it's horrific. I look at it honestly. I look at the number of mistakes that are made game in, game out, the number of fullbacks that can't actually defend, because fullbacks now are all rated by what they do going forward. We're all guilty of it, aren't we? We're all guilty of it. the first thing we go is he gives nothing going forward. But back in the day, you had fullbacks that could defend, wingers that could all get to the byline and cross. Nowadays, it's a mixture of a lot of cutting in, a lot of high lines, a lot of different shapes and inversions. But for me, it's made defending worse. It really, really has made defending worse. How many times you see a flat back four? Like you see them in a row when they're defending. Now you've got so-and-so's up there 10 yards away playing people on. And look at our game at the weekend. You look, when Spurs lost possession, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this, but when Spurs lost possession, the back four's nowhere near each other, right? Because you've got Udogie who's flying up the wing. Van der Ven's come deep inside. Romero's playing them onside. The right fullback's in the midfield. And that's every football club now. There's no line that says, don't worry, if we lose the ball, we've got a back four that's going to defend. So, you know, when it was loads. I mean, it depends what age I want to use for me as a basis here. But if I look at that era when you had Tony Adams and you had, Sol Campbell, you had Desailly at the back, John Terry at the back, Carvalho. Yeah. You had big, strong, Martin Keown. You had every club had men. Like their first thought was defend. Now he's not really a good player in because he can't bring the ball out. You're like, okay, sure, but first and foremost, can he tackle? Does he put his head on the ball? Will he throw his body in front of the line? And that seems to have Radu Dragusin is a perfect example. Radu Dragusin and Kevin Danso are perfect examples of that. Yep. They are not playing centre-backs. They will not dribble it out. They will not break the lines like Van der Ven and Romero will. But what they will do is they'll throw their body in front of everything. They'll win every header in the air, right? They'll mark their man. Do you remember that, guys? Remember the days of marking a man? Right?
Oh, yeah.
Don't have that now. So I think it's changed massively, football.
It's an interesting point. Would you guys prefer centre-backs like that, like old school centre-backs where they can't play out from the back? Where, for example, we've got the ball, we've got possession, and you don't have a centre-back that can pass and control the ball. You just want him to like defend from the back. Would you prefer that, like to have a Danso and a Dragusin at the back as opposed to Romero and a Van der Ven? Or even Nick, would you prefer, I don't know, your centre-backs, Gomez, and I can't think of your other centre-back that fills in.
The youngster Leone at the moment now.
Leone, yeah.
We're strapped at the moment.
He's a ball-playing centre-back as well. Most teams play ball-playing centre-backs because they want to have possession of the ball. And nowadays, when you're building up, if you lose possession and your player can't build out from the back, then the other team will know to press that player. For example, I remember we had Dragusin and everyone was like, I remember we played Liverpool and Liverpool's tactic was to press Dragusin because they knew he wasn't good on the ball like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's that balance where I agree with these guys. I remember Nigel Winterburn. I remember Steve Bold. Do you know what I mean? Those type of backs. So I'm from those days as well. I'm from that era of, Adams. You know what I'm saying? I remember those LeBeuf, LeBeuf and Desailly for Chelsea. I remember those.
Yeah, Vidic, stuff like that.
Yeah, if you want to go to Man United.
I think what a lot of it is actually
Steve Bruce, at the back.
These players, centre-backs, as what they had to do as centre-backs was be centre-backs, but as all they had to usually pass was 6 or 7 yards to the left or right to get it.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, just move it around and let the midfielders do it.
And then or you'd have the midfielder come back who usually played more of a DM role to them, who could also pass the ball to the next man from there. But I think it's also style of play. And with certain players you've mentioned, they would still work perfectly fine in modern day football, but depending what formation you use. This is why I still think Spurs, their best overall team, is still with 3 at the back. I mean, you go and stick Dragusin or Danso in the middle of Romero and Van der Ven. I don't see no problem with that. But you go and stick them two next to each other, say Danso and Dragusin. In modern day, the way it works, if you want your team to be pressing forward and that, it's going to come back and bite you big time. Unless you've got someone like Van der Ven who can literally spin and run, whereas Dragusin, he isn't very, what's the word for it? I don't think he's very flexible, athletic. As he takes a whole horseshoe to turn around as such. It also comes down to how you want to play the game. And not many people do play with a 3 at the back anymore. There's only a couple of teams that really do it, or in certain situations. It is just the way football is these days. Same as a goalkeeper needs to be a sweeper keeper 9.9 times out of 10. Defenders need to be able to do so much more. It's just the way it's gone, really.
Just staying on that point, you're saying a back 3.
Mm-hmm.
Are we saying less of a high press? So you're saying more of a low block or mid block, depending, whatever. So, all right, let's just stay with that. Forget the middle low block, forget the high line, forget all of that. 3 at the back, and we're building out from the back, because that's what teams like to do nowadays. If you're building out from the back with the 3, what happens when the other team wants to press?
I'd be building from the sides.
So,
all right,
let's
my
stay
3
with
now.
that. Okay, let's stay with that. They're building from the sides. But what teams do, and I think Klopp brought this in. When Klopp, I think Poch brought it in personally. Poch was the first to do it really at Southampton. But Klopp was known for the Gegen press. Now, what was the Gegen press? It wasn't one player pressing. It was a cluster of players pressing at once, right? And when a cluster of players press and your defenders can't play out from the back and you want to play it to your fullback, are you saying the fullback is a part of the back 4 or back 3, or like how is the fullback playing? Is the fullback higher up the pitch? Is he in line with the first?
I wouldn't use out and out fullbacks. I'd use wing backs.
Okay, so you're using a wing back, right? The wing back's higher up the pitch, and your centre back of your 3, he's playing wide. What happens now if Mane goes to press? Do you know what I'm saying? A Dragushin, he's playing on the right. Easy. So what happens then? And he's followed up by another midfielder from Liverpool. Do you know what I'm saying? 2v1.
Where I've got 3 at the back,
yeah.
I've got my no-nonsense centre-back in the middle. I've got 2 players that are capability of playing it out.
Remember, you said they can't play out from the back either. They're just old-school centre-backs. Yeah, go on.
Only one of them is an old-school centre-back.
Okay.
And that's Denzel Dragusin. And then I've got 2 who can play as centre-back or can play as ball-playing defenders for when we've got the chance to use them. I've then also got 2 wing-backs. Not very good at defending, but in the worst-case situation when the press is on us, can come back and make it 5 at the back, literally 5 when needed. When we need to press, they can come forward and change it to the 3-4-2-1 formation or whatever one you want it, and they can push up and we can play from the middle, 2 behind the main striker, or play 1 behind 2 strikers, whatever. When the pressure is on you, you can just bring yourself totally back. When it comes to going forward, you've then got the option of the wing backs to go over there to also get it into the middle, or you've got the two attacking midfield centrals that can drift out wide as well, with someone pressing forward. There's loads of ways you can work around that for me. When the press is on you, you've got 5 at the back. When you're pressing forward, you still keep it solid with 3 at the back, and it works from there the way I see it. If you go for player, the only one we'd be playing slightly out of position if we played a 3-4-2-1 would be Kudos, and that's pressing him into the middle. And I think he'd be perfectly fine doing that and being able to drift out. And then we've also got Simon in the middle who can drift out and roll when he needs to, or come in, whatever. And then at the moment, the bit we're stuck on is who we have a striker. We just have, well, Mwane would probably be the choice at the minute, but if you go player for player, I still believe that is the formation that suits our team best. Now, it might not be the way everyone likes to see it, but if you want player for player to play in what they are best at, I still do think that is the most capable formation, and it works perfectly fine with PSG.
So I was going to say, I feel like we're conflating 2 different points here, because what you're talking about is Spurs, and I was talking about the 90s, the throwbacks, old school defenders.
I missed what you were saying. I was still talking about Spurs. Because
I thought we were talking about. I thought we were debating about old school defenders.
Ash, they could still pass the ball, man. Ash, these players, these old school players, they could still pass the ball. We're acting like that they couldn't even pass.
They could pass
We're acting like they won the ball and then just went, I'll move away from it. Like,
just wallop that thing up the pitch.
The point I was making is, what would you prefer? A no-nonsense old school defender that is not as good on the ball? Because some of these, I'm not saying they can't pass, but when being pressed and put under pressure, are these centre-backs? Because before it wasn't, we didn't need to have a need for a ball playing centre back. The whole point of a ball playing centre back is that when pressed, he can bring the ball out from the back and he won't hurry and he won't lose us possession. Do you understand? So that was, and that's when Dan came in with that. He was like, because the point I was trying to make, which one would you rather? Because yes, of course you want both. You would love an old school defender that could clean up, win those challenges, and then he has another centre back next to him that can play with his feet. A bit what you have with maybe a Van Dijk and Konate. Van Dijk, he's really good on the ball, but he's actually really good at defending as well. And then you've got another defender in Konate who's got maybe not as strong capabilities as Van Dijk. Do you know what I mean? You got the best of both there. But I'm taking it to the extreme in the debate.
Hasn't it gone so far that way? Hasn't it gone so far that way? Like if you look back to Rio Ferdinand was a ball playing centre half. And when did Rio Ferdinand break through? What, the late 90s? Ledley King, he was a ball playing centre half. He came. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like now we've gone so far away from what is a back four actually meant to do. And that's why when people say to me, the Premier League and it's tough, and I think the defending in this league is some of the worst in Europe. When I watch it,
it's not good.
I genuinely think the defending is poor.
Well,
I do.
You don't think that's down to like the high press or the mid blocks? What with that teams? Do you know what I'm saying? Because back then, that's the point I was making. Was there a high press when Klopp came in? The Gergen press really came into effect, and then we really saw who was a good defender and who wasn't. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not just talking about defending from the halfway line and sloppy tactics and exposing defenders for their weaknesses. I'm talking about when defenders are pressed. Was Tony Adams, was Rio Ferdinand, was Vidic even pressed the same way like we're seeing nowadays? That's the only thing I was throwing up. I am with you guys. I think the standing of defending isn't as high as it was, but I'm just throwing that caveat out there.
Sorry, just to jump in before you guys carry on. Why the underlying question that seems to be going on here is why? Why is the quality of defenders gone down? I know you could say that to the overall game. We've spoke about it earlier, Danny, about the quality, same with Sava. But the way I see it is the demand for anyone at a young age to be a footballer will never, it gets higher every year. Obviously, the population goes up, more people want to play, academies, talents, the amount of attention that football gets is huge. And the ways into football, although there's obviously such a demand that not many people will actually make it, but the ability to get talent is there. You'd think overall that the quality of footballers and therefore the quality of defenders would therefore would improve every time. So my only thought is, are defenders worse, or are defenders just playing a different way to fit these systems that have been created?
I think it's both. I think one thing you can say quickly with what Ash said, the difference, I think you can go back with quite a few teams to when you're saying, is they played with one of each. Go and take Rio Ferdinand and Vidic, for example. Rio Ferdinand was a good ball-playing defender. Vidic was a no-nonsense centre-back, hardcore centre-back, but could still come forward that little bit with Rio doing the main work there. They sort of played it with one of each. Right, you're the man that's going to put his life in front of the line. You get the ball to me, I will then get the ball to my wing backs, to forward, whatever else. Whereas these days, it just seems to be 8 times out of 10, it has to be two ball-playing defenders, which usually aren't as good as a solid no-nonsense centre-back as such. With what Dan's saying, I think it's both of it. I think it's the style of football doesn't help defenders these days in any means or manner. But I do think the quality of defender has gone down these days big time as well. I mean, you can even go back to old players that used to be able to out and out defend, but also pass that ball. Matthias Sammer, for example, in Germany, he used to play as a sweeper and he could press forward still and pass that ball and get it out to his fullbacks and then get it up the pitch and wherever he had to.
Do you think that because the way that clearly defenders are being trained, they're almost an outfield sort of midfield player in some respects? They've got to have some qualities to be able to pass the ball, pick out passes. Do you think that because of the demand to play that kind of football, there's probably way more demand for players to become midfielders, and therefore the scraps are almost left to then become defenders. Do you think that's what's going on here? That because the football teams are training them to play a lot, like, play out from the back, which maybe wasn't as common in terms of training back in the day, that because of that, if you are that good at it, you'll end up as a midfielder. If not, you do it all right, we'll put you at the back. Do you think that that's what's going on now?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more asked of players, and in these days, I think you need to be able to be more than actually good at football. You need to actually be an athlete, and I mean an athlete sort of thing. Whereas again, you go back 20, 25 years ago, you didn't have to be quite as much of an athlete for football as you do now. Obviously, you still had to have the stamina and stuff like that, but I think football is a lot more athletic now than it was. But I agree, like with the question sort of thing, in defenders, they are asked a lot more of them to what they were, and so are goalkeepers. These days, if a goalkeeper cannot come out and sort of be a defender at times, or pass that ball at least, he's not considered a good goalkeeper anymore, because literally everybody plays with a sweeper keeper who actually plays with an old school Peter Cech, who actually, because he's an old school style of keeper, who actually plays with an old school Pat Jennings or a David Seaman or whatever. Literally everybody plays with a sweeper keeper now. So goalkeepers are expected to be able to do more. Defenders are meant to be able to do more midfield role and everything as now. So I agree with what you're saying. Is where times have changed on footballs themselves, they need to be more athletes now.
I mean, for me, Lothar Matthäus was arguably the player that was always like, he was like your central defender sweeper, but this guy would just bomb forward and get you goals as well. It was like mad how he morphed into that type of player as well. Like back then, you think about it, like even like if you're a defensive midfielder, like your DM, your number 6, and all these terms you want to put behind it now, it's almost like you have to be good at defending and also passing the ball. So that's where like you get that hybrid in between. And when you're stuck for centre backs, what do? You throw your DM in there because they're more defensive minded rather than attacking. Like you still play the ball out from the back, but like what we were saying just before, like the systems have changed for these players. Like, and just to add, just thinking about it, flashbacks now, seeing Daniel Agger and Martin Skirtle play as centre back pairings. Agger was the one who would take the ball out and try and make something happen or blam one from outside the box back in the day. And Skirtle would just want to take your head off if you came near him, sort of a thing. So you've always had that yin and yang type of defenders around there. But to be an actual footballer on the ball, and I want to ask this question to Sava, because I know he'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you had a choice of having let's just say, I don't know, a Sanchez in goal or a Donnarumma, who both are crap at their feet, who would you pick?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sava,
I've
got to jump, Sava. I've got everybody. Big up everyone.
Much love, Dan. Thank you,
People
mate.
in the chat.
Yeah, Dan.
Keep donating. Hope you reach your target. Yeah. Catch you all later.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, Dan. Thank you, mate.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for the love.
Like ball playing, because we're all about playing football with your feet. And
Donnarumma.
Yeah. But like when the rule got changed where you couldn't pick up the ball anymore with the pass backs, a lot of goalkeepers became exposed, because then it's like, okay, who's actually good with their feet? And that sort of like evolves along the years.
Do you know, I think the problem we've got, Nick, and to answer your question, my answer is Donnarumma, right? So for anyone that saw me on Saeed's channel yesterday, I was like, it's always Donnarumma. The answer to that question is never going to be Robert Sanchez, ever. I'd rather Harry Kane in goal than Robert Sanchez. I think the problem is, don't you think we've gone too far the other way, Nick? Like, I think that when people say now, so-and-so is bad with their feet, I think we've gone so far the other way with this now that we want them to be brilliant with their feet. I just want someone who's competent with their feet. I just want to know that if I pass it back to the goalkeeper, can he shuffle it out his feet and play it out wide or get rid of it? Yes. I don't need them to be like Edison doing Cruyff turns. And, I don't need all that. But
I get frustrated when I see Alisson do that. Like, even in a derby, all right, he's holding onto the ball. I know you get... Don't give me that anxiety. Don't give me that moment of that 5 seconds where you got 2 players approaching you and you're trying to do something and he kicks the ball out and he gets to a player. Like, I know you're good. Just do what you need to do, man. Like, it is getting to the point where
what it is, Nick?
Has to be good at your feet. The next thing you know, they're going to be Jose Chilavert running through the middle of the pitch and taking free kicks, man.
It's all tactical, though. Like, if you deep it now, when you've got a 4-4-2, like say if you're playing with a back four, teams set up purposely with a forward three, so they outnumber the two centre backs. Or what they do is they press with four, so they might do a 2-4-4 press. So you've got two playing the centre backs, you've got four midfielders that push up, and then the wingers and the strikers or attacking midfielder, they create a four to outnumber or go man to man for your back line. So your back line is your four at the back, right? So what teams have done, or Pep had did, he brought a goalkeeper as a ball playing goalkeeper to make an extra centre back. So now when their teams press and they press with the striker or the attacking midfielder, the goalkeeper steps up, he becomes the central centre back, the two centre backs split, and now it's a back three. And so there's a numerical advantage. And then to your point, Nick, as well, maybe the tactic is, and I'm the same, and I get nervous as well. The reason why the goalkeeper puts his studs on the boot, puts his foot on the ball, is to draw the press in. So when the press is drawn, then that you can either play over it or you can, play through them, because you've got the extra man, the free man to play through that. And I think that's become a tactical, a tactic that we're seeing more prevalent, because everyone's copying each other in it in terms of tactics. They're like, oh, that's how you beat the press. That's how you, and that's what you're seeing goalkeepers play centre backs or go on.
Ash, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
I hear it.
We talk about this, like, by the way, actually, sorry, just before I do that, Ash, I've got to remember, this is a charity stream. Guys,
yes.
please, let's get those donations in. We definitely want to end tonight by 9 p.m, whenever we choose to end, over £2,000. Definitely 2,500 would be magnificent. Here's where we're at the moment, 1,156. So we're definitely, there you go, 1,181. So we are working our way up. The donations that we've not mentioned, Ben Williams, thank you very much. Ben Williams, really appreciate you, my man. Very generous. Danny, our very own Danny, has donated £20. Thank you, Dan. You're a legend, as always, even if we do have some amazing debates and rows about football. Big up to my man, Hasper, Harry Harolumbus, which is my middle name, by the way. Just so you know. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. Jim Archer, very generous indeed, Jim, you legend. Anonymous, legend, with a £50 super with a donation. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Another Anonymous with a £5. Thank you very much. Gary Officer, my man out there in New York, giving an £18 donation as well. And Chris LaPlante, thank you very much for your donation. You are all very, very much appreciated. Let's get this over 1,500 ASAP. The link is pinned. And if we can't raise money to help disabled children, what are we doing here? If we can't use our YouTube platforms for good, what are we doing here? It shouldn't just be so that we can all banter each other. Let's do something good. And that guy at the top, I'll show you this guy, top left, he's having to run marathons. Sod that. I'm well too old for that. He's running marathons, this lad. So please do.
Thanks, everyone, for donating. It means a lot.
Absolutely. And in a minute, by the way, if you do see me, I am going to be ordering, and Ash will tell me off for this because he's an absolute athlete, the lad. I am going to order myself a McDonald's in a minute. And no, I'm not sorry because I'm live. I haven't got time to go and cook. Ash, you still got the 6-pack? You still got all the packs going on?
Yeah, something down there, man. Something
man. Yeah.
Your donation
makes me feel sick. Like how in shape you are makes me feel so shit about my life. I'm like, oh,
you see the traps are popping behind the shoulders, man. The traps are popping back there. You can see.
Yeah, man. And to be fair, old Dan Babb, he was on holiday with him 2 weeks ago. You're in good shape as well, Dan. Maybe it's just me. Welcome, Stel, to the show as well. On that point, Ash, are you still on holiday, Stel?
Yeah, mate. Just starting.
Oh, you're in Cyprus now, right? You were in Greece, now you're in Cyprus.
Yeah, I got here last night. How's everyone doing? You all right? You good?
Yeah, we're all good. Yeah, Dan, this is Stel. Stel, this is Dan. I don't know. Nick, do you know Stel?
Seen him on the streams.
Yeah, Tottenham away.
Make a video about him, Nick. Make a video about him. He loves it. Make a video about him. That's what we were saying. I think it's quite ironic, though. We talk a lot lately about the goalkeeper. Everyone needs to be able to play with their feet.
Mhm.
If I actually look at most of the goalkeepers in the Premier League right now, are there many that are actually ball-playing goalkeepers?
No, but I think the tactic is that they want someone that is a bit competent. You know, you don't want someone that can only go long, because it makes you one-dimensional, and then teams can like predict how you're going to play. They know like, oh, they're going to play long. They're not going to be able to play out from the back. Let's sit off him. Equally, if they know he's bad with his feet, they know to press the keeper aggressively and force him down one side. Remember when we're playing, we've got a ball playing centre back in Romero, who I think is better on the ball than Mickey van der Ven. So what teams try to do is force Spurs down our left-hand side. I don't know if you noticed. Mickey van der Ven lately has been playing those channel balls down the flank, down the line. But if you ask Van der Ven to switch to play, you're not really going to see that. If you're asking Van der Ven to punch the ball through the lines, you're not really seeing that. But going back to the goalkeeper, I think teams are trying to find where the weakness is. Is it in the goalkeeper? Is it in the fullback? Is it in the centre back? So everything's quite tactical. Everyone's doing homework. Everyone's looking at what other weaknesses teams have. And teams, equally, they're trying to build teams with less flaws, profiles that, you know, fit the teams that when we're in possession. If Spurs want to be a more possession-based team, then we need a goalkeeper that can also not just save with his hands, but can equally play out from his feet. He can, you know, go long, but then he can play little chip balls into the flanks. He can punch it into the, you know, DM or the number 6, whatever you want to call it. So this is what teams want to do if they want to be a more possession-based team. Spurs, I don't think, are a possession-based team at the moment. We're more of a team that will, you know, differ from maybe transitional football, counter-attacking style football. But at times we can be possessional-based, because as you saw against Brighton, we had like 60%, they had 30% of the ball. So I think it's all about teams, just to round it up, they're trying to find wherever the weakness is. And that's the reason why you're seeing more ball-playing goalkeepers and more ball-playing centre-backs. And that's where football is evolving. And some people don't like it. They say it's boring. And I just think coaches are trying to be clever and trying to be smart and figure out different ways to break other teams.
Yeah. Just quickly, before I bring someone else in, I've got to go to this. I mean, big up. We've just gone to 1,436 in the space of 2 minutes, and I'm gonna show you why as well. So, absolutely crazy. First of all, thank you, Dave O'Hanlon. Really appreciate you, my man. Really appreciate that. But as
I'm back.
You can all see there, Blaine Dev, who is the most generous person on YouTube, has just whacked in £250.
Blaine, thanks so much. That is crazy. He didn't need to do that.
He is always super generous. Really appreciate you, Blaine. Thank you so much. I have just WhatsApped him as well, by the way. So thank you so much, Blaine. Really appreciate you, buddy. You're one of the good ones, man. Love you to bits. Thank you. Sorry, as you were, guys. Sorry. Just had to point that out. That was a massive donation.
Yeah. So like, if you look at it, like Hasper put up a point. Originally, we didn't want Vicario. We wanted David Rea, because we wanted to be a possession-based team under Ange Postecoglou. We wanted a ball-playing goalkeeper, and David Rea, he's really good with his feet, but also he's good at, you know, saving, doing the goalkeeper things, commanding his box, winning those balls, etc., etc. And I think with Vicario. Good shot stopper. However, we know what happened against Brighton. You know, maybe that was a one-off. Who knows? We'll see. But again, he hasn't been too bad this season from playing out from the back. But it goes back to that point. Like, you know, 90s, you had less players less goalkeepers, should I say, playing out from the back. It's needs and wants. You know, football's always evolving, it's always adapting. You didn't really need goalkeepers playing out from the back in the 90s, because, like I said before, there wasn't such an aggressive press. There wasn't 4 players pressing at once. There wasn't a forward 3. It was a 4-4-2. you'd have two players maybe pressing, or not even pressing at all. They might be more of a mid block. Do you know what I'm saying? So because the game's evolved so much. Yeah, go on, play.
Sorry, man. That's why you finished there.
No, I'm done.
I was going to say, how many mishaps do you think we've seen nowadays as opposed to in the 2000s with just goalkeepers trying to play out from the back or trying to receive a pass from their defenders out of pressure? Like, is there more or less now, do you think? Even though we have goalkeepers playing with their feet, you still see some moments where you're like, what is the goalkeeper doing? Bozo moments, rushing out of the box, thinking they're going to, like we saw Sanchez against, United for Chelsea, like, just is it just like rushing out on a whim where I need to clear this ball because I'm the last line of defense as a sweeper, or is this something that's just developed throughout the years?
I think sweeper keepers was before the keepers from playing out from the back. Personally, I think sweeper keepers came from Newer. I think Newer was a sweeper keeper. Barthez, I think Barthez. Would you say Barthez was a sweeper keeper? Would we call him a sweeper keeper or not really?
I'd say Neuer was the one who started it all again, basically.
Neuer, yeah. As a defensive keeper,
got it all started again.
Yeah, sweeping it defensive, but in terms of like playing out, like.
But yeah, so there's a difference.
Neuer was the one who started it. Yes.
Yeah, there's a difference. There's a difference. So I think the sweeper keeper came first, and then playing out from the back came afterwards. And I think that was a change.
Yeah,
a change in tactics, and it was because of the way of, I think I said before, teams were pressing. And so football had to evolve, and coaches had to come with different ideas and how to progress the ball out from the back. Remember, we never used to progress the ball at the back. We used to be direct all the time. It just used to be long ball all the way. Yep. But then we realized if you haven't got, it's a 50-50, because if you play the ball long, there's a chance that the other team could win the second ball or the third ball. Or you might not have the height and physicality in the middle to win that ball aerially. Do you know what I'm saying? And if you look at Spain, compared to like the Bundesliga in Germany and here in the Premier League, we're a lot more physical, direct. Compared to Spain, they've got a lot more shorter players. They play along the floor. So when he came along, naturally the progression was he doesn't want to risk it higher up the pitch. He would prefer having the ball, building out from the back. And that's where we saw a slower play, more build up from the back, more build up through the midfield or through the mid thirds. And that's when you saw more technical players come into the league, in my opinion. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense, man. Yeah, if you've got no, tall defenders or tall strikers, you can go route 1 hours. We're going to play on the ball, play it on the floor, because we've got players who can play with their feet. Yeah, I suppose it is all progression. I'm just thinking back, how many goalkeepers have we seen back in the day have mishaps, as opposed to now it's still happening, because not every goalkeeper is great with their feet, but now with the tactics and how football is evolving, they have to be, whether they like it or not. It's just interesting to see how they were 20 years ago as opposed to how they are now. That's how I see it.
I think also the loss of... Go on, sorry, Dan.
That's all right, man. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was going to turn it to the loss of Mavericks, because you're seeing a lot more pragmatic football. Teams want to hold on to the football. They want more possession-based football, because they see defending with the ball as opposed to defending without the ball as a problem. They would prefer to hold on to the ball. And if you have a Maverick that wants to risk it, that means there's a greater chance of a turnover, meaning that you're more likely to be transitioned on. And how many times have we said, look how much possession Spurs have or a team has, but we're not creating any chances. Do you know what I mean? Whereas the team on the transition, they're creating higher chances, higher probabilities on goal. Do you know what I mean? And so when you have a Maverick in a number 10 that doesn't defend as well, or tries things and tries to beat players, like we've seen Kudos. Kudos was a great example. He would try to risk it further higher up the pitch, but him losing the ball, or Odobert, who's not as good as maybe Kudos is, if he loses the ball, fans will slate him because he's risked it and he hasn't beaten his man. And all of a sudden, boom, we've lost the ball, we've lost the goal now. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, how much do we lean towards the Maverick taking a chance versus to just keep hold of the ball? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it
depends how good
forward. It's goalkeepers. I think you're right what you're both saying. Goalkeepers, though, they're expected to take that chance now. Whereas it used to be the older way I used to see it when it was just an out and out goal line goalkeeper. Yeah, they still used to pass it to their man. But when there was like an 80-90% chance that the pass went to their man.
Yeah.
Whereas these days, they're basically told to take that chance just as much in front of their own goal as a player up the other end of the pitch of like, right, is that pass going to go through? 40-70, no, but I'm still taking that chance. Goalkeepers are expected to do that as well now, which I think is crazy. I mean, I've still got the attitude of, yeah, okay, if you can do it, do it. But when in doubt, kick it out. Whereas goalkeepers these days, they're not really wanted to do that. And I still have the attitude, like I said, of when in doubt, kick it out. But not many goalkeepers or even defenders do that anymore. And keepers these days, with the style of play, I mean, Vicario last season was your perfect example with Ange, of whereas he was expected to take even more risk in front of his own goal on making sure that goes to a defender than one of the midfielders was expected that taking the pass to go through to a striker, one of the midfielders to another midfielder or striker. It was like the goalkeepers almost expected to take more chance in front of their own goal than they ever have been.
Yeah, a lot of onus is on the goalkeepers now as well. You look at them to start the play and start the attack and things like that. It's like, mate, you want a goalkeeper, you want a footballer, but I suppose that's the way it goes. But
can I answer this question?
I'm heading off. Peace out, everybody. It's my bedtime. Thank you for having me on. Make the donations. All good, mate. Donate as well. It's all for a good cause. Enjoy your stream. You'll probably be live by the time I wake up again, so I might catch on.
On the
stream.
We've got a good 7 hours to go. So listen, thank you very much, though, bro. I appreciate you and have fun making a video on what I know you're going to make a video on. So enjoy.
Nah. I need to relax. That's doing my head in now. I'm like, I need a detox from all that sort of stuff. Anyway, so I'm going to rest up. Peace, everybody. Like the stream. Donate. I'll see you.
Yeah. Go on, Stel. Wait. That was nearly words. There were nearly words that nearly formed a sentence. Stel, how are you? And whatever you want to say. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. No, always good. I would have come on yesterday on my own channel, but
yeah.
I had soldiers with guns pointing their weapons at my vehicle. So
good.
Bit of a diplomatic situation I got into last night. There you go. Yeah, no, it's a shame. What was that guy that just came on now? Is it Nick?
Nick, yeah.
I said, yeah. I was going to answer his question. I was at St George's Park, which is the centre of excellence for football education now in the UK, 3 years ago. And they were teaching us the new DNA of English football and the future direction they want the game to go in. And when we did the section on goalkeepers, 70% of a modern day goalkeeper is now distribution. So not playing out from the back, but distribution. So playing out from the back is part of distribution. Only 30% is catching a ball, parrying a ball and shot stopping. So the majority of a goalkeeper's duties nowadays is distributing the ball, which is why you're seeing everything that you're seeing. And it's not just the English DNA that's like that, because the English, they take 5 years to figure out what to do next after watching everyone else being successful. It's always been that way. I don't know why we're like that. It's just how we are. And the academy system's the same. Some of the academies are a bit more ahead of the game in the UK, but the modern day goalie has to be able to distribute the ball. Otherwise, they're not even going to be a goalkeeper for any football club. They won't have them. That's where we're at with it. But I will say this though, everything changes in decades. So we're just coming out of the tiki-taka phase, the obsession of pass, triangles, break through the lines, keep possession. I feel like we're now entering an era of a hybrid of counter-attacking and set pieces. Counter-attacking and set. Yeah, but with an emphasis on set pieces like long throws, corner kicks, set plays. I think that's become a bit of an emphasis as well. And you get these phases for 8-9 years, and then they begin to fade out. Then the next phase comes in, the next phase. So I just think we're in the early stages of a new phase. Mm-hmm. And this playing out from the back, it will slowly not fade out, but you'll see it decline. And it'll be more about distributing the ball long and wide. So can you throw the ball long and wide, or can you play a long kick to a player, a long pass as a goalkeeper? That's where I think it's going to go. And
You know
what
what?
Ash said about the Mavericks, how much do you put the emphasis on the Mavericks? Surely that comes down to how good the Maverick is. So if you've got Kudus and you've got Mateus Tell both in a 1v1 situation, you don't really fancy Tell to beat the man, whereas Kudus, you fancy your chances, right? So I think it's the quality of the Maverick.
Would you call it? I like the word Maverick. I always use. It's an interesting one, right? Would you class? I mean, to everyone, would you class Kudus as a Maverick or just a good winger? Is Xavi Simons a Maverick, or is he just a playmaker? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, Ginola for me was a Maverick. Ginola was this type of player was a Maverick. But
a Maverick is someone who's unorthodox. So if you had, let's say, a number 6, right? A number 6,
Right.
You expect him to break up the play, win the ball, and lay it off to the midfielders or to a player around him so they can begin an attack. If you had a number 6 that would pick up the ball, beat a man, beat another man, move into the 10, and then lay off to the strikers, that's a Maverick. It's unorthodox. That's not normal for a 6. So a Maverick is someone who plays in an unusual way for the position they normally play, and that's a Maverick.
Okay.
I think with what you said, if I understood it properly, I think that's actually quite a logical way as such to look at football. And I suppose it's not just football, it's life with things as well. Whether you want to call it fashion, whether you want to call it music, whether you want to call it football. It sort of goes round to a certain circle where it's got to its point where it can't go no further. Then it seems to go back on itself again and start coming back to another style where it goes to the point where it sort of don't go no further. And then goes to the point where slowly but surely comes back on itself of what was done many years ago. Like I said, styles of football as such, whether it's also...
Dan's on mute. No,
Is that a trainer?
Okay, good. Right in the middle of a point. I love that. We'll never know. We'll never know. Yeah, still, I do think you're right though. And Dan, let me ask you. You're in obviously big Stoke City fan. A lot of the teams you come up against, are they trying this playing out from the back all the time, or is it a little bit more route one? What's going on in the Championship?
A lot more playing out from the back. They don't do it as well as they do in the Prem. But I was only watching Stoke at home last week, not the weekend gone, the weekend before. And Birmingham City, their keeper wasn't the best with his feet. And even he was playing it out from the back and we were pressing them. And it's like the only reason he's passed it out from the back is clearly because he's been told to. It was not the place to play it out from the back. And obviously I see a lot more of these play outs from the back to go wrong because Championship, less quality, more mistakes. So I think what you see in the Championship, you just see a slight delay. It sort of trickles down from the top flight and then it comes into the Championship. But it's obviously not to the greater degree as it used to be. Like with the sort of passing football, that came in a few seasons after it was getting big in the Prem. But because the quality in the Championship isn't as good, you'll find that playing it on the ground, passing it around perfectly doesn't really suit the Championship, because if teams were doing it that well, they wouldn't be in the Championship. There tends to be a lot more long ball play, but even now I see a lot of passing football in the Championship, out from the back, playing it forward. So as you said, as we've just been saying, it is very clear that in academy football, we get a lot of lone players in the Championship. They are being trained, defenders, goalies, to play out from the back, and you can see that. So yeah, I'd say yeah.
Mate, can I say something on what you just said quickly? What you just explained, okay? Academies and clubs, they teach how to get out of that. So what you described is an all-man press. When every player's pressed man to a man, how do you get out of that? And what they teach is this. The number 9 drops to the halfway line. The players that play to the left and the right of the 9, they drop to the halfway line, but they create a 10-yard gap of where the number 9 is. And then both fullbacks push up high. So you've almost got like this U shape. And what should happen is the goalie plays a long ball to the halfway line. The 9 receives it, lays it off to either player either side, because you've now put both centre backs to the halfway line. But because you've got 3 on the halfway line, you outnumber the 2 centre backs, and then they spin it out wide to the winger, and then the players on the halfway line push up. That's how you beat the all-man press. But what happens is, and I see it all the time, goalkeepers, they don't read the play to know to play that ball, and strikers, they don't move to the halfway line quick enough, and the fullbacks don't push up. It's almost like when another team fully presses you, players either fail to read the play or fail to move into position. And I don't know why that happens, because they are taught it. I know for a fact they're all taught it. I've seen Spurs teach that to every single academy team. And I've seen the first team practice that as well when Ange was here. Obviously, it's Frank, but mate, any manager knows this. Any top manager, Frank knows this. So the club you describe, I don't know why it doesn't happen, but it happens in the Premier League as well. It's like they can't see what's going on. They know what to do. They just don't do it. It's actually quite weird why they don't do it, because they're not stupid. If I know it, they know it. Believe you me, if I know it, they know it.
Yeah. I also think there's a bit of an issue with maybe the standard in the Championship, and even getting the ball out from the feet into that position where the 9's sitting. I think that's half the problem, and why it doesn't work is having the quality to release the ball exactly where it needs to be to then create the counter attack as you're speaking of. But yeah, as I say, that kind of football is trickled into the Championship, but there will always be the long ball, the long throws, the big, that will always remain in the Championship, because where I find when there's less quality, you tend to see more long ball football.
Have you ever seen Spurs goalie Vicario when he tries and kicks it on the ground down the middle of the pitch, and it always goes wrong, right?
It usually goes off.
But what he's doing there is he's trying to beat the all-man press, but he either executes the pass wrong or he misreads the play. Vicario does it a lot. So I'm guessing the same thing happens in the Championship and other Premier League clubs.
Yeah, you tend to see, depending on the keeper, there are keepers in the Championship are a lot better with their feet than they used to be, but obviously there's still a big gap. You tend to find the top players, like goalkeepers, that are good with their feet, they're in the Prem, like if you're in English football, because it's clearly such a thing that is looked for now, that if you are good with your feet and you are good at shot stopping, you probably won't stay in the Championship for very long. Like Stoke's keeper, Victor Johansson, I think he made the most saves last season because we were fighting a relegation battle, but he was linked a few times with the Prem in the window. And I can't imagine, if we don't get top 6, top 7 playoff football, I think he probably will go next season, just purely because there's clearly talent there. But when I'm watching games, some of the goalkeeping that you see is diabolical.
Can I ask you a question on this one, guys? Right? Do you feel in modern day football, especially with goalkeepers, that they're overcoached? And it's almost like, when you're a kid, you buy those drawings and you put blue in number 6, you put yellow in number 5. There's different spaces. You put the color.
Numbers.
Yeah.
Do
Do you think it's a bit like that with football, and we're just not letting players read what's happening? I've coached you to have skill. I've coached you to have a brain. Express yourselves and just let them play the game. Because I feel a lot of clubs overcoach now. What do you think? Do you think it's almost like they're trying to force them to be robots rather than just be human beings and playing a bit of football?
It's interesting because Michael Carrick sat down with Thomas Frank and he asked that exact same question.
Really?
And it was on, it's on YouTube, but it was on TNT.
Oh, that was a great interview. That's really good, that.
Go and watch it if you can. Yeah, go and watch it if you can, because he asked
I'll send it to you still.
Yeah. And Thomas Frank actually came out and he said he knows that, actually it was Carrick actually said it. Carrick came out and he said, I was a player that didn't like too much coaching. I didn't like too much information. I want the coach to literally tell me where I need to be, and then the rest I want to figure out myself. I want to know
how
to do it myself. And then Thomas Frank was like, he finds with some players, they want to just be, they just want to get on and do it themselves. And other players, they want to be drip fed. They want to know where to be, what they should do when they receive the ball, etc. So it goes. It depends. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, literally. So it depends on the individual. It's not like one shoe fits all. It depends on the person, their personality, what type of players they like. And so he said it's about trying to understand that person and trying to understand where they're coming from, and then he can then give that information. And they were talking about, do you give the team selection the night before, or do you do it like 2 days in advance? And Thomas Frank was saying like he prefers to do it 2 days in advance, so everybody knows where they stand, and they can have that information and just can get on with it. And Michael Carrick was like, "Yeah, I prefer to know well in advance. I would hate it to know that the night before, waiting anxiously before a game and have to go to sleep. Am I in the team? Am I not?" And also when they're having those tactical conversations, it's a lot easier because everybody knows where they stand, who they need to do their jobs on, etc. So, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Like some coaches may overcoach, but it was interesting to hear what Frank talk about specifically and say, like, the way
I did it, and like I'm sure every coach manager's got their style, but I like what Frank said. If that's what he said, I really, really like that because he's making it personalized. I actually, do you know what? Respect him for that. I never thought of that. He's personalized the training. I used to do it where I'd have my non-negotiables. So these are the things you have no say. You do it because I'm the boss. Then I'd have the non-negotiables where it's express yourselves, and that's how I would do it. But I actually like what Frank's come up with. He tailors it. I like that. It's decent.
But he also, like you said, he does have the negotiables. He's got the principles. He says he's got his principles, and then obviously when it comes to the actual match game, then obviously they might study the opposition and they talk about the fine details. And that's when he would talk about individuals, like some players, he would trust them and say, look, can I trust you? Just get on with it. And other players, he'll go in a bit more detail. And then when the game's done or when they need to analyze it, they would have that sit down and say, look, they'll go through the video analysis and say, look, this is what you need to improve on. This is what I need you to bring on to next game. And he talks about OPP, is it? Or OOP, out of position play, out of possession play.
I thought that was a trap by Naughty by Nature.
Yeah, it is a trap by Naughty by Nature, my guy. Yeah, you know me. Yeah, I hear it still. But basically, he talks about what he wants from attacking players when they don't have the ball, because some of them are a little bit ill-disciplined, some of them are out of possession, and that affects the whole team. Do you know what I mean? So then that's when he'll drive into the details and where they need to be tactically, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Well, it's a good watch, bro. Watch it. Give it a watch.
I do think there is that, and sorry about that, the doorbell went, I had to get the parcel in. I do think there's that thin line with that. I do get what you're saying. You want your team organised. You want to know who you're playing against, and players want to know what they're there to do. But I do think there is that thin line, because the more you organize something, the more you plan something to be done a specific way, the more that can go wrong, is the way I see it. But you need to have that thin line of having the players planned, having your formation sorted of what you wanted them to do, but that also line of having a footballer being able to use his own brain when he has to as well, not just play, right, I've been told to do this and this, nothing more. It's now down to the man next to me to do his job, this and this, nothing more. I find if you play like that too much, a lot can also go wrong as well. If your man isn't quite there to do his job to cover the role he's meant to, that's now where, for me, a footballer needs to use his brain and cover that part if he needs to. And there is that thin line with that. Whereas if you give players a total free roll on the pitch as such, a hell of a lot can go wrong as well. So there's that thin line between the organisation, the formation, the way you want the team to play. But then I feel that players also need that certain amount of free roll as well to make their own decisions. Whereas I feel you can have too much of either as such. I think it's quite getting that percentage right as such.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. It is fine margins. Go on, Sava, sorry.
No. I was just going to say, listen, Stel, looks like you've got one of your old classmates in. Kate Miller, who, by the way, whenever Kate Miller puts in super chats, they're always in rupees. So I'm pretty sure that you didn't go to school with Stel, and I'm pretty sure you're also not on the board of directors at Tottenham Hotspur. But hey, it is what it is, and this is YouTube, and this is what we expect. Guys and girls, please do keep donating. We have gone up again, I believe. Let me just check. Yeah, we have gone up to 1461. We have got a very generous £25 donation from Anonymous as well. But guys and girls, in half an hour, we need more than 2 people donating. Otherwise, as I keep saying, it's no longer a charity stream. It's just a lot of people sitting around talking about football, which we love doing, but not for 10 hours. So please get those donations in. Even if it's £1, even if it's £2, £5, every little helps. We want to get that over the 2K mark very, very quickly. And guys, let's quicken up the conversation a bit. I want to talk about Arsenal Man City. Because Arsenal fans and the players and Arteta celebrated like they'd won the league. Every other fan base and even some of their own fans are calling them out for being cowards, saying Arteta's shit. He can't get over the line. That he wasn't brave. That Man City was there for the taking. What did you all make about that game? Because obviously it was the biggest game of the weekend, and very different styles that have been reversed in the last few years. Who would like to take it?
I'm going to go first because I leave in 5 minutes. But it's interesting because they're saying that Arsenal was the first team to make City drop into a low block. Do you know what I'm saying? But equally, you could say that Pep, what he did with his team is he knew that Arsenal were going to be at home, they were going to be in the front foot, and he's moving to a transitional base style for football. And I think Ballon had a chance. If he'd squared it to Foden, he could have punished him. It could have been 2-0. Could have been a lot worse. Do you know what I mean? And even that one-on-one chance he did have, where he didn't square, he did shoot. If he shoots across the goalkeeper, rather than shooting it to the near post or close to him, I think it's 2-0 or 2-1 as it ended up. And there's no discussion. You know what I'm saying? Arsenal would have been less points. It would have been 6 points or 7 points behind Liverpool. It would have been even more embarrassing. But yeah, this Arsenal, isn't it? You know, I think when he put Mourinho, bottle jobs, you might call him Mourinho, put a Mourinho in that side, this spoke volumes because he's more focused on, as I said, what they do without the ball as opposed to what they're doing with the ball. Because if you're going to spend 68 million on Eze, there's no reason why he shouldn't be starting for me. You're going to have to put your more creative players. Because if you think about it, they've got, and all Arsenal fans say this, they've got the best centre-back pairing in the league. In Gabriel Saliba and Gabriel and Saliba. So that's the best. So if you've got the best 2 centre-backs and you've got Rice and you've got Zubimendi, why wouldn't you then risk it with a bit more attacking, impetus, a bit more attacking flair up top? Do you know what I mean? Why wouldn't you put an Eze there? Wouldn't you even put a Wanyeri there? Why wouldn't you put another midfielder that's more attacking? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me in my head. So for me, the game was lost from the moment they picked the starting lineup. When they picked the formation, it just spoke volumes what Arteta is about and reason why they drew so many games last season and why they will continue to drop points when they should be collecting all 3. But yeah, guys, I need to bounce.
Yeah, that's man. Thank you, Ash. Appreciate it, bro.
And, I appreciate the charity, man. The big charity as well. I did some research. And I'll keep doing the good work. People keep donating. Make sure you do, you do sponsor this charity. It's a good charity, people. But yeah, big up to the panel as well. Big up the chat. Thanks for having me on, man. Love.
Thanks,
love,
Ash. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you.
I think with Arsenal, sorry.
No, go.
With Arsenal, I think the thing you can look at them is over the past few years. I mean, Spurs are Spursy. We'll always have that. We're known as the bottle jobs. But I think if you want to go by the past good few years, I think Arsenal have been the biggest bottle jobs in the Premier League when it comes down to it. They've had several chances where, I mean, I think the way they bottled that league is probably the most embarrassing or second most embarrassing way to Newcastle that anyone has ever bottled the league. And cups they've had where they've had more than enough chances to go through that line and win it and should have won it, they've bottled it as well. I mean, we're even at a point where even a team like Spurs can turn around and say, well, we've won more than you in the past 5-6 years, sort of thing. Yeah. I mean, if you want to go over life and everything, fine. But we're talking about the Arsenal team now. They've got some great players in that team. But where are the winners in that team? Where are the people that have actually won things in their careers? I mean, people say how good Saliba is. I think he's a better player than Romero. But the one thing you can turn around with Romero, and you can say Romero's not a bottle job. He turns up on finals and he wins finals. What has Saliba ever won? Sort of thing? That's a good point. When has he had to guide it?
Who is a winner? If you look at that team, who is a winner in the Arsenal team? Declan Rice won the Conference League, didn't he, as the captain of West Ham?
I think you could say Havertz has won something.
Eze won the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Could you say Zubimendi and Marino would have won Zubimendi definitely won the Euros with Spain?
But but you look at the team they had where they bottled that league completely to an embarrassment, basically. They had no winners in that team. Their manager didn't have a winning mentality to cross that line. I think their manager is basically exactly what Poch was, basically. Could get you to that line, but he wasn't that Mourinho, he wasn't that Conte, he wasn't that Klopp that can take you just over that line. And I don't think they've got that player.
Dan, he's a fraud. He's a fraud.
I mean, and having £1 billion.
But Dan, haven't this might be blasphemy to say on a Spurs channel as a Spurs fan, but for me, Arsenal have got the best squad in the league in terms of when you look at the depth that they've got. I think they've got the best squad, and I agree. I think Arteta, with that squad, there's zero excuses. There's zero.
But the thing is, I get what you're saying. The fact that the man has had £1 billion on him says it all, basically. And he still can't get him over that line when he has literally had it in the palm of his hand. When it always comes to that last crunch, that last little bit, and they've had some brilliant teams, played some excellent football and everything else, but when it always comes to that last crunch, basically, since he's been there, bar that FA Cup that he got at the very start, which they were halfway through it, if I remember correctly, he's always bottled it on that last minute. He can't seem to guide them over that line. Then players can't seem to turn up on that last sort of match that really, really matters. Yeah. I'd say squad-wise, if you go by squad and squad caliber, whatever else, I think the ones that you can put next to them are Chelsea. Chelsea have an extremely good squad, bar their bloody goalkeeper overall, and you need a good goalkeeper. I think Chelsea do.
I don't think it's anywhere near Arsenal's.
I think they've
got
improved.
There's a lot of players, but for me, they've got no out-and-out striker. Other than I think where Chelsea are very strong is the
midfield.
I think Caicedo, Enzo, Palmer. That triangle I think is very strong. Then I think they've got a lot of good young players, but Arsenal for me, you look at the weekend, right? I mean, they've got Madueke and Saka. You've got Trossard, Eze, and Martinelli that can all play on the left. You've got Odegaard and Eze that can play in the middle. Gyökeres was the top goal scoring striker in the world last year. You know, they've got eight defenders. If you look at Timber, White, Saliba, Gabriel, Mosquera, Nkapdi, kind of like I genuinely, I know Stel will let rip in a minute. I genuinely think if they had a top manager, they win the league. I do.
If they had well, look at it this way, yeah. This is the point I will give. Arsenal in the last game, 66% possession, 33% to Man City. Now, I think one thing we all agreed on is that possession to an extent is irrelevant. If you can't do nothing with it, it's irrelevant. You only need to have 15% possession. If you're the one who puts it in the back of the net, that's what matters. Just because you hang on to the ball and pass it about and run about with it and that, to me, that's totally irrelevant if you can't do nothing with it. Arsenal had 12 shots on goal. City had 5. But Arsenal only got 3 shots on target. City got 3 shots on target. So what's more relevant? Have Arsenal played better because they had 12 shots, but look how many they screwed up and only got 3 on target? Whereas City went and got 5 shots, but they got 3 on target. So their percentage of shot on target is much better as such. Clear-cut chances. They both had 2. Arsenal, 11 corners, City 2 corners. But what did Arsenal do with it? This is what I'm saying. You can have everything there, but if you bottle it and can't do nothing with it, the amount of shots you have is irrelevant. The amount of possession you have is irrelevant. The amount of corners, throw-ins, everything. Unless you can transform that into scoring those goals, it's all irrelevant. And that last game proved that. They had control of that game. They had a lot more shots, but on target, they got exactly the same as City. They got the same goals, even though they had more of everything. If you cannot do something with it at the end of... How many games last season did we have where we had all the possession but couldn't transform nothing with it? So at the end of the day, people can go on that Arsenal got this, Arsenal got that. For me, I'll put big money on the table now. They won't win that league. Their whole team is full of bottle jobs, basically, and their manager has not got what it takes to take them over a line. And I'll put a big lump of money on it now that they will not win that league. They have not got that mentality that Liverpool and City have got. They haven't got it. If they get themselves a quality manager, I think that is what they will need to get them over that line. But until they drop Arteta, they're always going to be a what if, could be, so near yet so far. But with what I just said, all their possession, all their shots on goal, it was all irrelevant. They only got 1 goal out of it. If you want to go with it, City took their chance better, didn't they?
Do you want to go, Daniel?
Well, I think I don't disagree with a lot that you've said there, to be honest. It, as a Stoke fan under the Pulis era, that was one of the main things that was always said. It's not about possession, it's about what goes in the net. So, you know, I completely agree. That's what got us into the Prem over 15, 20 years ago. It was the fact that we just made sure we got it in the net, playing horrible football, the reverse opposite to what Arsenal used to play. And maybe Arsenal are playing a bit more different football, a bit more long ball, a bit more set pieces to try and change that narrative, because it seems like they almost want the possession, but then they also want to do the set pieces and they want to do the long balls and things like that. But I think the only thing that makes me more not that I don't think they'll win the league, but based off the fact they've got the strongest squad overall, a lot of the times with all these games, you see Pep Guardiola crying about it, Klopp used to cry about it, and so on and so forth. If these players get injured or they're knackered, they've got such a strong squad that they can just swap and change, and they can almost bulletproof each game in the sense of they've got a bench that could make the first team. It's just a case of who wants to play in the system best and who is playing the best. So you might find, and it's not really as much of an issue now, but a few seasons ago, a lot of people had said Liverpool, they've got no bench. If someone gets injured, it's over for them, kind of thing. They haven't got that problem as much anymore. Liverpool haven't, but with the depth that they've got, it's more the longevity of the team than the necessarily having the best team on the day at the moment with them, because they've clearly got the talent to win the league. As you say, manager, but then also it's early in the season, isn't it? It's still really hard to draw to conclusions to who would win it. So,
but how many times have Arsenal done that?
Yeah, I agree.
Where they've had all the possession, all the shots on target, but they can't transform nothing in that.
But they are changing the game slightly, aren't they? They are slowly moving away from the possession football, like some of the teams like Man City are doing.
I think their manager is what holds them back most. I think
they're a joke.
They could get a decent manager. Go on, still.
They're an absolute joke. It's an absolute shit show. I'm sorry. Their manager is a Class A plonker. When he first went
don't hold back, right? Stel. Please don't hold back or sit on the fence. I want to know your true feelings.
Well, he used nice language.
As I eat my McDonald's, just ignore me, people.
You enjoy your McDonald's, right? That's what Arteta. If Arteta at McDonald's, he'd order a Happy Meal for kids. He's an absolute clown. when he was at Arsenal, he inherited a bit of a mess, went through a bit of a mini crisis, stabilised it, brought some players in, and then for about a year or two, they were playing some of the best football in the league, attacking, fast-paced. They were frightening to watch. And I said to myself, oh my God, I actually enjoy watching them. As a Spurs fan, I enjoy watching Arsenal. They're so good to watch. And then they bottled it towards the end of the season. Since then, he's gone pragmatic, he's gone defensive, he's gone set piece, corner taking, throw-in taking. The squad he's got now, if he went back to the football he played a few years ago, they'd be dynamite. They would be absolutely electric. They'd be as good as what Man City were under Pep. I'm telling you. Instead, he shits the bed. What he does is he goes to Anfield and he thinks, right, just don't lose. Okay, well, you lost. He then goes and plays Man City at home. And by the way, this is a Man City team that had 3 goals put past them by Brighton, 2 put past them by Spurs, and another 2 put past them by Wolverhampton. This Man City defence is vulnerable. What he should have done is said, right, we're going to go for it first half and put them to bed. If not, I've got the second half to rectify it. What does he do? He starts with 7 defensive players at home against a team that's vulnerable at the back. He's a coward. He's an absolute clown. Look, they could still win the league because at the end of the day, if Liverpool, Man City get a lot of injuries, the one club that's probably more protected from injuries right now is Arsenal. So he could win it by default on the fact that he's got a squad that can deal with injuries better. But if he continues with this nonsense of Eze on the bench, Saka on the bench, playing defensive players ahead of attacking players against teams that are vulnerable defensively, he ain't winning jack shit this season. He's winning nothing. And it's on him. It's all on him. He's spent the money. He's got the squad. He needs to go back to the football he played 2-3 years ago, which was frighteningly good, and stop being so worried about losing big games. He just needs to be brave, man. He just needs to grow a pair of balls and say, do you know what? I'd rather lose trying to win the game than not winning a game by not trying to win it. It's ridiculous, man. They're Arsenal. Let's have it right. They're Arsenal. They're not fucking, Burnley. Or if Crystal Palace can win an FA Cup just by changing manager, there's no excuse for this guy, man. And all the Arsenal fans that sit there going, be patient, give it time. This is the same shit I hear every season from them. For me, the problem at Arsenal is Arteta and nothing but Arteta. They're signing quality players. They've got a quality squad. They've spent the money. It's the manager now. It's all on the manager. No more excuses. So, yeah, he's a plonker, man. To not go for it at home against City, Spurs went for it and we went away to the Etihad. Come on, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Here's the other joke still, yeah? So near yet so far. And then it comes to that one season that City just sort of totally drop off to half the team they were and still finish third. Arsenal still go and bottle it because Liverpool jump them. That's got to hurt even more for an Arsenal supporter. Dan, they just can't cross that line.
Mate, semi-final of the Carabao Cup, and over 2 legs, they conceded 4, scored none.
Mm-hmm. They just cannot cross that line. They are the biggest bottle jobs in the Premier League at this moment in time.
Their manager hasn't got the courage to go for it. He just doesn't have the courage to go for it.
That one time that City falls apart because City have just been too good for, well, I say too good for them. Arsenal totally bottled that league and gave it to City on a plate. A lot of other teams would have still hung on to that, basically. And then the one time City go and fall to pieces, it's now Arsenal's for the taking. Liverpool say, get out of the way, boys, and they go and take the place.
They've signed a good striker, right? Gyökeres is a good striker. So what does a striker need? Service. You've got Saka, you've got Odegaard, you've got Eze. Play them all and just say, feed him. What do? They put them on the bench. And then he doesn't score and you wonder why. Mate, these are managerial decisions. The same way we criticised Ange for not ever having a defensive brain, I'm criticising Arteta for not being brave enough up front. That's my rant over.
I think you want to defend, don't you?
No, I'm not trying to defend you. What you are saying is 100% right. Seeing that starting lineup pissed me off. Not even one creative player in the midfield. We've done shit on Sunday. And I was so angry with that lineup.
12 shots, 3 on target compared to their 5 and 3 on target and everything. It's like I said, you can have all the domination and all the possession you want. If you can't do nothing with it, it's irrelevant.
And what do people expect as well when Jockers has no service? What's
agree.
he meant to do? What is he meant to do when he has no service? The guy plays off the shoulder and runs in behind the defence. He's not getting the service.
Angus, can I ask you, you almost agree with everything we say, but then get really upset in the chat when people say the things about Arsenal. What's that all about?
I'm trying to defend my club, all right, but it's hard to at times.
What? By telling lies?
You can't. When it comes down to it, Angus, you can't defend facts with opinions. When it comes down to facts are facts.
But what you're saying is 100% right. What you are saying is 100% right.
And you know what? Your fans do the same mistake our fans do. You'll go and smash Leeds United. You'll go and smash a Burnley, and you'll say, "You see, look how good we are. Look at the quality you've just smashed. Do it against the bigger clubs, and then we'll have the conversation." Our fans are just as guilty of that, by the way. Richarlison will score a banger against Burnley. He's now Thierry Henry. That's what we do. He's now Thierry Henry.
Who said this?
Sorry?
You actually said that Richarlison was like that. It was just an opinion.
Some of our fans do that. Certain players or certain results are really good against lesser opposition, and then we overhype the performance of the players, and then they go missing against a half decent team like Bournemouth. They all go missing. Hold on, Richarlison was the next. He's back now. He's Brazilian's Brazil's number 9. You know,
is the example, Angus. I mean, that goal that Richarlison scored. Don't get me wrong, that's up there for goal of the season already. I think anyone can agree with that. You're not going to see a much better goal than that. I'm saying it's up there. Yeah, I didn't already state it was the best, but it's up there for a shout of goal of the season.
Zubimendi's better. You lot crack me up, man.
But that goal, it's up there.
Where was
Zubimendi
against Man City in Liverpool? Where was he?
But
you'll
get a load of Spurs supporters already saying Richarlison's back. Watch it. He's going to smash it this year. He's going to do that. You go and look at some of our WhatsApps and whatever. You had 90% of them on there going on about our Richarlison. Yep, he's got it. We finally got him. Frank sussed him out. This and that. He's back. What do you mean he's back? He was never here. He never has been here. Bar maybe. Yeah, exactly.
He's back here. He's from is Brazil on a flight.
I
don't know.
And the only thing he's ever done is have one purple patch for us where he scored 11 in 11 games, and it took him 50 games to do that, for God's sake. He's never been here, but people will say at Spurs, because he has scored that goal, all of a sudden he's back, he's on it, he's on fire, he's going to smash it, and then he goes irrelevant again.
Dan, they listen, Spurs and Arsenal fans are the same.
We're the worst for it.
Not looking at the opposition and the quality of team you're doing it against to make a true analysis of the quality of the player. We do that often, unfortunately.
It's just being an emotional fan still. That's what it is.
Or
emotional or delusional. Emotional or delusional.
Guys, I'll come back to this.
Emotionally deluded. Emotionally deluded.
As this is a charity stream, listen, just really, really quickly. Look, guys, we are getting some donations in now. We've got up to 1666, which is absolutely brilliant. We want to get over that. We want to get to 2.5K. We desperately want to get over the 2K marker. Let me just double check. It's at 1666. We can see here since I last read out. Hermione Wright, thank you very much for the donation as well, and also Stephen Babb. I'm guessing relation to you, Dan.
It could well be. It could well be my dad. Could well
be. I'm going to take it from that is Daddy Babb, and he has put in 200 smackers. So thank you very much to everybody. Please, guys, remember, as much as we can talk football, and we are going to roast Angus for his terrible football opinions, but we are here to raise some money. So please get your wallets out, even if it's £1, even if it's a £5. I'll tell you what, if everyone thinks Lubo's absolutely deluded with every opinion he has, stick a £5 in. Stick a £5 in. Show your appreciation.
Just let everybody put a £5 in. Go on. In fact, don't stop at a £5, put a £10 in.
Yeah, don't worry.
Any donation will make a difference, guys. So Thank you.
Sad, can I just say, when I met Philly at your barbecue, it was really nice. Love Philly to bits. I've obviously made an impression on him because he, in the comments, 226, he's predicting Archie for the Ballon d'Or in a few years' time. So,
by the way, Dan Babb, Luvo is the one I was telling you about. You remember when the day we first met on holiday, and I said, "There's this guy that because Dan's a Stoke City fan, by the way." Remember I said, "There's this guy who I work with, and he does not stop waxing lyrical about Donnelly and players like that." We'll get there in a minute. We'll get there in a minute. But Angus, when are we going to be able to finally do this? When are we going to be able to finally baptise you into the way of Tottenham?
Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell.
And Arsenal lost. Find Angus. Because Angus, by the way, everybody, I love Angus. He's always in my chat. He's a good lad. But when Arsenal lose, this guy goes missing for that. Like there's posters on milk bottles and stuff. He goes missing.
They all do it. It's not just him. Mr. Post Office goes missing. Angus goes missing. And there's one other. There's one other big Stefan Zafaguna. Zafaguna goes missing.
Angus
goes missing.
Angus, I heard you were wavering a bit because you wanted to support a proper North London team, not a franchise, and a North London team that wins trophies.
Yeah, but you're an NFL team now, aren't you?
You're coming across to the blue and white side of North London, Angus?
Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance.
I do have a question, Angus. If you are a big Arsenal fan and you are in these chats a lot, why are you not in more of the Arsenal chats? Is it because you're a secret blue?
No, because some of them are delusional. I just can't listen to them. Some of them are very delusional. Like with some of the
what's your honest take on Arteta? He's been there for 6 years. He spent a ton of money. What's your honest take now?
He needs to win or leave. Simple. Win or leave.
What would you be happy with winning? Sorry.
Yes. Great question. Great question.
He has to win the Premier League, the Champions League.
Well, he's out.
That's it. Then leave. Simple.
What if you won an FA Cup?
Yeah, but Champions League.
No?
Champions League, you've never.
Champions League's a bit of a reach, I think.
Yeah, especially for Arsenal.
It's just massive.
No, but it's also Arsenal. If we're going to be totally honest, Arsenal
they got to the semi-final last year.
Yeah, they got to the semi-final.
But when it comes to Europe, this is just a fact. Arsenal are the most embarrassing team for their size in football in the universe. Compared to their club size, club structure, the amount of times they've won cups, won the league and whatever, their status in Europe of what they haven't won is absolutely pathetic to a club of that size. They are the only team that has been in the Champions League more than 20, 22, I think it was 23 times on the trot, back to back, and got one final. They are the most embarrassing, pathetic team in Europe for a club of that structure. When it comes to the league, they've performed in that. Well, not lately, but over time and everything else in that. But they are the most embarrassing team in the whole of football when it comes to Europe. So saying Champions League, you're asking too much already. But league, you should be looking at that.
You have to win. If you stayed there for 6 years,
Look at the team Wenger had, and you only got to one bloody final. You had probably the second best team in Europe at one point, and you've made it to as many finals as Spurs.
Angus, let me ask you, right? If I gave you the option to sack Arteta today and put in Jurgen Klopp for the rest of the season, would you take it?
190% I would.
Yes.
So why don't you get rid of him now? So why not just say, forget winning something this year, get rid of him now and bring in an elite manager?
Still, do you know the biggest reason? Because all the Cronkies want is top 4. That's all they want.
They spent
hang on. If all they want is top 4, why have they spent
money?
We haven't spent 1 billion.
Excuses.
Hang on. You spent 1 billion.
You've spent more than City. You've spent more than Pep. He has spent more money than Pep. What is it? You have spent 1.1 billion.
This is the reason, though. All the Cronkies want is Champions League money. That's it. They don't care about.
They're paying a lot. they're paying a lot for Champions League money, then, isn't they?
Yeah.
Because I think they've spent more than they've made.
Hold on, Angus.
That's all we want.
1 minute.
That's
1
all we
minute.
want.
Let's okay. Let's look at the logic of what you've said. Look at the talent you've signed. Gyökeres,
Yeah.
Zubamendi, Eze. You don't sign those level of players because you want top four, man. Come on.
No, you don't.
You don't do that.
But
You sign
that's the
Brennan
thing, though.
Johnson. You sign Pape Mate Sarr. You sign these kind of players.
Still,
And you get top six. And you get
up
top
to
At
six.
least they win something. At least they win something, though, still.
Up
It's
to
true,
when
it's
they
true, we have
tried,
won
up to
something,
when they
it's true.
tried to bring the Super League in, Angus, I agree with you because I felt, you know, and Arsenal fans I know all said the same. They were the same as our owners. They were there for the profit, not, you know, just to get us into, you know, without stretching, etc. But since the Super League crashed in those 2 or 3 days, Spurs sent Josh Kroenke in straight away. He worked full time there. And all of a sudden, you know, and Arsenal will take, you know, the Kroenkes are taking it really seriously. So for me, you know, the money that's been spent and the backing that Arteta's had, because he's won nothing for 5 years, and they keep pouring money. They keep pouring money into him. They've really backed him. You can't complain.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I think this is your year. If you don't win it this year, you never will. Seriously.
Yeah. I've got to interject, sorry, and please don't take this as a direct comparison, but, and you will have, and Arsenal fans, I don't watch much Arsenal TV or anything like that, but I imagine they say it. Sir Alex did take 7 years to win the league.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arteta's 5 years. You guys last won a trophy in 23, right? Community Shield.
I don't class that as an actual trophy.
Well, but still, it's a trophy, right? And under Sir Alex, he won his first trophy after 4 years. So since I'm not a Tottenham fan, but it's 4v1 against you right now. They're all Tottenham fans.
Okay,
Can I
have a chance? One thing, quick. Did Sir Alex have a chance where he was that clear at the top of the table and totally?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just adding to it to say he has had a lot of chances. He had a lot of money pumped in here,
more than Sir Alex.
But I will say, coming second and third and consistently getting so close, you can't take it away from Arsenal that they're such a massive club and they do really well. But with the amount of money that you guys have spent, you've got to be winning more than a Shield.
Yeah. You know what you said about Sir Alex, okay?
Yeah.
It took him 4 years to win a trophy, and when he won his first, he didn't stop. He then won a European trophy the year after, another domestic cup and the league. And also, he never spent nowhere near that kind of money.
No, yeah, I agree.
He developed the youngsters within the club, the famous five. So I think if Sir Alex was given that kind of money in 5 years, he would have won the league within 2 or 3 because he had the pedigree of winning major. And let's not forget, Sir Alex, he didn't just win league titles and FA Cups for Aberdeen in a 2-club league. Yeah. He beat Bayern Munich and Real Madrid with Aberdeen to win a European title. So I get the timeline of your example, but in reality,
the difference is this.
Sir Alex was a top manager before he went to United.
Yeah.
Couldn't you say though that Arteta he was under Pep and then
it's his first job.
So, but I think maybe are you saying that he shouldn't have gone straight to Arsenal then? Do you think?
No,
he should have gone to Arsenal. Straight to Arsenal without having. Let's be fair.
We can banter Arsenal, but they're a massive club. To get your first managerial job at an Arsenal
and survive. Look at the other players.
Yeah. Listen, I don't think he's a dreadful manager. I just don't think he's a top class manager. I think that if Arteta was to, if you said to me, is Arteta going to have a good career as a manager? Yeah, he will. He will, I think, float around Everton's, Aston Villa's, yada, yada, yada. Should he be, and bearing in mind, I'm happy he's Arsenal manager, right?
Yeah.
Should he be at Arsenal? No. Arsenal, let's be brutally honest, if we weren't Spurs fans, you'd all be sitting there going, Arsenal need a Klopp. Arsenal need a Luis Enrique. Not Arteta. Any of those managers win the league with that Arsenal squad.
Angus, what do you think of the team selection on Sunday for the Arsenal?
Don't even get me started on that team selection. Oh my God. When I saw that, I was fuming. Not even one creative midfielder in the midfield. Oh, God.
Do you know my biggest criticism of Arteta? It's my only criticism of Poch. He completely dismissed the domestic cups.
I know.
Yeah,
And he went for the big and went for the big trophies. And I think what Arteta's doing now is he's going for the big trophies and he's just dismissing the Carabao and FA Cup. And someone in the comments just mentioned Pep Guardiola. He won 5 Carabao Cups in a row. He put some trophies in the cabinet. You know, I think too many managers nowadays, they just go for the biggest, most shiny object, and they just dismiss domestic cups. And I think that's the trap Poch fell into in the end. And he ended up being, well, some call him a failure at Spurs. I don't, but on paper he is.
Still, were you conscious of that night when we lost on penalties?
No, I watched it on TV. It was a joke. It was a joke. Yeah.
I mean, we'll see how it'll be interesting to see how seriously Frank takes it tomorrow night with the team he puts out.
No,
it's Doncaster. We don't really need to put out a strong team.
He's just said there will be some kids on the bench, by the way, but we'll come to that later. Do you know the funny thing with the Arsenal situation? And I try and come at this. So I'm eating so many nuggets, it's unreal over here. I'm trying to come at this from a point of view of, see, Dan, I do eat. Dan Babb, I do eat. I know you didn't see me.
I didn't know if that was going to be a tough subject. Quickly, I'll just say, so Sava, all-inclusive holiday, lovely holiday, great, pretty good food. I think I saw him eat like once across the full week. But now he's come home. There's a McDonald's, and I've never seen him stop eating. You've eaten more food in this like last half an hour than you did the whole holiday.
I've still got 10 nuggets and half a cheeseburger to go, mate.
You just didn't see him eat on holiday. Every time he kept disappearing, it wasn't going to do a video. It was going to go to the local McDonald's.
I promise you, he didn't do it on the
I promise you,
I
don't eat. I'm skinny now. Anyway, if the one thing, without being like, oh, I hate Arsenal because I'm Spurs, if I try and look at it logically, where I think Arteta has failed is, I always said, I've got a slightly different view to Danny on this. I always said I understood why when Man City were in their peak, I understood Arsenal not winning the league because Man City had the much better squad, much better manager, much better players, know-how, experience. I got it. And we can banter them about bottling and all that, but I got it. What I would say, though, is in that 5 years now, Arsenal have been the one consistent. Liverpool have been like that, haven't they? It's only last year and this year, right? They've been right up there. City were right up there and then dropped down. Chelsea have been like whatever. But you guys have been the one club in the last 5 years that are there or thereabouts. And at no point do you strike. At no point, when Man City fell off a cliff last year, that shouldn't have been Liverpool, who made no signings or what? What's his name?
One,
Chiesa.
Yeah, they signed Chiesa. But that shouldn't have been Liverpool capitalising. That should have been the moment you went, right, we finished second 2 years in a row to City. City have fallen off a cliff. Right, we're there. And you didn't. This year again, I look at Arsenal and I think, yeah, great squad. And I thought for me, what you guys had to do was 2 of your first 5 games have been against Liverpool and City. And I'm thinking to myself, right, make a statement in one of those games. You played Liverpool, I thought were really poor the day they played you, right? I thought, beat them. Nope, couldn't do that. Then it's, okay, beat Man City, who are, we've never seen it before, 33% or whatever they had. Couldn't do that. And that, for me, is the difference. I think you guys are going to flat track bully Leeds, Burnley, Forest, yada, yada, yada. I don't think when it comes to those big moments, and by the way, this is the same criticism I had of Poch. When it comes to those big moments, does the manager have that ability to go, boom? Now, I know what Stel's going to say, that Arteta's got much better players and depth than what Poch had, but that was my criticism. I'll stick to it and I'll be fair with it. Does that make sense, Angus? That like
no,
you're
100% right. You're 100% right.
But Angus, 2 years ago, when you finished 2 points off City, which coincided with Saliba's injury, if you'd have had a proper centre forward then, because he's only just replaced Aubameyang, hasn't he? Pretty much. It's taken him 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And that's been, for some reason, that's been an Achilles heel. And I don't understand why Arsenal haven't bought a centre forward since Aubameyang left. I mean, you play Jesus, so that there's been others you stuck up there, and Nketiah. But you know, to win the league, you need that, that 25 year goal a year centre forward.
The players don't deliver even though, Ian. When it comes to that final crunch of a game or that run of 3 games that they need desperately, their players don't deliver either. They fold it as well. They bottle it just as much as anyone. And I think one thing Arsenal have definitely got to be wary of is certain players that have been there. If you don't win it this year and you don't change your manager, I think you're going to get certain players with a bit of a Harry Kane attitude of, let's say, it's like, I ain't going to win nothing here. I need to win something in my career. I'm going to go. Why is Saliba and Gabriel and Saka is one I think you'll hang on till the end, quite possibly.
Saliba's staying, by for him to sign a new contract.
Yeah. That's all BS to me. Yeah, sign a new contract. Fine. Exactly. And I bet you if Real Madrid comes in,
club more money, doesn't it, Dan? Yeah. It gets the selling club more money.
And I bet you if Real Madrid comes in, I bet you his head turns straight away and baked potato. See you later, mate. Signing a new contract is irrelevant. It means nothing to me because Romero's just signed a new contract. But I bet you if Atletico Madrid or Real Madrid or Bayern Munich came in for him next season, see you later, he's gone. Yeah, players aren't as sentimental as they used to be, not at all. And if you don't do something this year, and if you don't do something, get rid of that manager, I think there's easily 3 or 4 players that will turn their back and walk because they want to win something. And one thing Arsenal are not known for is being a winning team over the past 5 years with that squad they have got. You have basically been what Spurs were under Poch. We had one of the best defences, if not the best defence in Europe for nearly 2 years. Goal scoring and everything else, but we just could not get it over that line. And your team's exactly the same. So again, if you don't win it this year, or at least not win it something this year, and sack that manager if you don't, I think there's several players there that will just say, I'm going to have to go somewhere to win something in my career because it ain't happening at Arsenal.
That's right.
Can you see Saka going to
Guys,
Liverpool?
I've got to go. Good night.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
well,
Good morning,
thank you,
wherever
mate.
you live.
Cheers.
Take care.
Bye,
bro. Can anyone see Saka going to Liverpool?
In place of Salah?
No, not a chance.
Awesome. Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Angus, if I'd said to you, can anyone see Van Persie going to Man United, what would you have said?
Very true.
Van Persie's a snake. He would have done it anyway.
He's
Why is it?
Saka's an academy, man.
Saka's an academy boy. Saka's an Arsenal fan. He's from the area. Saka loves the club.
We talk about Sol Campbell. Like, do you know what I mean? He's a...
Yeah, but Sol Campbell. I don't know what you want me to say about it.
Yeah, but look at it this way, yeah. This is what I say. Players are more mercenary than they ever have been. It's very, very rare about how a player loves his club and sticks through it through thick and thin anymore, yeah. You don't see that often unless he's at a winning club. And Arsenal are not at a winning club, and maybe Saka will get that option. Liverpool can pay just as much, if not more, wages than you. They can pay the money up for it as well. And the thing they can definitely offer is we will win things. You can't offer that. You can't offer we will win things. You can only offer us we might be able to do it or we should be able to do it. If he gets a big offer off of Liverpool, if he gets a big offer of even City, if he gets a big offer of even Real Madrid, why would he actually... Do you think he'd give that up to actually stay? Do you know what? I'm just going to sit here through thick and thin and not win nothing. At the end of the day, Harry Kane walked away from us because he had to win something. Saka keeps getting called this world-class player. I don't call him world-class. I think he's very good. But he keeps getting called this great player. But not one player there will ever get rated as a quality player in history unless they go out and win something. Because that's just the way it works. I don't necessarily agree with how that should work, but that is what it is a majority of the time. And if Saka wants to get labelled as one of the top all-time wingers, he's going to have to go out and win something. He's going to have to go out and win something. Same as Kane walked away because he just wanted to win something to put it in where he had to go and win a league.
we talk about Arteta as a manager. I saw a comment in comment here a few minutes ago that Archie Gray had won more medals than Saliba. Well, if Romero goes to Barcelona or Atletico Madrid,
Can you bloody stop talking about
hang on.
Archie
No,
Gray?
hang on. Everybody's got to put another fiver in. Everyone's got to donate another fiver now, haven't they? Because Archie Gray got mentioned. But if Romero goes to Spain, Saliba might look across London and think, do you know what? They've got a proper manager over there. I'll go and join Spurs.
Not a chance in hell. It's not going to be Sol Campbell 2.0.
He's not.
Give me a solid reason then. Give me solid reason why.
Saliba's never going to join Tottenham.
Saka.
Not just once.
Oh, he's not joining Tottenham, never. But give me a solid reason why Saka would not join Liverpool, City, Real Madrid over you.
For Real Madrid, yes, I can see that. But I don't think he'd join another Premier League club. I just don't see it.
So you hope, basically.
Yeah, it's just hope.
But there's a very good chance he would do it, I think.
He might do. I don't know.
Money also talks. Money talks more than some people believe. I mean, again, it's opinionated, but I think money talks a hell of a lot. You go and give that player enough money to turn his head and also enough option, significantly more, winning something. We've seen stranger things happen.
Do you think under different managers, Saka could go up another level?
Yes. I don't think he'll ever be again, this is where I look on things different to others. For me, world class gets used too easy. For me, he will never be a world class player. He will be an extremely good player, but I don't think he's got enough to take it over to that level to world class. But that's maybe just where I look at older football as such. And the two I use as example. Go and give me Figo, go and give me Saka, then I might as well call Saka a bang average player compared to what Figo was. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? But that's where the standard of football has come down. So maybe you could say he's an extremely good player to the standard of football these days, like what a few of us on here spoke about earlier, where the standard and the levels have come down. But I think he can still go up a level and be an extremely good player. But with Arteta, he's not going to do it for you.
No,
he's just not going to do it.
Yeah. He's just, I don't know, just until we get rid of him, nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. Which is going to be bloody amazing for you lot, but for me, it's just going to be painful every bloody year.
It's so near yet so far, basically. I mean, you'd think your owners have looked at it and think we have spent over $1 billion on this dickhead now.
Yep.
And he still can't get us over that line. Like I said, if you don't win something this year or win something and get rid of Arteta, you've had it on a plate a few times now.
But what I have read is Andrea Berta told him, you better win or you're gone. So hopefully that happens. Just have to wait and see.
What would you rather do? You win a League Cup and FA Cup and he stays, or you win and he stays, or you win nothing and he goes?
Win fuck all and he leaves.
So you'd give up winning an FA Cup just to get rid of Arteta then?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because he's taking my players backwards. Look at Odegaard. He's taking him backwards. Yeah, he wasn't the best player, but he's taking him backwards. That's it.
Angus, would you play Eze instead of Odegaard as a starting number 10?
100%. 100%. I'd strip him the captaincy as well, because he's not a captain. I give it to Gabriel or I give it to Declan Rice.
Angus, could you do me a favour? Instead of giving it to them, could you give it to the people in the chat who are not donating? We have not had a donation for 42 minutes. Guys, this is a 10 hours charity stream. If we didn't have a donation every 42 minutes, it would be pointless us doing this. Can we please £1, £3, £5, something, just anything. Come on, people. We can do this. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question as well? Like, non-biased, who would you think would be the best manager for us going forward if it wasn't once we sack Arteta?
I think Ange.
Not a chance. Lubo, be realistic, right? We ain't you lot.
We are.
I reckon for your team and the players you've got, for the capability I think Arsenal have got there, but don't cross that line. I think Klopp would be your perfect man.
Yeah, but I don't think he'd manage in the Premier League again because he'd love Liverpool too much.
I've seen stranger things happen in life.
I must say
I
this.
feel like you're putting way too much importance on this whole loyalty thing. Like, you've got to remember, these people are professionals, right? This is their jobs. I remember having a conversation once with one of my mates. He's a massive Liverpool fan. He said, "Oh, we don't credit Michael Owen as one of ours now because he went to United." You're like, well, hang on. First of all, he went to Man United like 2 clubs after he left you.
Went to Stoke as well.
Exactly. Yeah, he was at Stoke legend, Michael Owen. But what made me laugh about it when he was saying this was, is he meant to turn around? Imagine the best offer that comes in for you as a professional is, hey, his agent rings him up, Michael, Man United want you. No, I'd rather go Burnley. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, why would, as a professional, you're going to turn around and go, yeah, I'm going Man United. So right now, if Jurgen Klopp got a phone call, let's say he wants to go back into management, and he gets the phone call from Arsenal, there aren't many massive jobs that come up, are there? There aren't loads and loads of massive jobs that come up. Why would he say no? Do you truly believe he would?
I just don't think he would manage in the Premier League again because he's got too much love for Liverpool. And he's already said this as well. I just don't see it. The
People
one guy
say
I
a lot of
want...
things, Angus, let me ask you a question. You're an Arsenal fan, right? You're an Arsenal
of course
fan.
I am.
If you were a
Of course I
pro
am.
footballer, right, if you were a pro footballer and Tottenham Hotspur came in and offered you 200 grand a week to sign a 5-year contract, and you're currently playing for Fulham, do you not sign for Tottenham because you support Arsenal?
No, I'll sign for you lot because you pay me the most money.
Right, isn't that my point?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, we can all say, oh, yeah, I'd never do this, I'd never do that. If I'm not wrong, there's been many instances down the years, isn't there, of people saying they'd never go there, they'd never go here. They all do.
Yeah.
Right?
Is Luis Enrique available? Because hasn't he got 1 year left in his contract at PSG?
I'd be absolutely devastated if you lot got Luis Enrique.
Because that's the guy I want. I want him.
I think you'd win it all if you had Luis Enrique.
That's why I want him. That's why I want it, and I think he take my players up levels.
He would. Philly, welcome.
Thank you. How you guys doing? I'm great, man. I'm just looking forward to raising some money for the noble charity of Caudwell Children Charity. So I thought I'd jump online, and you were talking about my favorite subject, Arteta, and I was having a mare yesterday, apparently, when I said that Arteta has a cowardly approach to the game, bringing 3 DMs from the start, when really and truly they had a creative outlet from the start, and then went defensive afterwards, after Arsenal had taken the lead, or had Arsenal had then maybe that would have been a better approach to the game. But I like being right about Arteta. 5 years in a row now, I'm doing the Booker T. 5 years in a row, he ain't winning nothing. Not even a League Cup, bro. But you want to win Champions League before you win the League Cup. So that's the essence of what is it now? Running before you walk, or learning how to run before you could walk. So I would say I'm having a very good day.
I bet you are.
So Philly, what are Arsenal capable of, but they're not capable of because of the manager? So if I remove the manager and you look at the squad and everything they've got going on, what should this Arsenal squad be capable of?
Arsenal should be competing for the league, Sava. They should be. They've got the capabilities to compete for the league. They've got strength and depth here in multiple departments here to be able to compete for the league, and favourably as well. But for me, this manager is too risk averse. He reminds me of Gareth Southgate, to be fair, and a lot of Gareth Southgate. The way that he approaches the game, is to rather than losing a game, rather than losing a game, he instead of winning a game, he'd rather not lose the game, and that's a bad mentality for me. And this is what I said to you about Southgate multiple times over the years. And by the way, I know about 3 DMs in the game, Salva. You should know this as well because I support France. And how many times have I slated my manager for having 3 DMs in the middle of the park?
Philly, hang on. When I was saying yesterday, I don't think Mikel Marino's not a DM. I'm not hearing that. Mikel Marino's not a DM, right?
Yeah, but he's not creative for himself.
Yes,
hang on. I didn't say he's creative, but Mikel Marino is. If he was such a
more
DM,
creative.
he's the one that Arsenal put forward to score goals when they didn't have a forward in that. So listen, I'm not. I agree and disagree with what you said yesterday, Philly. I agree. I think the manager should have gone more offensive, but I don't think they were defensive on the day. I thought they had all the ball, all the chances, all the possession. But what I do agree with you is if you don't have an Eze in the middle, if you don't, that bit I agree with you. When you've got the option to have an Eze in the middle or on the left or whatever you want to do, and not to do that is, I don't know if I agree with the word cowardly. I just think it's risk averse. I think is the right word. But also, I don't think Declan Rice is a DM either. I hear a lot.
No, he's an 8.
I think he's an 8. I think Zubimendi, I mean, we call him a 6, but let's be fair, he's a deep-lying playmaker. But do I agree with the midfield three put out? No, I mean, I love it as a Spurs fan. I loved seeing it. But if you're an Arsenal fan, I mean, let's be fair. Most of the Arsenal fans are now calling it for what it is. You got a few. I know, like a gal is still a huge Arteta fan, and that fair enough. That's his opinion. But I think most fans are seeing now that this Arsenal team is way too pragmatic with the talent they've got, and they have got the talent, guys. I know we hate it, but they've got a great squad.
Yeah, but for me, Sabi, yeah, he overthinks things, and it makes it too complicated for what he all he needed to do, yeah, a few years ago when they finished second, yeah, was to buy 1 or 2 players here to take them over the line. But it's like he changed his whole philosophy from that time and made them pragmatic. And this is what's costed. So in a way, yeah, he overthought the situation. And no disrespect to you, Angus, I like you to pieces, yeah. But for me, yeah, the game where I saw Arteta, yeah, and I realized he couldn't do it was a game against Tottenham, yeah, when Conte was in charge. And we won 3-0 at White Hart Lane. And I saw that game and I said, and I saw Arteta on the touchline touching his face here, rubbing his face, and it's like, I'm dumbfounded. I don't know what to do next. And from that moment, I said, he's not going to do anything there. That manager, yeah, is just too risk averse to do anything. And even last season in the Champions League final, instead of actually going out there, they were doing the Rory Delap long throws instead. And I was like, what's this? How can you do this in a high pressure game? What are you doing?
All right, we've got a great long throw specialist at Spurs.
Yeah, I see that recently too.
I love it. And look, Dan Babb grew up on this. As a Stoke fan, he grew up on the old Delap.
Rory Delap, you can thank us for that one. And now you've got Liam Delap. He plays for Chelsea now, doesn't he? I don't think he's adopted the long throw, but he's quite a tricky striker, a bit more aggressive than some.
Do you know what though? Things like the long throw. I've got nothing against a long throw or set piece clubs. But for me, that should be an extra string to your bow. It shouldn't be the bow. Do you know what I mean? I think it should be an extra string to your bow. Because
I agree.
Look at Spurs. This year, how good do we look under set pieces under Frank? I've got nothing wrong with that. But that can't be your only way of scoring goals, right? Let's move away from okay, actually, just quickly, let's go round. Where are Arsenal going to finish this season? Let's start with Dan. We'll go round to the other Dan to Dan Babb. Where are Arsenal finishing this season?
I think 3rd.
Oh, behind.
I think Liverpool will win. I'm not too fixed on who second will be. If Man City turn a corner like they're doing, I think there's room for them at second, to be honest.
Okay. All right. 3rd. Danny.
I think they're going to have a battle with 3rd place with Chelsea. I don't think they've got what it takes to win the league. I think that's Liverpool's for the taking. That if Liverpool don't win it, I'll be shocked. City, I think they're going to relatively easy enough come second place. I think Arsenal are going to actually have a bit of a battle for third place, because I think Arsenal are going to go to a stage all of a sudden where they slip that little bit further behind first place, and then that's where you're going to see whether the players have got the mentality or not to keep going with it, and I don't think they have. So I reckon third place.
Okay, so third. I'll go to Angus last, actually. Philly, where are Arsenal finishing the season? And by the way, you frauds, keep donating.
I'm going to say, you know what's that for? Go on, mate. Go on, you do it.
Yeah, since Dan's dad, we've had £10. Big up, by the way. Let's just quickly show you who that is. Oh no, I've just pressed the complete wrong screen. There we go. So if we look there, we're now on to 167. Oh, 1681. We got up a little bit. The last couple of donations are coming from Tom Kingham. Thank you very much, Tom. Very much a gentleman. Big up to Luke, my man at Spotlight on Spurs. Great channel. Don't really like Luke, but a great channel he's got there. Just kidding. Love you, Luke. And Andy Lester, again, I think that's his third donation of the day. So big up to you guys. Look, 1681. Come on, guys. Listen, there are a lot of people in here. If everyone in here right now stuck in a fiver, we'd get the $2.5 grand in 5 minutes.
Do you want me to give a segment on it again, Savage, just so any new joiners know what I'm doing it for?
Yeah. Go for it, man. Go for it.
Yeah. So anyone that hasn't been on the stream or you just joined, Sava's doing a charity stream, kindly helping support me raise some money for Caudwell Children Charity. I'm running a half marathon on Sunday, the Potters Arf in Stoke, where I'm from. Hence, being a Stoke City fan, I wouldn't have chosen that team. I'm running a half marathon on Sunday, and then I'm running the London Marathon at the end of April next year. I'm doing it for Caudwell Children Charity. They support families with disabled children and autistic children. They provide equipment, helpline support, around-the-clock advice, anything to assist families with children in need. I've not got kids myself, but, you know, my mum works directly with disabled children, and she put me in contact with the charity because she knew that I wanted to make a difference. And I've seen the work that they do. It's fantastic. £25 is enough literally just to get a wheelchair for a child. It's fantastic. So if you do have any change spare and you can donate, please do, to help me raise as much money as possible for such a great cause.
Perfect. Yeah, there we go, guys and girls. I keep saying it. If we can't dig deep to find a fiver for children with disabilities and helping them and their families, then hey, it's the cost of a coffee in London. So let's dig deep, people. Let's dig deep, and I'll put my donation in just before the show ends as well. So look, thanks, Dan. Appreciate that.
Thanks, everyone.
Philly. Sorry, mate. Sorry, I asked you a question and then stopped. Where are Arsenal finishing this season? And we're moving on to Spurs next, by the way.
I am going to say the position on the table they're going to finish is where they've made their home for the last 3 years. Second. Arsenal will finish second again. Always the bridesman and never the bride.
Second. So third, second. Lubo, I'll let you finish eating.
I think they'll win it.
Oh, Lubo.
You're more confident than me.
Lubo with another one of his biblical stinker opinions.
This is the year. This is the year for Arsenal. If you don't win it this year, I don't know when you'll win it, because your squad is all round.
Mm-hmm.
I think stronger than Liverpool, because Liverpool are a little bit short in defence.
Cool.
Yeah, but Luba, if they have an injury to Gyökeres, for example, or Gyökeres goes through a purple patch, who did they have to replace him?
Marino.
So
do you think he's reliable?
Well, he banged in a few goals last season, so he can do it. I doubt it, though, but let's see.
Lubo has gone for Arsenal to win the league title.
I think we'll win the league.
Okay. Listen, listen, I'm here for it. I feel like...
Please God, I'm wrong, sir. Hope I'm wrong. Seriously, hope I'm wrong.
I just can't believe that how much room there is at the top of that hill that you and Phil Coy share. There's just so much room for that, for those hills of opinions. Angus, are Arsenal winning the league like Lubo said, or are they going to finish third like the two Dan said?
Second.
Or second. Okay.
Under different manager, we win it, but not under this one.
I mean, it's only 5 points.
5 points is still a massive gap, though.
I know. I was being facetious.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go second. I'm going to go with third. I agree with the Liverpool, from City, from Arsenal, from Chelsea. That's my top four. I'd like to see City win it, if I'm honest, just because I'm bored of Liverpool. Don't want Arsenal.
But ain't you bored of Man City though? Because they've much.
Yeah, I'd rather Liverpool win it.
Yeah, I just don't like the fact that they were able to go out and drop 450 million in one transfer window. It kind of I'll be honest, it pisses me off. I'm jealous. But
look at the money they brought in as well, Sava. It works out that they spent a good 260 or something like that, wasn't it, with money they had come in as well.
This is pure petty jealousness from me right now, Dan. I don't mind admitting it when it is. I'm just so jealous. I see my team spend about 120 million, and I'm like, they've like quadrupled what we've spent. But
they spent more on one player than we spent on four, basically.
Exactly. But let's move our attentions to we're going to go to Man U in a bit, because Man U are always.
I've got a job. Yeah. I'll jump back on later. I'll see you later on. Take care. Yeah. Thanks, Dan. Come on, people. This is for kids. So put some money in. See you later. Bye.
We'll go to United in a little bit, because Man United are the gift that keep giving. And for so many different reasons. I mean, they were actually, let's go to Man U. Spurs, we can do Spurs always. We'll go there next. Man United are the gift that keep giving, because when I was growing up, or definitely from me being about 10 years of age, Man United were it. Man United were winning everything. It didn't matter if they didn't win the league this year, you knew they were nailed on next year. They won the cups. They bought the players. They just Fergie time, blah, 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 blah. And I will do the super chats in a second. Don't worry. And now they're always in the news for other reasons, right, guys? Like, they are, you've got a manager who is super stubborn. He said he wouldn't even change the tactics for the Pope or something along those lines, he said. You've got pundits now going, have they turned the corner because they managed to beat Chelsea after that game on the weekend? Where are you all at with Man United? Like, not just where they're going to finish in the league, but why are Man U, a club that spends so much money, that spend massive wages, have a huge stadium, one of the biggest profits in world football, why are they such a biblical mess?
The owners.
Yeah, the Glazers.
It's got to be. You can only build a mansion that's going to stay up on a solid foundation. You can put up whatever you want. The way that they keep pushing cash into it, and it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. It's got to be that at the root of it. You can't really point fingers any other way, because there's been leaders that have left, managers, you name it. Even the likes of Jose Mourinho couldn't sort out what was going on foot. So it's got to be behind it. It's surely got to be. Everyone points the finger at that, and Gary Neville even says it himself. So it's got to be right.
Yeah, I mean, Angus, is it that simple? Is it the owners? They've spent shed loads, Man United. I'm not talking about this summer. I'm talking about since Fergie's gone. They've spent and they've spent. They've had managers like Louis van Gaal. They've had managers like Jose Mourinho. None of them, they just can't get it right. The recruitment doesn't work. They've got big money, big wages. They're a mess.
The club's rotten from top to bottom, in my opinion. That's it. It's just rotten. Because ever since Ferguson left, they've just gone to absolute crap. He was the guy who was the glue. He glued everything together. And now, because he's gone, they've gone to crap.
So we're saying that Ferguson held it all together, and now.
Yep.
Couldn't you say though that that's not the case? Sorry, Lubo. Because we all know that Fergie's been in the background for a long time. I believe it was a season or two ago where that's no longer the case. Obviously, he doesn't have the decision-making power that he used to. But if he's considered to be the glue up until recently, you could argue that they wouldn't be in the state that they are.
Dan, it's no coincidence that Arsenal's big trophy winning period came to an end when David Dean left, and United's not only did Fergie leave in 2012, but David Gill left as well. So they were superb. Both teams had superb partnerships at the top with those two in each, and both of them suffered when Dean and Gill left. And that's something that we've really missed. We've really lacked having that David Dean or David Gill at our club. We really have. So it wasn't just the managers.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's definitely deep rooted for sure. But then,
what if I said, sorry, Dan, Dan. Can I just say to you? Can I say, what if Sir Alex Ferguson left a massive shadow over that club? Yeah, and every manager that's come into that club has the demand of trying to reach up to Alex Ferguson's level. By the way, no manager is going to reach the same level as Alex Ferguson because every manager is different in that aspect. But I feel like every manager basically has a rope around their neck. And every United fan, try and make the man to Alex Ferguson or try and compare them against Alex. And that's not fair for a manager for me. And the way that they recruit players for me, Man United, I don't think the players they bring in are actually for that manager as well or suit that manager in a way. Because I'm lucky enough to have watched Sporting last year and watched how Amorim plays for Sporting, and a lot of the players that he has in his system, right, are tailor-made for where he plays. So if he had someone like Gyökeres, he would actually get the best out of Gyökeres because he's used to that kind of forward. But when you're looking at the likes of Sesko, it's hit and miss because I was not a big fan of Sesko when he was in the Bundesliga, and I've watched him play in the Bundesliga. And there are a lot of players that I think they bought into that club that don't suit the manager they have at the club. That's for me. And I just feel the shadow to Alex is a massive weight on it.
Philly, can I ask you a question on that though? Because I don't disagree with you, but I'm going to just because we get some conversation. I don't necessarily disagree, but isn't the difficulty in football? When we always say so and so isn't a Thomas Frank type player, so and so isn't a Pep Guardiola player. So isn't the difficulty though that for most clubs the problem is when you sign players, you bring them in now on like 5-6 year contracts, right? Mm-hmm. Managers, the average shelf life of a manager, do you know what it is, Philly, in the Premier League? Do you know?
Yeah, it's about 18 months.
It's not even that long. It's 1 year and 4 months, right? So 1 year and 4 months. So isn't the problem that if we're always going to say that you're buying players for a particular manager, and I'm aware this is the chicken and the egg. I'm aware this is chicken and egg, right? But if we're only buying players for a manager, aren't we then in danger of, 18 months later, that manager's gone. The new manager's come in. I don't want any of these players. None of them are my types of player. Isn't that the danger when we do that?
But Savo, if you don't do that, then why hire them? If you're not going to bring the manager that suits the team that you've got, why hire the manager in the first place? This was my argument with Conte. If you haven't got the players to play Conte's system well, why bring Conte into a football club? And I can easily say the same thing with Amorim. If you're going to hire Amorim, right, you do your homework, you look and see what players actually suit his system, and you buy accordingly around it. And that's the problem for me. If you're going to bring in a manager and you're going to do your homework and you're going to look into how how they are, yeah, then you have to give them the best opportunity to succeed in it. Otherwise, you're setting them up to fail.
Philly, I agree. The reason why I said I agree and disagree is because it's chicken and egg. So let's use this for an example. Let's say Man United went out and bought. First of all, I don't think they bought what they needed. I thought they got some good forwards, but I still think that if you are going to be a 3-4-3 team, you've got to be really strong in midfield, and you need some proper wing backs, right? You need some, you know. So let's say United had gone out and bought 2 top-class wing backs, right, and a top-class midfielder who really suits that 2-man midfield in a 3-4-3. Then 6 months later, he's sacked, right? Ruben Amorim's sacked. Now, all of a sudden, you might have a new manager that comes in and goes, I've got these 2 brilliant wing backs, but I don't play wing backs. But the club's just spent £150 million on signing them. And I'm not saying one is right or wrong, but you're constantly chasing the tail. Now, what I would suggest would be the right answer to this question, maybe, would be this is where it comes down to a club having an identity and a philosophy, so that whoever the manager is that comes in, yes, there's going to be different ways of playing, but their identity and philosophy will always be similar, so that you don't go from like we did with, let's go from Antonio Conte, who wants the wing backs and defensive, to let's go to Ange Postecoglou, who is the complete opposite, right? So is it more about the clubs and their philosophies rather than the players and the manager?
I agree with that, Savo. That's the same thing with Liverpool, with Slot, coming after Klopp. He didn't even need to get players in to accommodate to Slot, because you could see the way that Slot plays is near enough on the same philosophy as someone like Klopp, isn't it? So near enough, the players that you've got that he's got to work with would suit his style of play. So I agree with that.
But that comes back to having like an Ajax type operation, doesn't it?
Well, I'll just jump in there. It's not a Premier League club, but it's certainly my club. Stoke had this issue last season where they tried to adopt that model where I don't know the correct terms, but where they have a manager, but then they have someone else in management. It's like a sporting director that buys the players and makes the decision making with the players. Yeah. And then the manager is given them to play with, so they don't have as much autonomy. And we did that. And Stoke, I think we had 3 or 4 managers last season. It was an absolute mess. A lot of people think part of the problem was that we tried to adopt that model and have a manager that doesn't get necessarily a say. They get given players, and then that's how it gets implemented. The issue with that is you need to have a good manager, but you also need a good sporting director that will actually buy the players that suits the manager. So you put in the responsibility on a separate person. That the Ajax sort of style works if the sporting director knows what the manager needs, and also, has a back and forth with them and doesn't just say, no, this is a good investment. And that's the problem. Yeah. Football's all business. They're thinking this guy's, we'll get him on a long deal. Like, look at Cole Palmer. He's got like a 10-year contract, for example. I know he wasn't bought under the sort of Ajax system, but it's a business. They're thinking this guy is a baller. Let's give him a 10-year contract, and then we'll sell him after 3 or 4, and we'll make a killing because he's still got 5 years left. It all comes down to business, doesn't it? And
no, of course. Do you know what, Dan? With Ajax, it's easy. They play a certain way of football, so the managers they bring in are suited. They're a good fit. So the manager and the sporting director are going to be on the same page pretty much 100%. Maybe not all the time.
Barcelona, the biggest example of that, Lubo. Yeah, let's be fair. No manager's going to go to Barcelona. Like they always said, Jose wouldn't have been able to rock up at Barcelona, right? Because the fans within 2 games of Jose's style would have been hanky chiefs out. No. You've got to play that way, because the academy, from the age of 4 or 5,
absolutely, the
academy all play the same way right up to the first team. Now, obviously, Barcelona modelled their academy on Stoke City. We know that, didn't they, Dan? They did model it on Stoke City, but
that's exactly what they did.
But the problem it was Cruyff, wasn't it? It was Cruyff modelling it on Ajax.
Yeah, of course. But the difficulty you've got is, imagine now, right, guys, this is for everyone. Imagine now, doesn't have to be Spurs, but imagine I go into a football club now and say, right, here's my philosophy. Right, I'm the director of football, right? I'm the owner, whoever I am. I want to implement, Stanley, stop looking for crumbs. I want to implement, right, what Barcelona do. I want my 5-year-olds right the way through to the first team to all play the same way. That means we've got to go and scout all the players that play that way. We've got to get coaches that all coach that way. We've got to get managers that, right? That's a complete rip-out operation throughout an entire football club. We're talking hundreds of staff and people, right? How long do you guys think that takes to implement, embed, and to start seeing the rewards? Because for me, that's a decade.
That's years. That's
years right now. Have football fans, Philly. That's my point, Philly. Have football fans. If somebody rocked up now, we all go, we want to plan. Someone rocks up. Yes, let's use Spurs. Someone rocks up right now. Let's say we went and got, who's the director of football everyone wants? Is it Campos, right?
Yeah, Luis Campos, yeah.
Everyone wants Campos as the director of football, right? Someone like that. Let's say he comes in and he goes, right, Spurs fans, here's what I'm going to implement. But you are not going to see the fruits of this for 6-7 years. Everyone who doesn't work in football is going to go, what? 6-7 years? But unfortunately, this is what it will take to rip up an entire football club and implement a plan. In the background, not on the pitch, in the background.
Not necessarily for the first team. To do the whole thing from ground level upwards, I agree with you. But if you've got...
But that's what I'm talking about, Luke. I'm not talking about the first team. I'm talking about
the academy.
To get it so that it all goes through, so that you've got to remember, Lubo, if you join Tottenham right now, Lubo, right? Let's say Lubo, God help me, God help us all, that Lubo is our director of football at the Spurs, right? So Lubo rocks up as the new director of football. You're going to look at how many coaches are there in the under 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. There's going to be loads, right? Loads. How many kids are there in those age groups? What, 30 in each age group? Right? You're talking hundreds of people here. Right? Now you've got to start the arduous task of, well, those coaches can't do what I need them to do. Let's get rid of them. Now I've got to go and get coaches from... This takes years. That takes years and years and years.
Right, Davo, I'm going to clap this one. You see what you just said there, yeah? Right? About taking years? Now, I'm gonna cite to Man City and Chelsea, yeah? When them owners came into those clubs, yeah, the reason they bought them top players, yeah, at that time, was to give the academy the chance to operate in the background. If you remember Dickie Birkenstein, when he came into Manchester City, right, his job was to sort out the academy, and in the meantime, they brought in the likes of Fabinho, and they brought in them players to raise that club upwards, right, to allow the academy to develop in the background when they were still competing. And it's the same with Chelsea. They brought in the likes of Lampard there, and then they let the academy grow in the background to the point there where the players that come into the academy, if they don't make it, sorry, Lubo, for this one, but if they don't make it, they have to go. And then that money is then regenerated back into the football club, yeah, and then they buy other players from it. So that both operations can happen at the same time. But for me at Tottenham, yeah, it's like one or the other. So there is no coordination.
Philly, the difference is though, if we use Man City as an example of that, and by the way, Man City are an incredibly well-run football club now. Whichever way, people could talk about the charges, whatever. They are well-run, right? The difference is what Man City were afforded to do, Philly, is they were able to come in and go, right, we can do all this in the background, but do you know what we're going to do? Immediately, we're going to buy the best players and we're going to win things, right? So what that means is we as the football fans aren't looking so much behind the scenes from season 1 or 2 or 3. It's only now that people are starting to look in and go, cool, look what Man City have done in the background. Look at the academy that the Man City owners have implemented in the last 10 years. But imagine, Philly, Man City hadn't started the way they did. Imagine the owners went, you know what, we're going to do the youth route first. And the first team's going to still be all the players they had. They wouldn't be winning things. Everyone would be complaining. Now Tiggy Birkenstein isn't rated, right? It's this is why I love football. The nuances from club to club I love it. These are great conversations to have.
I agree. I agree with you on that. I'm looking at, like I said to you, I'm looking at football differently over the last few years. But I'm looking at Man City and I'm thinking, you came into the club, you implemented what you wanted to do, you got the best players around you, you allow your academy to grow, so that the youth coming through aren't forced to have to develop because the squad itself is bad. So they've got time to develop in their own right. What more? So they've got succession planning as well as having a typical plan from the start. So it's like, yes, this is exactly what you want in football.
I agree. But it's difficult to do, right? It's very, very difficult to do. Man City's academy was never this. I don't know if anyone, I mean, who came through Man City's academy 10 years ago? You had 10 years ago. God, Joey Barton must be well old now. But you had a few that came through in those eras, Lubo, didn't you? Like Joey Barton came through. You had, do you remember Michael Johnson who came through?
Yeah, it kicked in. City's academy kicked in around 2018, didn't it? With Chelsea, because the two of them, literally for 5 or 6 years, just dominated the Youth Cup.
Yeah, they did. They did.
So, but you look at it now. And you've got, Pep's now bringing through kids, isn't he? More than ever. So his own kids, is bringing through guys he's had there for years. So it does work. It does work. I think you've got to be set up properly. You've got to the recruitment's got to be spot on, hasn't it? So, scouts have got to pick those kids and pick the special kids, like Williams Barnett, prime example. Who is tipped to go a long way. By the way, Angus, you're nodding. When you nicked off just then, was it to take the phone call from Vinite to accept a season ticket at Spurs this season?
I had to do something else.
There he is, getting baptised. There he is, baptised into the Spurs ways. And there's Luke celebrating with his Vinay Venkatesham. But yeah, so if we take this full circle then, guys, back to Man United, I look at Man United now how good was Man United's academy for years? Right? I'm looking at them now. I don't think they've got it right in the academy. They've not got it right in their scouting. They can't seem to get the managers right. They're signing big money players like Casemiro that they cannot get rid of. It just all seems a mess, right? And I think that's where you've got all these different departments in the club that are not connecting. The dots aren't connecting, are they, at United?
Well, what's his name? Van Gaal spent 200 million on Anthony, Casemiro, and Martinez 2 years ago, didn't he? Three years ago. And they won the League Cup that year, didn't they? And finished second, I think.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
I think
but I'm not even being nasty. Yeah, with the likes of Casemiro, you're going to have to take a significant loss to get rid of him. You're going to have to take a loss to get rid of him. And this is another thing that clubs are going to have to do. And Lubo, here's one for you, man. That pigeon, we're going to take a loss on him. Believe me, we're taking a big loss on him, but get rid of him. But and back to Man United again, yeah. Right, there's quite a few players in there that are going to take. Man,
when he refers to the pigeon, he's talking about Richarlison. Just in case anyone doesn't know.
Take a shit every time we say his name. I can't say his name, bro. He is too bad. But yeah, we're going to take a massive loss on him. Sorry, Angus, what are you saying?
I thought Richarlison was R9, no?
Oh, please. Not for me. Not for me. Angus, I've had 4 years of watching this man, believe me. And from day one, I did not want the man. And Savon knows this fully well, yeah. I did not want to see that man in the Spurs shirt. But unfortunately, I've been cursed. So I asked myself, what did I do in a previous life to deserve this, bro? Because I don't know what I did wrong, man. There's something I did wrong in a previous life that I bro.
Do you know what? I've been asking myself that question following Spurs for many years. Phil.
Let me ask you then. Final question on Man United then. With all that being said, and big up to my man Mark. Much love him to bits. But when we say things like this, and I don't disagree, I think Glasner's a top manager, but are we at the stage where a manager fixes United, or is this deeper?
It's deeper. It's a lot deeper.
You can only plaster a wall so many times.
I think he's a good manager.
Oh, he's a great manager. I've got no doubt he's a great manager. I don't doubt that. But are the systemic issues at Man U too deep, Lubo?
Yeah, I think his one Achilles heel is similar to Ange. He won't move off that system he plays, will he? Won't change it. So he has to.
At least it works for him.
That's right.
It works for him, right?
But when he walked into United, there was hardly a player there that suited his system. So that's an awful lot of money and an awful lot of transfer windows to bring that squad in to play the way that Amorim does. And I think if they believe in him, they'll stick with him and they'll spend a lot of money and they'll go through the pain. But ultimately, they'll get it right maybe in 2 or 3 years' time if they wait that long.
I think they'll keep him, personally. I think...
Amorim?
Yeah. I know he's not been doing very well at all, but he's actually one of my favourite managers in terms of his honesty. And I think a lot of fans, even I'm not a fan, I think a lot of people respect him for not necessarily just playing the political game of not slating players or team or anything. He's very honest. And I think some United fans need to come to the realization that they're in a new era. They're not in the Fergie days anymore. This is a new era. You just have to take it on the chin. And I think they've stuck with him a fair while. They could have sacked him at the end of last season if they wanted to. And I think they would have done it if they wanted to. Well, it's either one, that they're waiting for a new manager to come available that will do the job, or two, they're thinking, we've got to ride the wave. And I've got a feeling they're all riding the wave. I don't think if a team's in that much of a mess, or clubs in that much of a mess, and they've had manager after manager, then maybe they've gone, what happens if we just survive and we keep going and we go through it and see what comes out on the other side? I think they're going to have to give him longer because they're already a laughing stock. And I think no one really tears Man United a fresh one anymore because it's happened for that long that they've almost dropped off the radar in terms of a roasting every week. And I actually think...
Let me ask you though. So again, what I do a lot, you'll notice on my channel, I like to play devil's advocate a lot. So it might not be that I disagree with you, but I just look at the other side.
The Red Devil playing the Red Devil's advocate.
Yeah, the riding that wave. This is an interesting theory because what does that mean? When we say he's got to ride the wave, when he gets to the other side of the wave and the water's calm, what does that look like to say that he did ride the wave and he didn't get drowned and he didn't drown? What does the other side look like?
I think consistent. I think getting top 4 and consistently doing that and battling at least for the Champions League. I think that's what I class as riding the wave, and then probably ending up a bit like Arsenal. What did you say?
By the way, he's only 3 points off the top 4. By the way, everyone's going on as though he's the worst ever. He's 3 points behind us, and we're all going, "Oh my god, we're amazing again!" So
I think he'll stay. I do think he'll stay. I wouldn't be shocked if he got sacked, but I do think he'll stay.
Interesting, guys.
Yeah, but they should have a lot of commitment. Go on, Sava. I was going to say they should have a lot of commitment here when they paid $8 million to get him out of his contract as putting Lisbon in it. So that shows that how much they actually believe in that manager, right? And with Amorim, yeah, they've only got 1 game a week, so he's got time on that training ground here to actually work with those players and trying to implement something as well. Because that's the benefit of having 1 game a week for me with Amorim. Because last season, yeah, him coming in, he came in towards December last year, and he was playing 2 games a week. So he hardly had time to work with the players that he had. And for me, Man United's team here, like I said before, their team and the players that they have in their team here don't suit the way that he plays. Like you said about Casemiro, these players have to go here for Amorim to be able to do something. Because even when you look at Casemiro, the profile of the player doesn't even suit Amorim, to be fair. When you look at Amorim here, he's got midfielders here like our friend there, Morton Holman in there. who's got legs around him, yeah, and is good in that kind of midfield. But Casemiro, I'm sorry, but you might disagree with me on this, but I think he's past it, dude. I think he needs to go to somewhere like Saudi Arabia.
When he came in last year, he bought Dorgu in the January window, and this window he's bought a keeper and he's bought his front three. So he's got 5 out of 11 initially, but he probably needs 5 out of 20. There aren't many he's going to keep. You know, you keep Ahmad, you keep Bruno. There aren't too many others. You know, you think about it. There aren't Luke Shaw. You know, there aren't so many that you would that you keep there. Martinez is injured, isn't he?
Well, let's have a look then, Lubo. Look, if you look at it, right, and I think this has been the biggest example of a club having to change and doing it poorly. I mean, look, it's unheard of, right? 86 to 2013 is what's that? 27 years, 26 years, 27 years.
86 to 2013.
Yeah, 86, 27 years, right?
Yeah.
And then when you look at the sheer volume of managers since, you think one manager for 27 years, and then in the next 12 years, they've had Moyes, Giggs, Van Gaal, Mourinho, Solskjaer's 5, Carrick 6, Ragnick 7, Ten Hag's 8, Ruud for a little bit, Ruben. It can't be all of these managers are absolutely dreadful, can it? It really can't be with the amount of money they spent. There's got to be, I don't know, just something.
Who does it remind you of, Sav? Who does that remind you of?
Oh, here we go. Oh, God, we're going to talk Daniel bloody
No, I'm not. I'm just it reminds you of Tottenham, isn't it? It reminds you of Tottenham. There's no stability. If you keep changing managers, there's no stability. Pep's been there 9 years. Klopp was there 8 years. Wenger was there 20 odd years. Fergie was there 20 odd years. Arteta's been there 6 years. So you know, these clubs have got stability.
No, of course. Of course. So then it's that battle, isn't it, of stability? Well, I suppose it would fall into that category of short-term pain for long-term gain. But the problem is, I think Dan hit the nail on the head earlier. He said that, you know, the problem is, and I'm paraphrasing what you said here, Dan. I know you didn't say this word for word, but the Man United fans, it's difficult because they're so used to, especially the older fans, they're so used to unrivaled success. And when they talk now, everything is, this isn't a Man U player. This isn't a Man U manager. These results aren't good enough for Man United. Problem is that Man United's not there anymore. When you look at Man United, who looks at them every week? Every week when I was betting before, right, used to go, United at home, banker, done. Weren't you? I'll be honest, most of their away games, United, banker, right? Now I look at Man United the same way I look at Fulham, the same way I look at Bournemouth, the same way I look at Brighton. They're another team. They're just another team in and around that 6th to 13th, 14th, whatever. Do you know what I mean? And is that half the problem, that the fans are still expecting the Fergie era without Fergie?
You would probably, but you would expect United to be in that group with us, Newcastle, maybe Bournemouth this year if they keep it going, because they've got a really good front line. And you know, the way Kane and Son pulled us through when we had poor teams, their front three could do that as well. Plus,
but their front three is going to take time. Luba, their front three just bought it. They're going to take time to gel together. And so we're playing one game a week here. We'll give them the time and understanding on the training pitch. But them front three don't know each other and don't know each other's game yet. So when they do get time to gel, this is what I said to Sam about Liverpool as well. Because you can see it with Liverpool and the way they play. Yeah, them players they've bought there, they haven't gelled together, which is why it was more annoying with the way that Arsenal went there and didn't go there for the win. Because them Liverpool players here haven't gelled together yet. That's why they haven't built an understanding. That's why you can get at them defensively. Because they don't know each other yet. They don't know each other's game yet. You can see shards of it coming through here when you watched the game last week with Wirtz here and Isak, the way they had the interchange and the passing and that. But they don't understand each other yet or each other's game yet. This is why it's the time here to try and when you look at Man United, there, them front three, yes, they got Cunha, they got Embuemo, and they got Cisco, yeah. But they don't know each other yet. And Cisco's coming from another country. Cunha and Embuemo are racing up their game to go to Man United. So I'm not surprised that they haven't gelled together.
Has that three even started a game together yet?
I don't even know Southport, but they.
What's that?
Very good question.
How the Manchester Derby together?
I can't remember. I can't remember because I know Cunha, Sesko didn't start the first few games. Cunha's missed a few games through injury. I want to see that three start together with Sesko up top as the target man and Cunha and Embuemo off them. And I genuinely think when they get that, it's amazing what a strike force can do to paper over performance. So, for example, how many times, I mean, let's be fair, Harry Kane is the greatest example of this. How many times when Spurs looked awful, but Harry Kane's 30-odd goals a season mean you're always going to be up there, right? You take out that striker like Harry Kane, you're now a relic, not a relic, you know what I mean? You're now a very bang average football team with a guy that gets you 10 goals a season. So I really want to see them because I rate Embuemo and Cunha massively. Sesko, I think he's going to be one of them that needs a year. I do. I think he's going to be, I don't think he's a bad player, but he is going into a bit of a shit show. It might be different. Had he have gone to Newcastle, a bit more of a stabilised football club, manager's been there years, good performances, midfield strong, good wingers, maybe now we'd be seeing a different Sesko. But I think you're right, Philly. Those three are going to take time to get to know each other, right?
They haven't played together. Two of them have played together, but not all three.
Right.
And since Cunha got injured, Sesko came back. So
right.
It could be that this coming weekend the three play together. But when you look at United's 5 games, and yes, they're only 3 points off the top 4. First 5 games, they've lost to Arsenal at home, beaten Chelsea at home, lost to City away. So they've had 3 tough games. They've had Fulham away as well.
Hang on, so they've had 3 of the top 4.
Yep. Arsenal, Chelsea, and Man City they've had in the first 5 games, plus Fulham away.
Hang on. So are we slowly but surely making Man United favourites for the title by that reckoning? Are we
I think they also finished top 7.
Well, their next 2 games, Lubo, I can tell you this. Their next 2 games are Brentford away.
Yeah.
And
Sunderland
at home. Right? Now, if Man United are, and please bear with me, turning the corner, as people are saying, go and win those 2 games. If Man United are truly turning the corner, you've beaten Chelsea, now go and beat Brentford and beat Sunderland. 9 points from 9.
And after that, Sav, they're at Anfield and then they've got Brighton at home.
Right. So that's what I mean. But this is the thing with Man United. If I'm not wrong, somebody said, I don't know if this is true, someone in the chat will know. Apparently, they've not won back-to-back league games since Amorim's been there.
That's true.
That's a shocking stat, if true, isn't it? That is shocking.
That's nearly a year. Would you say Angus? I didn't hear that.
So, under Amorim as well, they've lost more games than they've won more games.
Yeah.
That tells you everything you need to know.
Where in 3 years' time, we all look back and go, God, do you remember how bad Amorim started? You know, maybe Man United are back. And you go, oh, he rode out the tricky games. And then we'll all be using that as a template to why you don't sack managers too soon. You never know.
Before Saturday, he'd managed United for 31 league games. How many points do you think he got?
412.
Seriously.
The same as Ant, didn't it? Same as Ant.
Same as us last season.
Right, there you go. Look, so look.
Their win percentages, Sav. He had before Saturday 31 points from 31 games.
Which is level with Spurs in the same time frame.
38.
Yeah. Level with Spurs in the same time frame. So, but look, as I said, I like Amorim and want him to do well. But I got to pot kettle black. This is what I didn't like about Ange, was the fact that he would never change. I've got to keep the same energy for other managers. If you've got a formation, like you say, like with Glasner, Glasner's 3-4-3, whatever you want to call it, wing backs, I don't care, whatever you want to call it, it works for Palace. They're 17 unbeaten, by the way. 17 games unbeaten. In that time, they've beaten Villa in an FA Cup semi-final, City in a cup final, Liverpool in a Charity Shield. They're 5 games unbeaten at the beginning of this season. So it works. My issue is with managers that have one way of playing. Don't change it when it doesn't work. Down the years, how many times you've seen City start to struggle in the league and changes up something? Honey, that year where they were really struggling and then John Stones started going into central midfield. Remember, like, he did stuff. That is going to be Ruben Amorim's downfall. If he doesn't adapt ever, that is going to be his massive downfall for me.
He has to change Bruno Fernandes. He's not on number 8. He has to put him somewhere else.
He's a 10. He's a 10, isn't he?
He's a 10.
Yeah. You just cannot play there as well. And you have to play Kobe Mainoo as well with someone, because he's probably the best midfielder, in my opinion.
Do you know the worst thing about that one? Angus, you know what the worst thing about Bruno Fernandes? I'm going to tell you this now, yeah? Right? Amorim should know Bruno Fernandes because Amorim had Bruno Fernandes at Sporting Lisbon. So you should know what kind of player he is, yeah, seeing that you've already managed him already in his career. So how is it that you're playing him in the wrong position?
And they played together as well at Portugal.
Right. So how do you not know the man's position is a 10? He's more of a 10 than an 8. The fact that he's playing in an 8 year means that he's not playing in the right position for Man United to get the best out of him for Man United. And that's a problem. I agree with Savile on this one. You can't be too rigid as a manager. You need to have some level of flexibility. And yes, Savile is right on the fact that I have to be balanced with it. This is why I went for Ange multiple times last season, and why I stopped watching Spurs here. Come October, November, I stopped watching Spurs altogether last season. I just said I can't watch anymore because it became like Groundhog Day every game. Yeah, watching the same way that Spurs get ripped open, wide open, game after game. It was like the 10 Commandments when the midfield runner was running at us. Yeah, we'd split wide open. And so a manager can't sit there on the sidelines here or look on the sidelines and see that happening and think, yeah, that's acceptable, yeah, and I have to stay by my rigid formation. No, you're gonna have to fix it up. You have to sort that out because you can't be leaking goals. And I'm a big fan of Ferguson when he says attack wins you matches, yeah, and defense wins you championships, because it is the solid defense here that allows you to be able to build a platform to go and win the game. Because you haven't got a solid defense to keep the goals out, then you're not going to win a game. And you're not going to win anything.
So wouldn't you, if you were Man United, wouldn't you do something like this? So just bear with me 1 second. Let me finish this. I'll just put, for the moment, I'll put Maguire in, but it could be, let's put Lenny Yoro in there. Lenny Yoro's a bit of pace. So if you were Man United, wouldn't you be doing something like this? Now, I'm not a manager. I'm not claiming to be better than Ruben Amorim. But when you look at that, you think you've got Bruno Fernandes. There's the first thing you will notice, right? Bruno Fernandes is actually in the 10 where he wants to be, where he scores goals, where he creates and he assists. Now, Cunha and Mbeumo don't have to be wide. I just put them there for the sake of the formation, right? But you've then got the front three of Sesko, Cunha and Mbeumo. And then you've got the two bodies doing all the work behind Fernandes. I don't understand how Man United don't adopt something like that. Like they never try something like that. Now, we can all disagree about which right back, which centre mid. I don't care about that as much. More about, doesn't that shape look like it's a lot more suited to these footballers?
That's right.
Ugarte has not performed as expected. He's not hit the heights.
No.
Sure. But has at any point any two Man United players in a formation like this been able to build a partnership? Like, the problem is when they're doing this, right? Again, ignore the players. When Man U do this right now, right? Man U do that. right? Problem is, when you're doing this and Bruno Fernandes is in there, let's just ignore the rest, right? Ignore the rest. When Bruno Fernandes is that guy in there, that's a lot of work for whoever is alongside him, because Bruno is not that guy. Let's be fair. We all wanted Bruno at Spurs for his goals, for his assists, for his creativity. If I'm not wrong, he's just scored 100 goals in 296 Man United games. From midfield, 1 in 3 is phenomenal, right? I don't want him in that position, guys. I don't want him in this 8. I bet you if you ask Bruno Fernandes where he wants to play, I bet you, I know he's going to say it for the cameras, right? But I bet you if you knew him personally and said, do you like playing in that position? He's going to say, no, I've got to do all the running, which isn't my game. I can't get on the ball and affect the game high up the pitch. And can I tell you something, guys? I don't know if people will agree with me or not. I was absolutely delighted when Amorim in the cup final, the Europa Cup final, started Bruno deeper, rather than in the number 10. I was absolutely delighted when he started in the number 8, not the number 10. Big up my man Manny.
Big up, guys. Big up. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Manny.
The designated Hotspur, you arrogant sod.
I was listening to you, Lubo, in the background, and I could hear some Ange slander. Please, no Ange slander on this platform. I'm telling you now.
That was me, Manny.
Is this a Manny raid here? Is this a bit of a coup? Charity coup here going on?
Just before we move on to Tottenham, we're going to move on to Tottenham now. Just before we do, guys and girls, it really is important that we do keep the donations coming in. We are looking to get, ideally, we want to get to 2,500 by 9 p.m. Okay, which isn't a million miles away. I'll show you. Okay, it isn't a million miles away. You'll see there that we are up to 1733, which is amazing. So thank you so much. But we can do better. We can do better. If everyone, there's 350 of you in here at the moment. If everybody just put in £2, we hit that. Is my maths good there? Yeah. If everyone just put in £2, we would get to that £2,500, right? Let's just have a quick look at the donations, see who's put them in lately. So big up to Winston Lawrence, who put some in 15 minutes ago. Big up to you, Winston. Really appreciate you, my friend. Thank you very much. Very generous. My man, Shem Tan. How you doing, Shem? I hope you're well. He's gone in as well. Thank you very much. Luke, spotlight on Spurs. Another. He's like Manny. He's another Ange sympathiser, but he has been very generous here. Thank you very much, Luke. We love you to bits, my man. Mark Taylor, very generous as well. Big up, Mark. Always been very generous to me and my channel. And Kia Horpan. Kia, much love, my man. Kia was one of the first people to win a Spurs shirt when I did a giveaway. And little did I know that Kia lived in Texas, and it cost me more to send him the shirt than it did to buy the shirt. But thank you, Kia. I really appreciate that. Loved my little trip to the post office that day. And I hope the shirt still fits. So big up to you all. Please keep.
Mark Taylor's donated another tenner 11 minutes ago as well. I don't know why it's not come up on yours. Yeah. So shout out to Mark Taylor with the double donation.
There it is. Yeah, it has as well. Big up, Mark. Thank you so much, buddy. 1743. Come on, guys. We really can. Let's kick on. Let's kick on.
I think we can do it.
Let's kick on and do this. Listen, if we can't look, we're even getting Liverpool. We're even getting the Liverpool fan channels rocking up now. Big up to my man Monts inside the place. Guys, as I said, for anyone that missed it, listen, Caudwell Children is a brilliant charity. It helps for disabled children and families with disabled children, buying them equipment, giving them all the support and unrivaled support they need to help in those situations. They've got 24/7 care for them. It's fantastic. And Dan in the top left will forget that he supports Stoke City. He's doing a brilliant thing. He's doing a half marathon, then a full marathon in support. And all we ask from you guys is maybe £1 each, £2 each would be much appreciated. So thank you very much to each and every one of you so far. Monts, welcome to the show. How you doing, bro?
I'm not too bad, man. Obviously, I saw the message, so I just thought, just bring all the people with me. Let's just
do it.
chop up with the man them and
Get the
support us.
Arsenal fans and Liverpool fans to get the wallets out.
Yes, Liverpool fans.
You know
Love
what I
it.
mean?
Listen,
I said that now, but I liked the cause. You know what I'm saying? So I just thought I'd drop in.
Nice one, mate.
You know what I'm saying?
Really appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it, Monts. And it's all right. But see, they do nice things like this at the moment. They're happy. 5 from 5. They've got, is it Ekatike or Isak? First world problems going on over there at Anfield. It's all right to be happy. You have joined us, believe it or not. I know it's a Spurs channel. We haven't talked about Spurs for hours. We were just about to talk about what are Tottenham going to achieve this year? How good are we? What league position should we be sitting? Is this a new manager bounce from Frank, or is this the real deal? Anyone can take it. Anyone can go. I don't mind.
I think you guys are way more underrated. I think everyone's like, for example, you guys are on the same points as Arsenal. No one's speaking about it. No one's speaking about it. Like, do you know what I'm saying? And it's like, cool. In the future, are Spurs are gonna be there? Is it gonna be maintained? My favorite buzzword that I've been hearing, is it sustainable? That's the one I hear 24/7. For me, Tottenham just needed to be a harder team to beat because you were too easy to beat. Now you're a much harder team to beat. Kudus is one of my favorite players. I wanted him as Salah's replacement. Everyone knows my opinions on Kudus. I think he's wonderful. I just think Frank's got to get it right in the attacking phase now. I think there's no issues really defending. Yes, the 2 goals you conceded against Brighton were scandalous, but in general, it's the 3rd goal you conceded all season for me. So, like, I look at Richarlison. He's actually got more goals. He's got 3 goals in the Premier League. I'm pretty sure a certain Gerd Müller award-winning striker, 90 million, has 3 goals. Not saying he's better than any of these guys, but there are numbers being replicated. There are players.
Can we swap him for Ekatike?
No.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to see how much you liked him.
What I'm not saying is I'm not trying to gas Spurs to the moon. What I'm saying is they're doing things, and it's just kind of going under the radar a little bit. That there'll be value in that for the players. Well, there's not really as much pressure. I don't think there's much pressure on Spurs. I feel like you guys are here, you guys enjoying it, and as long as you can stitch a few more 3 points together, you'll be there and thereabouts. Teams that, for me, are struggling to pick up points. Man City, cool, they drew with Arsenal. They were leading 1-0, but they're dropping points. They're just dropping points at times. A lot of 3 points, there's a big value in 3 points right now that people aren't really focusing on. And I just think Spurs are just kind of going about their business. Again, I don't know whether you will maintain it for too long. I just think as a rival fan looking out, and then I've watched most of your games, you've looked quite difficult to break down. You looked quite difficult to beat. And I think that's all the fan base kind of wanted after losing 17 games. Well, it's 22. The 22 game? Sorry,
22 in the league and 26 overall. Yeah. 17's a dream at the moment.
Yeah, just, you know what I'm saying? So you lot just
manager.
Yeah, the attack just needs to click. Get Xavi Simons probably back in the middle, and then see where you're at when Kulusevski gets back, and see where you're at. That's what I see.
I'm a bit torn, Sava, on my love for Ange and my hate for Nottingham Forest. So I don't know whether I want him to do well or not do well and get them relegated. But that's a conversation for another time. I agree with
Manny, just quickly. We all want Forest to get relegated because of one word, and that word is Wolfie. We all want Nottingham Forest to get relegated because of Wolfie.
That is very. I've seen his. He's very humble now. The past few days, his tune has really...
panel views are going like that.
Yeah,
mate. His views are going through the roof.
Yeah. But no, I do agree with Mont with regards to, and bearing in mind, obviously, Mont, I've been spoken to you before. I've watched you quite a few times on a few shows, but I've been an Ange supporter for the past two years, quite fervently. But there are things that you can't deny. And the fact that we are an organized team right now. We don't concede a lot of goals. Obviously, we saw what happened against Brighton. But again, going 2-0 down away from home to Brighton, normally we wouldn't come back. And I feel like that they, at the moment, when I look at Spurs, the only part of Spurs that I'm a bit unsure about is how fluid we are in the attacking positions. And people's is that me? I keep hearing something.
I can hear something.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is.
Is it me?
I'll mute one.
Maybe.
Go on, talk now, Manny.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not Philly.
Is it me?
That's a bit odd.
Hang on, let me see if it's Angus. Talk again, Manny.
Yeah. Hello, Mike. 1 2 1 2.
It's Angus. Of course, it's the Gooner. God, Quincy is infiltrating our shows.
But yeah, so
Arteta. Yeah.
I'm actually flabbergasted that I missed the Arsenal segment, but that's by the by. So yeah, I think we're a bit not as fluid as we should be in the attacking position. But one point that I made last time I was on here, Saba, is the fact that I was quite adamant that I thought that when you look at Xavi, his touch, his vision, the way he plays, he is a 10. And the chat was really adamant. No, he's not a 10, he's a 7. But when he came on against Brighton in that 10 position, he was making things tick. And the reason, and we started being fluid automatically, because what he did is he started progressing the ball. He took his man on, took one out, took two out, released the ball for a pass. And I want to see that more, because I think with him in the 10, it might alleviate the issues that we have in the 7, rather than having him in the 7 and then having Sarr in the 10 in games that we're playing against opposition that are not superior. Like, I understand if we're playing a Man City, a Liverpool, an Arsenal, etc., and have Sarr in the 10 pressing up. And I think that might solve the lack of fluidity that we have. And as a club, and this is my only point, that the last point I'm going to make is, I have seen, to me, Frank has showed me very, very clearly that with teams that are newly promoted and are not doing well, like your West Ham, shout out Dan, Lawless, your Burnley, he is able to dispatch them quite easily. And when we play bigger teams like your Man City, like your PSG, we can go toe to toe because of how solid we are. The barometer that I would use or the yardstick that I would use to judge Frank is against the games like Bournemouth, against the games like the teams like Brighton, because those are the floating teams that are not rubbish, that they're mid-table but pushing up. And those are the teams that we need to be able to show character against. And against Brighton, we've done that, in the first step. So far, so good.
Can I just ask, whoever wants to take this, both people who have spoken so far, both Monts and Manny, have both mentioned about Spurs getting better in the attacking phases. And I think we all agree on that. Even though we're the league's second top goal scorers, I think we all agree on that. But is that something he can do, or is this a personnel issue?
Bit of both. We all know
our situation, and we all know how bad our forwards are. So I'm just
I'll take it from here, Sava, because Lubo, you tried to steal from me yesterday. I saw it, brother. Don't try this one, It's 3-5-2, because the 3-5-2 brings out the players that we've got in the team, right? If you play with wing backs push up, that means that you can actually alleviate the stress of having a no left winger, because the wing back becomes a left winger, which is what I tried to say on Saturday on the 2 Mark show. Now, the problem with Tottenham is I don't trust the pigeon one bit. I don't trust Solanke one bit. I call Solanke Chesney Hawks because he's only a 1-season wonder. I don't rate him as a forward. I don't Mawani. I've watched him multiple times for my country because I'm a France supporter, as you know. I don't rate him as a forward. And I'm looking at the way that we play, and even if we had Xavi Simons creating opportunities for him, I'm not convinced that they don't look like they're going to score. Every time I look at them, they don't look like they're going to score. I'm actually guaranteeing they miss more times than they actually score. That's how bad they are up front. And I'm looking and thinking, what is the point in creating any opportunities for you when you're just going to waste them anyway? And that's my problem with the forwards that we currently have right now. And that's not on Thomas Frank, because Thomas Frank could set you up to do everything. But if the players aren't good enough to come in and do the job that they're supposed to do, then what is he supposed to do about it? Because there's nothing he can do about it for me.
No, but he's doing a bloody good job when you consider we've scored 10 goals in the first 5 games with no strike force. How good's that?
Well, it's Daniel Levy's fault, isn't it, Lubo?
I think it's the manager's fault for rotating.
Nick, you're following Brazilian football now, aren't you?
Hang on. I'm coming in with fire. What are we saying about Florian Wirtz? Massive flop, no?
Hang on. Just so everyone knows why you love Brazilians, let me just do this quickly. There we go. There you are, Nick. There you are. You and your boy.
And the third bit of controversy. I said it last night and I saw you put it up. Hakimi gets into the Ballon d'Or top 10 and Emerson Royale's not there. What is going on in this world? That's 3 massive.
Emerson Royale won a trophy last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He won a trophy for AC Milan. I've never seen such a shit player play for Brazil, Barcelona, and AC Milan. My mind blows. It gives me hope that at the age of 42, I've still got a call up in me. I've got it in me somewhere to play for someone.
Mate, you need his agent. His agent, his agent's a miracle worker.
Yeah, mate, his agent is brilliant. But guys, if I was to show you this, right? If I was to show you this, would I be that far off saying this is the best Spurs 11 that we've got at the moment? Would I be the goalkeeper is Vicario, by the way? Would I be a million miles away? We can give or take in some positions.
I'd swap Odegaard with Brennan Johnson.
You would,
mate. Sam, I'd have you play on the left. Sam, the left option is so bad. Yeah, I would have you play on the left, Rubai, because that left option is null and void to me, man. This is what Kudus gets doubled up on.
What's going on with Jed Spence? Where's Jed? Where's Jed Spence?
Exactly, Mons. Well, Porro has been awful. Let's not hold it up.
Hang on. I'm going with the theory. By the way, this is just loosely, right? I'm going with a theory that Pedro Porro, I don't think's missed a game since about the age of 1. Like, that boy just plays and plays and plays and plays. And I've got a feeling that the difficulty we've got with leaving Udogie out now is Spence is by far and away, for me, the best defensive fullback that we've got. Would everyone agree with me on that? I think defensively, Jed Spence, he'll put fullbacks in his pocket. Problem is, you lose because he's the right footer playing on the left. You don't have any of that overlapping on the left-hand side. So what ends up happening is Spurs don't really have, because we've got no real proper quality left winger anyway, we don't have any balance on the left. And I think Udogie's going to be needed to give you that width. Now, if you had a proper left winger, I'm talking about if we had signed Savio, if we had signed Lookman, if we had signed Malik Fofana from Lyon, right? I think then it doesn't matter. But right now, if you've got the left winger that isn't really a winger, and you've got Jed Spence, who's not really a left back, your left side has got no width to get down the channels, has it? And then what happens is, we've all seen this, all the Spurs fans will agree with me, the teams realise that Kudus becomes your one and only outlet, and they start doubling and trebling up on Mohamed Kudus.
Yeah.
Throw that out
there. And here's another question. Sorry, Monty. Here's another question for you, yeah? Right. When will Kudus start getting frustrated every time he keeps getting doubled up in matches? That frustration level for him will grow in each and every game, because he's going to realise here that he's not going to get the freedom to be able to express himself because he's going to be doubled up on. So he's going to get frustrated that every pass he has will just keep going back, because he can't interchange with he can't interchange with any player. I watched the Luton game, the pre-season game, and I watched him make a chance. He passed with Tell, and it was nothing back. And you're just thinking, mate, that's only a matter of time before you start realizing, saying, I've had enough. I can't be bothered to do anymore. Well, I'm putting all the effort in, and I'm not getting anything back from any of my teammates. So why am I putting all that effort in? It makes no sense whatsoever. So he shouldn't get frustrated for me.
I think that's why I opted for Brennan Johnson just because for me, his job isn't to be this eccentric winger, because he's not this eccentric winger. You need someone who's just going to be on the end of things. And sometimes when you play left wing or not up front, everyone's facing one way. Because let's be honest, you guys are deferring to the right quite a lot. Everyone's facing one way. Back post Brennan. I don't know if you guys call him that anymore. Feel like you.
No, we call him Johnson again. Ole ole.
But you got to get back post Brennan. Just he has an eye for goal. And until you go and sign more guys who have the eye for goal and can actually play football, then for now, you got to make do with what you got. I think Udogie was a good defender a couple of years ago. He still can be. I know it's the injuries, but Jed Spence, for me, has to be in your 11. The goal, the first, was it Brighton's first goal? Udogie sleeping, and I think it was Van der Beek. Was it Romero? Who was the left centre back at the time? Who was the left centre back?
Van der Ven was the left, but Romero's the one that played them on.
Yeah, he played them. Yeah, but it was obviously on Udogie's side as well. I just think your team, you can't be rotating. You can't rotate away from Brighton the way he rotated, in my opinion. And if you're talking about just that front three, I think Brennan has to be there just from goal threats. He doesn't have to play the whole game. He doesn't don't play him. Don't play him for the whole game.
Do you know the problem? Do you know the problem? The problem is when we play Brennan Johnson, it's one of those. If he grabs a goal, we all go, there you go. That is why Brennan Johnson plays. If he doesn't grab a goal, Mons, it is.
Yeah,
like
it's an eyesore. It's an eyesore.
It's like playing with 10 men. Honestly, he is. It's tough, but he's also, he won us a European trophy, so he's always going to have a place.
You need those guys in and around the squad. I'm not talking about no starter. I'm not talking about no talisman, nothing like that. But like, I look at some of the.
Would you go with that, Mons? Is that what you would go with as an 11?
Yeah, I'd have Jed Spence left back, but yeah, this is the 11 I'd do. I think, yeah, and you know what? I've been impressed with Sarr as well, but I think Bentancur technically is one of your more all-rounder type of midfielders. I just think Sarr has made you guys a nightmare to play against. He's made you guys a nightmare, not because he's dropping the shoulder and no look pass around the corner, and not necessarily that. He's the all-action guy that has just kind of refined his game a bit more.
He's just pressing everywhere.
Yeah, and you need that in your midfield. It just depends how, like, again, we have Szoboszlai, who's the all-action guy. You need to have the all-action, the cardio merchant. But if they have a little bit of technique to go with it, it goes a long way. And Sarr's actually getting involved in some of the GA now, so you can see he's getting a bit further up. He sometimes had to ghost in. Sarr was in that one of my players that I've been most impressed with so far. Like from game week 1 to 3, I was looking at Sarr going, is it Frank or is Sarr just, he has that in him? I don't know which one it is, but for me, balance-wise, Sarr with the legs and Paulinho reading the game, I think that's a good. But I think Bentancur also, if you want to talk about dictating the game, dictating the flow of the game, that's a selection headache for the manager, because Paulinho has to play. He plays. There's no
exactly in this.
There's no debate. He has to play.
Two things.
Are you sure, Mons? Are you sure Archie Gray doesn't have to play?
Hang on, Manny.
Hang on, Manny. Lubo's about to come in with one of his biblical stinkers. Don't worry. Let's see what he's got to say. Go on, Lubo.
Firstly, you could, with Paulinho, you could play any one of Bentancur, Sarr or Bergvall on the left wing. Instead of wasting his time up at Dan's club, that's where Donnelly should be given a run out.
Oh,
God. Solanke left wing.
So, wasting his time, Donnelly should have been given a run out.
Wait, Solanke left wing. Just to make that, sorry, Solanke left wing.
No, Donnelly.
Oh, he's on loan. I'm Stoke, man. He's on loan.
Say who? It's fine.
Who?
He's on loan at Stoke, and he's yet to start.
Lubo's Leighton Orient lovers, him and Keeley. Yeah.
There we go.
Who playing with PSG?
Jamie Donnelly, who can't get into the Stoke City side, but Lubo will die on this hill for him. He will die on that hill for him.
Oh, wait, I just remembered something. Didn't Richarlison have a good run out on the left a couple of years ago?
Listen to these names: Johnson, Donnelly, Richarlison, Odegaard. I hate our left side. I hate it. I hate it. Oh.
And then you'd get Maddison to do that little spin turn, the outside of the boot pass through between the right back and the right centre back. I've seen the combination. No, I'm taking the man. I'm taking
Richarlison propaganda.
No. Cool. Generally speaking, you don't need to go on the left. But
Lugo.
One of my hot takes, even though I don't like Richarlison because of what he done to Thiago, and I don't like Richarlison, but I can take my Everton thing from Richarlison away and go, he's nowhere near as bad as people make him out to be, but he's not good enough for Spurs. I can say two things can exist.
What does he do good? What does he do good?
He's nowhere near as bad as he's made out to be.
That's a sensitive topic, Mons.
He's worse. He is the worst technical footballer I think I've seen at Tottenham in decades. He is atrocious. Like I'm at the stage where if Lubo had a pair of boots like some old Sondicos from the fucking 80s or 70s.
God, the Sondicos.
Sad. Adidas 2000, mate, with my ones.
Well, then there you go. You can have some Adidas 2000s. For all I care, you can play in plimsolls and you'd be better than Richarlison.
This is why it's a hot take. Richarlison, he's gonna get you lot goals for now, innit? He's better than Colin Moani. I'm sorry, like I don't see Colin Colin Moani still got to prove.
Oh, months. Oh, see, you can say this.
You know what?
It's football privilege right now. You're coming on here with Mo Salah, Ekatike, Isak, Gakpo, Wirtz going, I think you guys should say Richarlison.
I just look at Colo these days and I go, what is, like, unless you're playing on transition, what's Colo actually doing for you? Like, was he?
We've only seen him for 11 minutes.
I know, but I know. Do you know what it is? This isn't Richarlison, though. This is World Cup Richarlison. This is a different player.
Would you have Richie at Anfield?
Lubo, come on, man. What are you doing?
No chance. But World Cup Richarlison. This Richarlison, World Cup Richarlison. When he knows it's time for that.
I'm sorry. Thinking about it now, it just flashed in front of me that the forward line of Liverpool and Mons speaking about Johnson and Richarlison. I'm upset. John, please.
We're not talking about Liverpool. We're not talking about Liverpool. We're talking about Spurs and how to get the best out of Spurs.
You know what this is,
Manny. They're dropping 107 million or whatever, and they're dropping this geezer who's been a flop. Yeah, so Mons isn't even in our league. We can't even sign two players for 107 million and drop them to the bench.
Okay, Barry. I'll say this.
You could play 4-2-4, couldn't you, at Liverpool? You could
probably could.
Barry,
I'll
say
this. Mons is dating Margot Robbie, and I'm trying to convince him to date Susan Boyle instead. Do you know what I mean? That's what this is. This is blasphemy.
All I'm saying is that a year ago, I was crying over Zubamendi. The year before that, I got, Caicedo and Lavia dunked on, right on our head top. Kane popped in broad daylight. So, guys, you guys can be this next year. We spent 12 million last year. You see what we're doing now? This can be you as well. I never saw this coming. I didn't see my club. You see the war chest I get promised. I've been promised the war chest for the last 15 years. We've finally seen it.
Mons, don't start that person above you because he'll start bleating on about
25. I just want to say that, 25 years.
I first heard war chest in 2007. Finally now.
Are you going to come to a Spurs channel and talk about poor us? We've only spent 450 million in one window.
Yeah.
Is that what we're really doing?
No, I'm not saying poor Liverpool. I'm saying
that up there support Stoke City.
We've been the laughing stock to get Tottenham. We were the laughing stock. We were the laughing stock of the transfer market for like the last 3 years. Like, Bellingham, Chouameni, Caicedo, Lavia, Zubamendi. We even had a little one with Gahey. Even in the bask of our glory, we still missed out on Gahey. So all I'm saying is that with all the humiliation that we've suffered from, with all the humiliation, this year it happened and we spent the money. Levy is gone.
It
could happen for you guys next year. Why can't?
Don't talk to us about humiliation. It's a lanky Richarlison.
You got Xavi Simmons all worked out.
Yeah. Shameless.
This is after years of Dybala.
Mons, finish what you were going to say. You said Levy is gone, and then you got.
I said Levy's gone. Open the wallets. Let the floodgates go. Open the floodgates. Make it rain. Make it rain. Listen,
it's not like the Wizard of Oz. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Lubo's getting well excited with this. Oh, we're going to spend some money. Oh.
Hang on, can we all take a moment? Tony, there's two things in life I like. One is a troll. Two is a troll that can't spell, because that was a fantastic effort, my friend, at the word atrocious and the word you're. But thank you for trying, and thank you for coming to a charity stream and saying, I say, Sava, you're atrocious. Yes, I am an atrocious, which is a Greek word for sexy god. That's what it means. Thank you very much, Tony. We love you. Please. Sava is the Richie of content creators.
Hang on. Is that Brazilian Richie? Is that Brazilian Richie?
Brazilian Richie.
This is
World Cup Richie. Sometimes Sava will pop up with that overhead, that random overhead. Top bins, like this is over top.
How very dare you, Tony? It was a good attempt at being funny and being a troll, but welcome. By the way, I have unblocked absolutely every account I've ever blocked, by the way, to give everybody a fresh start.
So Sava now has 80,000 subscribers.
It's been a tough month, September, Barry. It's a tough month for YouTube. Just quickly, we have had a couple more donations. Let me quickly read those out because that is what we're here for. And then I'm sure Lubo will want to go on to some form of Daniel Levy cyclical rant, even though he's left the building.
We're done.
We're done, are we? It's only taken about 8 years.
Do some Dominic chat.
There we go. So big up. We're now up to 1779. We're inching closer to that 2,500. Please. If you're a troll, if whatever, banter's banter. But you know what? Listen, this is for disabled children and their families. That's got to be the main thing, as much as we banter about anything else. And those donations have come in from Ed Maron. Thank you very much, Ed. Very generous indeed. Kane Masai, thank you very much. And my man out there in Brazil, the psycho teacher, who calls me the number 6 because I just keep things ticking over for Spurs and YouTube. That's what I do. I sit in the number 6. I'm like Rodri. I just keep things moving.
Wow.
Big up to all of you guys. Hang on. My mate Tony, he's back. I love this guy. Richie played 500 minutes last season and we finished 17th. Okay. Unless you want to blame Richie for finishing 17th last season. I don't know where to go with this. Big up, Tony. We love you. If you need some cuddles, we're all here for you one by one.
Can I ask you something? What does he actually do? Because the only thing I see him do, that is world class, is to roll on the floor. That's all I see the pigeon doing, you know. That's his only skill is to roll on the floor, bro. How many roly polies can he do on the floor, brother? It's not even like he's getting fouled. It's like a little gust of wind there, and he does about 3 roly polies on the floor. And it's like an Olympic event, like you've been shot.
Hang on, I was just going to do the super chats first. Just going to do the super chats. What I will say is, guys, please, I'm asking you, please don't put in super chats. Please put them in the the GoFundMe page that is linked here. I, of course, will transfer all this money when it is paid to me by YouTube. But if you do this, it just takes a bit longer. Big up to Mario Kit Boss, just putting in the super sticker and starting the super sticker train. Chew. Big up to you, Mario. Really appreciate that, my man. Big up to Ken T. Very generous. Thank you, Ken. Chucking in. Is that that's US dollars, not Aussie dollars, isn't it? I've been told today that all of Australia hates me. So big up to you, Ken. Much love, bro. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you very much. And here's our friend Kate Miller. I don't believe that is your picture. I don't believe your name is Kate Miller. And I don't believe that you are on the Tottenham board. But big up. So can I donate in rupees? It's not wrong to do that. It's absolutely not wrong to do that. Thank you very much, Kate. We appreciate you. Whoever you are, thank you. Kate Miller's coming again. Said, I live in Essex. Only I give from offshore banks. Okay. Thank you very much, Kate. We appreciate you. You've got 115 charges over your head. Big up to UK. Henry Thong TV has said Gray captain tomorrow, playing behind Lubo's young'uns. Don't get Lubo started on Archie Gray. He already wants Donnelly in the 11. Don't get him started on this guy. Big up, Henry. A user said, I miss you, Levy. Love you. Bring our Tottenham back. It's Lubo's burner account. Do you know why it's not? I don't think Lubo understands what a burner account would. I don't know. I think he could work 2 phones at once, let alone 1. Big up to you, a user. Big up to Vindaloo. Oh, one of the Arsenal fans. So big up Sava for the charity. We are coming for Liverpool. Their footy is not sustainable, which is Monty's favourite word. Jammy last-minute goals. London is red. Arteta out.
Can I reply to that? Sorry, when you're done, can I reply to that? First of all, I already told you guys, you Arsenal fans, you tried to tell me, you laughed at me for losing the Charity Shield. Now, I told you about the curse of the Charity Shield. Because we lost that Charity Shield, here's what would have happened if we won that Charity Shield. Rio and Gamoa blazes it over the bar against Newcastle. Yeah? Chiesa's shot it gets blocked on the line. Yeah? Szoboszlai's free kick against Arsenal, it hits the wall. Van Dijk's header against Atletico Madrid, it gets blocked on the line. I'm telling you guys this right now, as we speak. We would have 6 games and 6 draws, but the curse of the Community Shield has been lifted from Liverpool Football Club. We had to do. The luck of the grain. Sometimes you have the X factor, sometimes you don't. And unfortunately, Arsenal, if what we're doing isn't sustainable, then I wonder what your manager playing the 3 big backs in midfield is. I wonder if that's sustainable. We'll see.
Sustainability. It's a very important word. I used to like Monts until I was on stream with him and the news broke that Isak had handed in a transfer request and he automatically, as though they were waiting there, these sunglasses just came out of nowhere onto his head and he just sat there like that, like he was smoking a cigar. Unbelievable. Big up Vindaloo. Appreciate that, my man. Jack Spurs, who's been a member for 1 month. So big up, Sava. I'm going to send a £2 super chat. Well, thank you very much, Jack. I appreciate that. Thank you. And true to your word, you did send a £2 super chat. Thank you very much. Said, big up, Sava. I'm back after going Greece. I hope you enjoyed your holiday. It's a lovely place. Both Ange Postecoglou and myself are from Greece before I'm called a xenophobe again, like I was this morning. Xenophobic Sava, I was called this morning in a video. Anyway, big up, Jack. Thank you very much. And a user has come back in and said, if ENIC open their wallet in January, Spurs might hunt for bargain left wingers with resale upside. They seldom splurge mid-season unless it's a steal. Love you, Levy. I've never heard the words love you, Levy so written together as since he's gone. Well, listen, this is the key thing. It's not about Levy anymore, is it? It's about ENIC. It's about what ENIC going to do. ENIC are still at the club. ENIC are still there, but it's the kids. And how old are the kids, Lubo? How old are the ENIC kids?
62 and 60.
See, I love that. We've got the kids in charge now, and they're about to draw their pensions. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Big up, Mons. I know you got to go. Thank you.
I've got to
I
shoot
appreciate
off.
you, man.
Nice one, Mons.
Yeah. Guys, subscribe and make sure you guys keep donating. Yeah, it's a great cause. Make sure you do what you do. Big up, guys, for setting this up.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Work, guys. Take care.
Thanks. Yeah. If anyone hasn't, please subscribe to Mons over at Big Six Bands. I think he's a great content creator. Shameless. Absolutely, utterly shameless. But I would be if we had the options that Liverpool have got in their squad. Nick, let me come to you. By the way, if anyone's wondering who Nick is, Nick is that fraud at the bottom called Barry. How are you, Nick?
I'm good, mate. I'm glad Angus is here because Philly, you just mentioned something about what has Richarlison done. Well, currently he's better than this guy at Angus Football Club. Based on his goals per 90, his minutes per goal, his goal conversion, and his shot accuracy. I have the figures here, Angus. He is better, albeit by a little bit of 1%. But what can we say, Angus? Because your manager got him straight away. I got him straight away.
Nick, but the thing is, to answer Philly, you said, what does Richarlison do? What Premier League goal scorers are up to date.
Oh, God, no.
Haaland 6. Semenya, 3 goals with 2 assists. Jaden Anthony, Ekatike, and Richie, 3 with 1 assist.
Lubo, he's been here 4 years. Lubo, the man's been here 4 years.
I wasn't trying to make a big thing about it, Lubo. I was just trying to wind Angus up.
No, Barry, let me have this one, yeah. Sorry, Angus, let me have this one, yeah, because I've been waiting. I've been chomping at the bit for 4 years for this one, bro. Here we go, man. Because you want the pigeon there, so I'm going to give you the pigeon. This man's record is 13 goals, yeah, and that's playing for Watford, that's playing for Everton and for Tottenham Hotspurs. 13 goals is the record amount of goals he scored in the season. Lubo, did you not say 20 goals you were looking for this season? Yeah, that's not happening, brother. This man is trash. This man can't even stay on side but to look across the line before he makes a run. That's how bad he is. His first touch here is worse than Emerson Royale, and that is like a brick for a plate glass window. He is. I'm so sorry, but I know I have to do this. He is part of the worst Brazilian team, yeah, in a generation, dude. What are we doing here? This man is gash. And every time I see him for 4 years, Luke, I've had to watch this man, and every year it's give him a chance. Another manager will get the best out of him. Yeah, it's not happening, bro. This man is rubbish.
Philly, do you see now why I say Lubo is the worst takes in football? Let's have a look at this catalogue. Let's have a look at the catalogue of Lubos. We'll call them Lubos from now on. Every time someone says something silly, we'll say, is that a Lubo? Right? Arsenal are going to win the league. Right? Arsenal are going to win the league. These are all just today. Arsenal are going to win the league. That's a Lubo if I've ever seen one. Right? Richarlison, the praise for Richarlison. This is a man that has watched Jimmy Greaves play. You've watched Jimmy bloody Greaves play up front for Tottenham, and you're praising this guy. Right? You've seen Allen, you've seen Clive Allen, you've seen Jimmy Greaves, you've probably seen Archibald, you've seen Crooks, you've seen Kane, Klinsmann, Sheringham, right? You've seen Defoe, King,
Gary Lineker.
Right? You've seen Gary Lineker. You've seen players like Paul Walsh play in that number 10 role. Paul Stewart. Your other Lubo today was that Jamie Donnelly could be on the left wing. I mean, Jamie Donnelly, who Mark Robbins is looking at and going, nah, you're not good enough, mate, for my Stoke team. And then your response to that, Lubo, what a shit manager Mark Robbins is.
Is that the Midlands Luis Enrique? Sorry.
But I have to say, guys, though, like at the moment, Frank rates him. You know, in terms of the options that we have, you know, in Solanke and Muani. I mean, I don't know whether Muani is fit, but when Solanke was fit, he was not getting ahead of Richie. So there must be something that Frank is looking at, that he is getting from him, for which reason he's selecting him. Just
free World Cup tickets.
That's fit, Manny. That's the problem. We have no one else that's fit.
Free World Cup tickets to the Brazilian games.
In fact, the stats I've just given you, and Nick's just given you, I just read them from the TNT Premier League goal scorers list. So
right. So he's got 2 worldies against a team that are getting relegated, and then one that, by the way, you see that goal he scored at the weekend, everyone? Did you see when it hit him, it bounced off? It wasn't even a first touch. It bounced off him and he scrambled it in. Lubo, you are shameless. Shameless.
It's great. I must say, it creates content for this show.
Yeah. I love you, Lubo.
This is line, isn't it? That's go-to line.
I said this when I met Lubo, you know. I love you, Lubo. I love your takes, man. I love you, Lubo. I love your takes.
What did I text you before? Let's liven up the convo. And I just said Donnelly for left wing. Got everybody.
I don't know what you're talking about. Lubo. I don't know what you're talking about, Lubo.
Because what you want? Yeah, no, of course not. I'll show you.
Lubo. Just so when I first started chatting to Sava about Donnelly, and he found out that I was a Stoke fan, he mentioned that you thought he was a good player. What have you seen that made you sort of be drawn to him, and you think he could be playing for Tottenham?
What have I seen there? Day 6 is a law making the world.
On day 6, God created rules. And then on day 7, sat there all day regretting it.
I've got to tell you something. Arsenal's ground wouldn't have been built, I can tell you.
Right, answer Dan's question, you fraud. You're a fraud.
What
Lubo, an absolute
I
fraud.
like about Donnelly, I mean, there were certain situations last season. Doesn't matter what level you're playing at. You can see he hit just blind passes. Had a vision of the pitch. He hit a 50-yard ball. I think there was one game where they walked something like 3 or 4 nil away from home. He was absolutely brilliant, and he was pinging balls, 50-yard balls to players and setting them up without even looking. He hit that fabulous goal against City in the FA Cup, didn't he, from the halfway line? And that's Man City. But we're not talking about Lincoln City. We're talking about Man City.
I mean, it was an own goal, Lubo. It wasn't Donnelly's goal. It was an own goal.
Well, but look at the thought. Look at the flair there to create that goal.
The flair.
He cracks me up, man.
Right, by the way, I don't ask because I disagree. It's more so that as a Stoke fan, he's obviously joined on loan. He hasn't started. He played in one of the cup games. He hit the crossbar, actually, to be fair. But he hasn't started yet, and neither has Phillips, which is another loan player from Tottenham. Yeah. So I haven't got an opinion on him yet, to be honest. But we're second in the league, so hopefully, if he does start,
who's in front of him, winning,
it'd be good.
Dan, who are the players playing in front of him? In his position at Stoke, who are the players playing in front of him?
To be honest, we've got Lawal, who is obviously you boys won't have seen. Let me just try and pull up the squad.
He's probably better than Odegaard and Tell, so we'll have him. We'll have him.
He scored a header the other day. Great goal, solid defender. He's absolutely massive. And in a league like the Championship, you're not getting past a player like him. But in terms of our defence, I'm trying to find the lineup so I can show you. Maybe can you pull the lineup up on your screen, Sam?
Dan, Phillips had a good season for you last year, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, say good season. Philip. Well, we nearly got relegated. But in terms of how he played, he's a good player.
Did he have a good season?
He did. When it was announced at the very end, it's like the last day of the transfer window that he was coming back. We were well chuffed with that. It wasn't like, oh wow, if we got him back, it was we're really glad we've got him back. He hasn't started yet. I don't know if that's because he didn't do a pre-season with us because he joined right at the end. But he's been on, both Donnelly and Phillips have been on the bench. It's early in the season, and I said to Sava, I'll come back on the show every so often and give an update on them because obviously I watch every game, so I can give you a better update. But so far, not seen much of the Tottenham boys, but I'm sure they'll come on. There's that many games in the Championship. I can't imagine they won't start playing.
Can I ask you a question, Dan? Saturday's match at Rangers, I was following it, and I saw that you only had a shot on target after the 90th minute.
Yeah.
When you're looking at that and you've lost 1-0, do you not think he should have brought Donnelly on and given him a go for 10-15 minutes to try and get that goal back?
We brought on Cisse, who came off. So Meinhof came off on the right, as you can see there. Brought on Cisse instead. He's a new signing. Our best player so far this season has been Sorba Thomas. We got him from Huddersfield Town, absolute baller. And you can see there, Lawal, rated 9. He played unbelievably the other week. And it's Wilmot's the captain. So when you've got Lawal that's got the best rating there, as you can see, and you've got Wilmot as the captain, you can see why Phillips hasn't started yet. And then Monhoff, you guys probably haven't watched him play, but he's absolutely rapid. Quite a small player, but very skillful. And Thomas I think he's our top goal scorer so far. So did you say does Donnelly play on the wing or is he more of a centre midfielder?
Well,
it's more of a 10, isn't he?
10's, I mean, he was playing 10 and 11 for Orient last season.
Okay. Yeah.
He only started playing. He had a few odd games beginning of the season. I went down to Millwall to watch Orient in the League Cup in August, and he came on in the 81st minute. But when Richie Wellens put him into the 10, or it went from 21st up to 6th.
Yeah, no doubt he's got talent. It's just we haven't seen much of him, and seen that comment there, Stoke have boasted a while in midfielder playing centre back. Yeah, we got him last season. I think it's more of a case of he came in as a centre mid, but it's quite clear that he's much more of a centre back than a centre mid. He's about 6'2". He scored for us the other week. He's like a brick wall. He was in the Championship Team of the Week the week before. So I think when you've got players like that and the captain's also the centre back, it's hard for Phillips to slide in there.
Is that Lewis Baker in your midfield in number 10?
Oh God, yeah! What a baller, by the way.
Yeah, right. Isn't that the former Chelsea player?
Creswell, baby.
Doesn't that sum it up? If Lewis Baker's in the 10, is that why Jamie Donnelly's not playing in there?
Yeah, that's probably why. He saved us for several seasons. And then you can see up top, we've got Mabama. He's on loan from Man City. He was at West Ham initially, I think. He's a great player as well. Pearson, gritty centre midfielder. He's experienced as well. And then by far my favourite player at the moment has got to be Creswell. I don't know why he's still not in the Prem. I think he could still do a job in the Prem. He's a bit slower than he used to be, but he's a playmaker. Yeah.
Am I missing someone? Am I making this up? Haven't you got an Asian guy who's very good as well as a midfielder? Bei Jung Ho. Right.
And then also Stephen Nzonzi's joined us back.
So is this why Donnelly is not getting games?
We've got a stacked midfield. That's the problem. We've got a lot of midfielders.
You're right, Lubo.
And the likes of Nzonzi. In all fairness, Lubo, you think about it. Stoke is although it they haven't been in the Prem for a long time. If you look at that sheet, you've got Creswell, you've got Nzonzi, you've got Baker, you've got some experienced players. And if I was a Tottenham fan and I knew that you've got the likes of Nzonzi training with Donnelly week in, week out, he won the World Cup, didn't he, Philly? With France. Yeah.
Who was that one?
Nzonzi. He was. Yeah, absolute player, especially in that 6-1 thrashing that Stoke.
So you've got as many World Cup winners in your team as we have in ours.
Didn't want to say it, but
they've got Nzonzi, we've got Romero.
So what I'm trying to say is, even if he's not playing, he's at least playing week in, week out in training with like the likes of Nzonzi, which, in terms of development, if you were going to put a lone player into the Championship, in terms of like our academy's pretty good. We've got Sean Wright Phillips' son playing in our under-21s team, I think.
Sorry, Sean Wright Phillips' son.
Yeah, Philogene.
Is that how old we are?
Yeah.
Is that how old I've got?
He's a good player as well. He's a good player.
He's rapid.
We've got some good players coming through, and we invested a fair bit in our under-21s team in the last window. So I'm not writing off Donnelly yet or Phillips playing. Championships are rough league. Some players will be out for a while. Players get snapped, and there's that many bloody games. There's like usually 2 a week at least. I think you'll probably find that there'll be some game time coming up soon. Plus, otherwise you'll recall them and send them off.
No, I was going to say,
brilliant.
I was going to say, playing on like Nzonzi will do him the power of good as well, because, like I said, Nzonzi's got plenty of experience here. I'm sure he played for Blackburn as well. Nzonzi, so he's got bags of experience here, and he'll help Donnelly come through. And so you are right. I do like that. And the fact that Donnelly will play games in that league, will be beneficial to him.
Exactly.
Because really and truly, it's the game time they need. This is why, Luba, you're not going to like me for this one as well. This is why Archie Gray should have gone on loan. He needs the game time. It's all good you learning from Paulinho, but you need the game time to develop your game, bro. Because if you don't get the game time at that age, it's crucial.
Philly, the problem with Gray is that the squad is thin.
True.
And that's the problem. And you need Gray in that squad. We've let 12 players go out on loan. There's several players that haven't kicked the football this season. Basuma's been injured. Takai hasn't played a minute. Solanke's hardly played. Dragerson, Kulu, and Madison are long-term injuries. So you're looking at. I mean, the other week I think we actually said there was the 20 we played against West Ham, and then you had Austin, Gray, and in fact Davis was injured. So Austin and Gray were the only two players that were fit that didn't make the squad of 20. So we are short at the moment, you know. And if you start picking up suspensions and injuries when we go into October, November, we could be down to 18, 19 fit players if we carry on getting the, you know, Solanke. When's he coming back? No, he's out for tomorrow. Moan is out for tomorrow. Davis is out for tomorrow.
Yeah, Takai's out.
Yeah. So who? Who's the other one?
Takai, Dragishin, Davis, Mawani, Solanke,
Madison. So that's 7 outs. You've got 7 missing. You can only have 2 keepers to take out Austin. So there's 8 out. So you've only got a squad of 20 anyway.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you on that score, Lubo, yeah? But that's at the detriment of Archie Gray as a football player, because he's not going to play week in and week out, Lubo. So he's not going to develop himself on the pitch. And this is what he needs to do. He needs to develop on the pitch, go out there and play more regular game time. And he's not going to get that at Spurs. And because we've got an injury problem here, that's why we're keeping him. That's not right on him as a player. So how can he actually get any better?
We'll come January. Is it Jan, Feb? Kulu's back. So if you send him out for the loan for the second half of the season, but make sure the loan's correct. We don't want him going, you know, you've just given a good example of why Donnelly's not started and has had hardly any minutes. He did have 1 assist, didn't he? I think in your first game he came on the sub. He won 3-0, I think, and he got an assist, didn't he?
Yeah.
But how do you guarantee that though, Luba? I don't disagree with you, but how do you guarantee that? You know, these championship clubs now have a lot of players as well. So surely wherever Donnelly goes, you're going to have a group of players where he's going to struggle to get in front of because he's not a seasoned pro yet. He's not, you know, unless he walks into a really poor club where they are very, very weak. And Stoke have got, so I mean, when you're looking at the caliber of players there, like Lewis Baker, Pearson, and Zonzi, I mean, these are senior pros, right? Yeah. So, and that's no offense to Dan, but that's a Stoke team that struggled last year. So where do you send somebody like a Donnelly and go guaranteed to start every game in the number 10? Like where?
See, I'd be first 2 ports of calls I'd be doing, which is easy because they're both Albie's back. They're both ex-Spurs. I'd be speaking to Chris Davis at Birmingham, and I'll be talking to Ryan Mason at West Brom because they both know Donnelly.
But does he get? But you're talking about 2 of the teams. Hang on, let's have a look, right?
Sam, I don't know. I'm just saying in terms of for convenience, because you've got two ex-Spurs people who are managers. They would probably be my first port of call because they know Donnelly.
Sure. Okay, so let's have a look, right? So let's have a look. Okay, here's the championship table, right? There is the championship table. So you've got 2 teams. Look at West Brom and Birmingham. Both. I mean, look, I would say down in 7th and 8th. They're like 2 points off second. Are West Brom and Birmingham going to find a place for him in their team? Like Birmingham have got a lot of good players now, right? They spent big in the window. Does he get in?
We played them. We beat them. Not last game, the game before. I was there. Birmingham, from what I saw, it seems like they've got a lot of talent, but they just haven't quite gelled yet. They played all right, but the championship, like, look at that table now. Give it 2 weeks, it will be upside down. It's so unpredictable. You never know who's going to win. But I think they'll play. Phillips definitely will play, without a doubt, 100%. Donnelly, stacked midfield, and Zonzi's still training to get back to fitness. He's due to play any minute now. So if he's playing a bit, and then you've got the midfield that we've already got, it's quite hard to fit in Donnelly in when we've got other midfielders that aren't even on that lineup.
So it wasn't a good choice. Stoke basically wasn't a good choice for Donnelly, was he?
Right. So I'm asking you, where would be? This is the problem. He's not a no-brainer to just slot into a championship team. He's not done it at championship level. So where would you send him in the championship that you go, yeah, he's definitely going to be number one choice?
I would have maybe have sent him to somewhere like Rotherham. Not Rotherham, sorry.
Right.
Wrexham. I would have sent him somewhere like that. Maybe a team that's just come up, more likely to need someone like him that will definitely start. But then you've got to imagine when we got Donnelly, we've just faced the relegation battle. We probably thought at the time we might be screwed next season. But so far, it's not been the case. So, plus, you got to think of the clubs that can maybe, I don't know what the arrangement is. I imagine we're paying his wages and they won't be that crazy, but it probably also demands Tottenham loan player. You need clubs that can afford these kinds of players, and you probably are going to need the ex-Prem clubs to do it. And Stoke, Bet365 owned, we're absolutely stacked with cash. Probably outdo a fair number of Prem teams in terms of funding.
A lot of it down at that level comes down to money. Charlie Kelman was offered more money by, did he go to Charlton? Was it Charlton Kelman?
Yeah, but again, another one. Look how well, if I'm not wrong, wasn't Kelman the top goal scorer last year in League One?
He was.
Right. At Charlton, speaking to the boys down at Charlton, they're like, this guy's not. And that's the difference, right? And this is why, when I say it, I know you always think I'm trying to wind you up. I genuinely look at someone like Donnelly, and I just think you massively overrate him in terms of where he should be playing. We're talking about where can he get a loan. You're talking about him being in the Spurs squad, and I just don't see in any way, shape, or form he's ready to play for Tottenham Hotspur.
To be fair, though, I will side with Lubo. A good example is if you look at like Sam Surridge, who went to Nottingham Forest, or Liam Delap, who's now at Chelsea. Both of those players played a full season at Stoke, did fuck all, went to the Prem, and they were scoring goals. So,
sure, but the problem is, where did they go?
It's tough to call.
Like if you look, Liam Delap was in the Premier League because he was with Ipswich, who got relegated immediately like that. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say we're Man City or Liverpool, right?
Yeah.
We're Tottenham Hotspur. We're not. You know what I mean? This isn't a place where you go, oh, let's give Donnelly a chance. I just don't think.
Quite a high level.
Man, you'll tell me when you see him more. I just don't think he's athletic and mobile enough. I think he's a good footballer.
I'll mess it every time.
He should have. Yeah, Sava. He should have gone. Simon put it in the chat earlier. He should have gone with Lancashire to Oxford because
something like that. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, that would have probably suited. Not only, I mean, Lancashire scored 3 goals. He's done more in the games than he has than Dane Scarlett did, but. I think it just would have suited him going there, and it would have suited both Lancashire and it would have suited both Donnelly and Lancashire and Oxford. That you had a couple of players that know each other that have played together, that can probably do something. But yeah, I can't wait for Gray to have a stinker against Doncaster and Lubo try and defend him.
Oh no! I'll go further than you, Barry. I want to see Archie Gray against PSG, bro. And then I want to hear Lupo say something because last year, against Liverpool, Lupo, you had to go at Ange saying Ange played him in the wrong match, but you want to keep Archie Gray here, so let's see him against PSG, and then you can talk and tell me about how Archie Gray is ready for the Champions League, because this is what happens when players stay at Tottenham Hotspur. This is the level that we're competing against. So when Donnelly plays in the Champions League, and gets roasted and ripped apart, don't go anywhere, brother, because I'm going to watch every moment of it, dude. And I'm going to sit there and I'm going to say, well, I wanted to go on loan. And this is why I didn't want them in that situation, brother. Real talk. I didn't want them in that situation. Not one bit.
Philly, we don't have a big enough squad to send him out on loan.
I know.
I'm going to disagree. But surely a proper club would send him out on loan and then bring in somebody in midfield on loan ourselves as a senior pro to cover that. That's the true worry for me. I get what you're saying, Lubo. Listen, tomorrow night, I'm not like Philly, right? I'm going to say this. Archie Gray tomorrow, show us. Let's go the other way. Show us. Tomorrow, he's playing Doncaster. In centre mid, run the game. Said this to you yesterday, Lubo, didn't I? For me, not, he did okay. No, You're playing now League One. Show us. Run that game.
I think you'll be centre back tomorrow night because Davis is injured. I've got a feeling if he gives Romero and Van der Ven a rest, he's got Danso plus.
I think Danso will play with Romero or Van der Ven. I don't think we should be dropping everybody for this game, by the way, because if we do and we go out, everyone's going to go, "Oh, this is like Fulham 2 years ago." And yet, for me, I want to make sure we get through. So I would, with what we got available, I would start Van der Ven or Romero, right, with Danso, one of them, and then I'd sub the other one on at half time. I'd give them both 45 minutes. Let's be brutally honest. This should not be a tough workout tomorrow night for Van der Ven or Romero. Right?
And just reading that Frank did say he's going to go strong tomorrow night.
Yeah. He said he's going to have some of the kids on the bench. He said some of them deserve it. But we've got 7 players. What is it? Kulu, Madison, Solanke, Mawani, Davis, Basuma, Sakai, and Dragoshin. We've got 8 first-team injuries that I can work out. 8 first-team injuries tomorrow night, right? But we should still be fine. We should still be fine. You could even play in a game like tomorrow night, Jed Spence at centre half, if you really needed to, couldn't you? If you
interestingly enough, Byfield has been pulled out of the under-21 game tonight, I think.
I think the trouble is what we've always done is we've always done it the wrong way around. We've always started with all the kids and started with the weekend 11, and then we've had to bring people on. Whether that was, I mean, it was, what was it in the FA Cup, and there was Son, Kane, and Bale sat on the bench at Wickham down the road, and then they had to bring them on because it was we nearly pooped the bed. We did the same, we did the same at Tamworth. We always do the same. If we go, there's that mentality that we'll just, they'll get, it gets to 10 minutes, it gets to 15 minutes, it gets to 20 minutes, and we know the script, right? And then we have to wait for it to, get someone to come off the bench and to someone to rescue us. So let's go strong. Let's go with a strong team, and then let's make the changes. Then let's empty the bench. Let's do what we always say: empty the bench at half time, or change 1 or 2. Don't go changing 7 or 8, and doing what we did against Fulham, and then getting knocked out, and because we changed 9. It's nonsense. I don't know. I just think we just need to go strong. And do you know what? Yeah, if Gray's going to get that chance, then go and show us what he can do. We can sit there and laugh about it, but you're right, Sava. Go and show us what you can do, because actually, it is only Doncaster. No disrespect to Doncaster. He should be absolutely running that game if he's on that pitch. No questions asked.
100%.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. Yeah, any player that plays in the Spurs squad should be able to run midfield against Doncaster, whoever it is. So,
well, look, let's see him. Let's see him tomorrow night then. But for me, I feel that I agree with Philly on this instance. I said this all summer, said this all last year. If this boy, if we really, really wanted to bring him on and to really help him grow, get physical, he should now, for me, be in his second loan. This should be his second loan. He should have been on loan last year in the Championship. He should be on loan again this year, either at the Championship or the bottom level of the Premier League, and building and growing. Sitting on a bench. I know people go, "Oh, but you're training with this player and that player." And sitting on a bench is doing him nothing. Like,
Sav, he played in 47 games last season.
Sure, but he played in 47 games last year because we had so many injuries in defence, right?
Absolutely. But in terms of minutes, it looks like he's going to, from first impressions this season, it looks like his minutes are going to drop right off compared to last year.
Of course. But so they should, right? That's the whole point of why we go stronger. That's why you bring in Paulinho. That's why you bring in those sort of players, right?
The problem is that where you had players like Lancashire to bring in at Galatasaray, you don't have these kids because they had cleared everybody out by Scarlett, and Scarlett would have gone but for a last minute hiccup with a loan. So we don't have the players at the moment. We don't have the kids to come in for these games.
What position does he play? What position does he have? He hasn't even nailed down one position on the football field for me. And for me to say, I'm looking at Archie Gray and I'm thinking, mate, this is the wrong time. This is the wrong league for you to be looking for a position because you haven't got a settled home. This is another reason why I say he has to go on loan. Go down a level, get a settled position, whether it's centre back or it's left back or it's right back or it's centre midfield, and make it your own. Because he doesn't have one. He played half a season as a midfielder. He played half a season as a right back. Last season, he was a jack of all trades and a master of none. He went every other position except for his own one. And when he played in his own one against Liverpool and Aston Villa, he was ripped a new one. Because that was apparently that was his position.
Well, yeah, Bergvall and Maddison at Anfield. I mean, fancy throwing those three in midfield against Gravenberch, McAllister, and Slobodan.
But to Philly's point, if they're at Tottenham, these are the teams you play. This is why when people go, they're young, they're young. Cool. If they're young, don't be at Spurs. If that's the excuse for these players, because basically by saying they're young or not ready, what we're actually doing is saying they're not good enough right now, right? And if they're not good enough right now to be thrown in and play for Tottenham in a game, I don't want them at the football club. Now, that doesn't mean I don't want them at the football club forever, but for me, Archie Gray, as I said, right now, Archie Gray should be, for me, he should be at somewhere like Stoke. He should be at West Brom, play every game. Go into Stoke, go into West Brom, hey, I'm going to be your main number 6. I'm going to be your main DM. Let's see if he's that good. Ollie Skip is a perfect example. Ollie Skip at the age of 18, 19, I think, went to Norwich, didn't he? Do you remember, guys? Ollie Skip went to Norwich and he was Championship Player of the Season, right? And that was like where we all went, fair enough. You've gone Championship Player of the Season. Now get your chance at Spurs. Okay, you're not quite good enough. You're a squad player. But for me, I need to see that from Gray. And my worry is, Lubo, I've said this to you for ages, my worry is that his first 2 years at Spurs, how much game time is the boy actually going to get in the position that is actually his? Big up, Eugene.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Hi, everyone. Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Hi, Eugene. And the fact that Palhinha is in means that for every game that Frank is going to pick Palhinha, Gray's nowhere. So,
and rightly so, right?
Yeah, of course.
And rightly so. That's the thing. Like, let's be fair. I don't want to see. I don't know about the other guys. I don't want to see a Premier League game where we go, well, Gray's at number 6, but Paulinho's on the bench. No. I want to see Paulinho play in the number 6. Like that's the guy. He's the signing. He's got the best tackles, recoveries, duels won in the league. I don't want Archie Gray playing in front of him. And this is why I know you always think I hate him. I don't hate him.
No. What Gray needs to do, it's funny actually, we were watching the players are in front of us warming up on Saturday at Brighton. And Bergvall's built a bit like a brick house now. They've really built it up.
Yeah.
And that's what they've got to do to Gray before Gray can come in and properly compete in midfield. They've got to build him up because he's too lightweight. So he's got plenty of ability. For me, he's a very good passer. He's got good vision. He's got good control, but he's not built properly yet for the physicality of the Premier League. And I think that's what they've got to do. I was surprised they didn't do that in the summer, because you saw how Bergvall came back, and he's well built now. He's not, I think there was one situation on Saturday. He went through 3 tackles in midfield, didn't he, and came out with the ball, and that was pure strength. And that's what they've got to get Gray up to.
Yeah.
So,
I completely agree with you. Eugene, welcome. How you doing? How's Malaysia? All of it? Is it good?
Well, it's wet as usual, hot and wet in Malaysia, right? It doesn't change, and we are moving to the Malaysian winter at the moment. It's a bit cooling, right? But the part is that it's always wet, right? It's raining all the time. How you all guys doing, right? Thanks for Sava for sending me the link, right? Another charity stream from Sava, but this time it's not 24 hours, right? It's 12.
I can't do 24 hours. I'm getting older. Dan, this is Eugene. Eugene, Dan.
It's me, Eugene.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Heading up all Spurs fans out there in Malaysia is this guy.
Good man.
And now he's got nothing to complain about. Like, where's your Levy out background gone, Eugene? Where's it all gone?
I just moved house, right? So I got a new room which I turned into studio. So now I got all my jerseys all lined up. So no more Levy out at the moment. So we're just waiting. Wait. Right? Hold on. Let's see what Enoch does, right? Sooner or later it'll pivot again. Then it'll be Enoch out.
So it's going to move from Levy out to this is now definitely Enoch out.
Enoch out. Yeah. But we'll give them a chance, right? We always have to give them a chance first.
Tim Kroll has just announced his retirement for anyone that cares. Tim Kroll has just announced his retirement from football. Yeah.
Goalkeeper?
Yeah, the goalkeeper.
Yeah, former Newcastle keeper.
Yeah, Newcastle, Norwich, somebody else I'm pretty sure he played for, but he's played for a few clubs. Eugene, where are you at? I mean, we've got Doncaster tomorrow night. Big clash down at White Hart Lane. How strong should Spurs go tomorrow, Eugene? Because by Nick, how strong should we go? Because Nick was right before he left. We tend to do this thing where we never mix and match. We tend to either go really strong or we go really weak. Do you think it needs to be a bit of a hybrid of the two tomorrow night?
To tell the truth, it should be. It should be hybrid of the two, right? Because it's Doncaster. But to tell the truth, I'm not sure what Frank has to do now. Because even during the Brighton game, right, when I was on Hesper TV, right, I predicted that Udogie would come in for Spence, right? But the only thing that caught me off guard was actually Odebear coming in and Xavi being rested, right, on the bench. And I think now I think he's still tinkering with the squad that he has. Whether he can use Odebear at the moment as a left winger, because we do know that if we put Xavi out there, he's wasted on the left, right? We need him more in the middle to be the creative part of the game. But to tell the truth, Doncaster, I think we should look at a hybrid, right? But I don't think we should go too young. But, we should start playing a few more youngsters, right? To blood them out and all that, to give them a chance in the squad. And of course, we do have our squad depth isn't that bad nowadays, right? Unless he goes all out and blows my mind, he puts Brenda on the right and then he puts Moani in. I think Moani's injured, right? There's a rumor, right?
He's out tomorrow night. Yeah, Frank's confirmed it.
He's out tomorrow night. So that means who he's going to put in center? He's going to put in Tell, right? And then put Odebear on the left. That will be a bit scary. But then maybe he'll still have his bench of his first teamers to come on if something goes wrong. And we need the youngsters to prove themselves. Midfield, to tell the truth, Paulinho, I guess he should take a rest, right? Maybe he should start with Benny. But to tell the truth, who are our first team midfielders at the moment, right? Look at Saar, Bergvall, Paulinho, and Benny, right? And the others are youngsters. Do we have any youngsters who come in to fill up that part? And honestly, I think in the back four, I think we will have to switch it around. Maybe Spence will play on the right and Udogie on the left. Udogie needs to play. He needs time, right? He needs to get back into that, right? And the defense, I guess Danso will come in for Romero or BDV, right? And what Ian was saying earlier that Davis is injured, right? So if Davis can't play, that means we still have to use either BDV or Romero in there, or unless we get a youngster to go in. So, but for tomorrow, hybrid. We never know what Frank will do. Right? He also surprised us during the Brighton game. So at the moment, I'll just keep an open mind because it's going to be a 6-game competitive game, right? With Spurs. So all I'm going to say is that give him a chance, let him tinker a bit, let him know what the players need to be, right? And to tell the truth, right, I was quite disappointed with the Brighton game because we had that momentum. After we had the 2 goals and equalized, right, we just dropped off. I thought I want that mentality to change instead of just trying to get the draw. I want us to win, go out there and try to get the win like Liverpool, what Liverpool does, even though they're 2-2.
Isn't that a quality issue though, Eugene? Isn't that like Liverpool can't go all out for every
win? Of course, of course, we are comparing 2 different quality.
The mentality and pears, apples and pears.
I know apples and kumquats, not pears.
I mean, look, maybe we see Byfield tomorrow. But Byfield is 16. In a minute, I want to talk about Luca Williams Barnett. But before we do, let's just go and have a look at the. Let's have a look, shall we, at the fundraising. because obviously that's why we're here. Look, guys and girls, we are at 1,829. It's creeping and it's creeping and it's creeping up there. I want to get to 2,500 by 8 p.m. That gives us 2 hours and 45 minutes. Guys and girls, dig deep. If you have got a spare few pennies, dig deep. Thank you very much. Let's have a look and see who those people were that donated. So since I last went over there, we did Psycho Teacher. Sean Michael, thank you very much. Really appreciate you, my friend. Montel Bowen, big up to you as well. Big up, Mont. Big up to Marianne as well. Thank you, Marianne. Really appreciate you. And Clayton Shearman, thank you very much. Really do appreciate you lot. Let's see in the next 20 minutes if we can get to the 2K. And then for the last 2.5 hours, we'll really kick on towards 2,500. And Dan would have hit his target. So that'll be appreciated. As far as super chats go, let's get the super chats out of the way. Big up to Jack, who's come back in again after his holiday in Greece. Big up to you, my man. Really appreciate the sticker. Chew, bloody chew. Big up to you, my man. The Queen is here. Queen Ellie. Big up to you, Ellie. Hope you're well. Just with a super sticker with a very smouldering look from Ellie there. I like it, Ellie, from the days when you used to model. And for anyone that didn't know, Ellie used to play for the Spurs women's team. So big up to you, Ellie. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Ant79 has said, not all Aussies hate you. Just most. As Jamal TV says, it ain't easy. It ain't easy, as Jamal says. Yeah, absolutely. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Big up to Alf, who said, how much money? So Alf is a Man City fan. Big up to you, Alf. Said, how much money for Spence or Porro? Mainly Porro. Oh, what would Porro be worth? 70? 60? Don't know. Anyone? What's Porro worth on the open market?
Do a swap with Savinho.
There you go. No. He's worth one Savinho, Alf. There you go. Savinho for Porro. I'll take it all day long. I'll take that all day long, guys.
Problem with doing that, is that you'd be wide open on the right hand side at right back because he other than Spence, him and Porro are the only two there. So you're gonna be well and truly well.
Hang on, but surely Spence goes to right back, his natural position, and he's better defensively, and then you buy somebody to play behind Spence, don't you?
Do you know what? I actually like to see Spence on the right hand side. Just for, I just want to know, right? I think he could attack on the right hand side there. If he was able to play in his right position, I think he'd be better going forward. But that's just me anyway. But I'm looking at him thinking, if you played in a natural position, I think he'd be better going forward. This is why I don't like him on the left for me, but you should have heard of it.
Fair enough. Big up, Alf, and thank you to Blaine. This is the gentleman who put in the £250 earlier to the GoFundMe page. Big up, Blaine. So just want to say a big thank you to Sava and all the content creators out there for giving their time and effort to provide forums for debate and opinion. This stream today is a great cause. Well done all. Listen, thank you. And obviously I've got the platform, but Dan is the one having to run the bloody marathons. So I'd rather be in my position than yours, Dan. So good luck with the running of the marathon.
Thank you, Blaine.
Yeah, thanks, Blaine. We appreciate you. Blaine, I know you're working, but you've got the link. If you do want to come on at any point, you've got the link. And by the way, if you type this, here you go. Have a look what I'm typing into the chat right now. If you do this with the capital letters, if you all type in #Lubo, I will, in the next half an hour, give away a replica football shirt of your choice. Can't say fairer than that. #Lubo. Don't worry, it doesn't mean the shirt has to have Lubo's name on the back. Doesn't have to be Archie Gray or Donnelly, but I will give away a replica shirt. So please, #Lubo. It needs to be exactly like that. Yeah, absolutely. Huddersfield Town fans in here. Big up Huddersfield Town. Go on, we got fans from everywhere. See, Ryan, it just won't quite work. You need to remove the grey. #Lubo. And we'll do that draw very, very shortly. And for anyone who thinks it's fixed, I'll show you the official StreamYard giveaway tool so I can do a draw. So smash that in and I will send it to you wherever you are in the world. I will send you the shirt of your choice from our sponsors up there, just above Dan's head, okjersey.com. Also, Match Bingo as well. Get over to Match Bingo. Good fun. And I've not won yet, but as I said, Perchy has won. And in about 45 minutes, I've got a nice little game to play with you all. Perchy's put a game together for us because you know what he's like. He loves that shit. So Perchy's put a game together for us. So we're going to be playing that game. Big up.
Yeah, I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with you, bro. You're ultra competitive, man. I saw you already, blood. You're too competitive for me, man. You like to win too much, Savo. I see you, blood.
No. So what you're confusing. Right. Just so everyone knows, what Philly is talking about here is when we had the FHTV barbecue at my house, Chris put together a quiz, and Sava smashed it out the park, didn't he? And that's being confused for being competitive, for being knowledgeable. It's okay, Philly. And Lubo, when he lost, was it's the technology. My phone stopped working and I couldn't, didn't you, Lubo?
And I think, hang on, if Ellie's still in the chat, Ellie will back me up because we both of us didn't get a chance to put our answers in on 3 questions. So, and I still finished second.
That's all right. You were miles behind the eventual winner, this guy, weren't you?
It's coming up again.
I reckon Chris let you know the question.
Yeah, nothing to do with. By the way, when Philly's saying he's not going to be playing with me, Philly, I'm going to be the one asking the questions. I've got the answers, you donut. It's a simple game. I'll tell you what, we'll play it at 5:30 in 10 minutes. It's a simple game. What it is I give you 4 teams. You tell me the player that's played for those 4 teams. It's really, really simple. And we've got 50 of them. And whoever gets it first wins. But you get one guess, and then I go to the next guy, and and the chat will join in as well, and yada, yada, yada. So all you've got to do is hashtag Lubo. There he is, my man, Tony, out in Sweden. Big up, Tony. How you doing? I think Tony was one of my first ever subscribers. All those 23,000 ago, but I think we're about, what are we on? We are 96 away from 23,000. So thank you, Tony. You were 23,000 odd ago. So thank you very much. And I completely agree with whatever this guy says. Well done. Hashtag Lubo is a fraud. Lubo is a fraud. By the way, Lubo, Perchy in the background has sent me some lovely clips of some of your clangers today. Don't you worry about that. He sent me some lovely clips. And if anyone wants to know the sort of clanger you can expect from Lubo, it's this sort of thing.
My chairman.
Remember that? Oh, Daniel Levy, my chairman. Here he is, look.
Simple, we've got our Tottenham back. That's
We got our Tottenham back. And Lubo loved it. Well done.
That was a bit of banter. I was schmoozing Sean a bit.
Yeah, I loved it. And just while we're looking at silly videos, how about me as Peter Griffin? There you go. Just some absolute ridiculous stuff that for some reason I've got saved on my computer. Oh gosh, the things that I get sent on a daily basis, you would not believe. Some is not for YouTube consumption. And I was going to show you a little video, Janola, but I won't go there at the moment. Before we do that, we'll do that at past. We'll give away this. We'll do the game at 30, and then at about 6 o'clock I'll do the shirt. So all you got to do is, there you go, hashtag Lubo. That won't work. Got to get Lubo without the L in front of Lubo. It's got to be just Lubo. That's your mum, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, clearly she's no good.
Is she trying to win? By the way, I don't know if they've got a Stoke City shirt.
I was going to ask that.
But they do
have
all
sales
of
would be too much for the
national
manufacturer to handle. You see, so
yeah. You're too good. Let's have a look, guys. Let me ask a question. So we've done the Premier League stuff. We've done the Ballon d'Or type stuff. Who's winning the Champions League this year? Is there a clear favourite?
Wow.
Let us know in the chat. Is there a clear favourite for the Champions League? Because I don't think there is.
I'm going Barcelona.
Is that because you live in Spain?
No, just in general. Just they're too good, in my opinion.
Okay. Have they sorted it out at the back though, Angus? Because last year I thought they were the best footballing team by a mile, but Inter Milan ripped them wide open at the back, didn't they?
We'll have to wait and see once they play better teams, I guess. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, that's a brilliant analytical YouTube answer. Thank you for that, Angus. That was good. We'll have to wait and see. Good.
But Angus, you don't think the Arsenal are going to win it then?
Not a chance. As long as we get to the semi-final, that's all I want. I don't think we're going to win it.
Do you know what? You're drifting in terms of North London, mate. You're drifting, aren't you? I can see.
I don't think you lot are getting through as well. I'm sure.
You're coming across. You're halfway down the Seven Sisters Road, Angus.
So you're okay. So Angus, you're going with Barcelona. Lubo, where are you going with this?
Sure. Could be any one of 5 or 6, couldn't it, this year? For me, if PSG recreate last season's form, then you've got to put them in probably with Barcelona, Real Madrid, never far away. I mean, Kane's got off to a most magnificent start this season. If he carries this on, I mean, his stats are just insane, aren't they?
Yeah. He's on
fire. You got to look at Ballon being in the conversation.
Are they good enough at the back? There's the question I'll ask. Are Bayern good enough at the back?
No.
No, I agree with that. I'm going to say it. No.
That would be my worry for them. I think going forward, when you look at Elise, Diaz, Kane, Gnabry, I mean, when Musiala comes back, they are stacked. I just worry about that back four. I really do.
And from England, would you? From England, really? I mean, to me, Liverpool and Arsenal should go deep as well. I don't think City will. I think City is still in transition this season. I really do. I think he's brought a lot of new players in, Pep, and it's going to take him a year to sort it out and work out and get combinations and partnerships going, which is why I think they'll finish third in the table. That's a good shout, Tony. I'd like to see Spurs at best get to the last 8. If we could get to the last 8.
Look at Angus when you said that. No. Why can't we get to the last 8, Angus?
Because I just don't think you have the squad depth. And if you get injuries...
Do you think we'll get out the league stage?
Yeah, I think you get out the group
right,
stage.
And then how many teams are left in it after the league stage? 16, right?
Yeah.
So what we're talking about, if I'm not wrong, tell me if I'm wrong, we're talking about Spurs just winning their first knockout round to get to the last 8, which is the quarterfinals, right?
Yeah.
So you don't think Spurs are capable of getting to that stage?
Depends who you get drawn against, doesn't it?
Well, God, yeah. I mean, we could answer that for everything, right? But sure.
I guess.
Now, guys, I think the biggest call we have was Real Madrid will be one of the choice. Barcelona will be there. Bayern Munich will be there. Right? I don't think any of the Italian teams are showing much form this season. Right? For Spurs,
Juve have made a good start this season, haven't they?
Yeah, but Juve is Juve.
Yeah, but they concede too many. Juventus concede too many, Lubo. That's my issue with Juventus. I've watched them this season. I watched them play Inter Milan. Big up Danny because he left before I come in, because I was going to say Adjovic licked one from 40 yards in the top corner. That was a beauty, by the way. And they concede too many goals to me. That's the problem with Juventus. Inter Milan, the legs have gone, because I said this last year, before the Champions League final, and you saw it in the Barcelona game, Barcelona ran them ragged and their legs went. But somehow, some way, they scored a goal, and that's what got them through against Barcelona. But really and truly, you can see that their players in their squad there are aging. And it's a bit like where Croatia were back in the World Cup years ago. You can see their team is aging, bro. That's the problem with Inter Milan. I think AC Milan are in there, but Leao is another player that I don't rate because he blows hot and cold. This is why I didn't want him at Spurs. Because some days he can play very well, and then some days he can...
AC Milan's
AC Milan not in it.
No, they're not even
Right, okay. Right, Atalanta. Atalanta are a decent team. I think they're in there as well. They're a decent side. They've got De Catalan, they've got a few other good players in there. But for me, yeah, I don't see, like you said, I don't see an Italian team winning it. Not for me.
I don't see it. But guys, don't forget, right? We might come back our way to the final.
Mate, none of you have said Spurs to win it. I'm disappointed. None of you have said Spurs to win it.
Done a Saba, but homemade burger and chips.
Oh.
Homemade.
Hang on, who made you that?
Room service again.
Who made you that? What's going on there? Hey, can you hang on? Show me the chips. They look proper big, chunky bad boys. Those ones.
It's a funny Italian season. Look at that.
Homemade.
It's a funny
Where's
Italian season, isn't it? Inter Milan.
Burger and chips.
Yeah, but where's your chips and gravy? You're Northern.
Yeah.
Have a day off.
Come on, Dad. Where's your gravy? Where's your gravy? Get it on
Just Tommy K for now. Where's your pie and liquor?
Jesus Christ. Look at this.
That's East End, that is.
Look at this. That's
Again.
me being called a clown with a penis on my head. I mean, this is what you have to deal with on YouTube. Look at that.
We started again.
What are we doing here? This is a grown man. What are we doing here? I sent that to my wife, right? And said, the joys of YouTube. And she sent back and she went, surely that wasn't a grown man that did that. And I was like, absolutely, that was a grown man that did that. How worrying. Anyway, I won't go into it. I just thought that was quite funny. Like,
No, he needs love, right? I think he needs love.
Mate,
He's missing a lot of love.
I won't go into it, but it was just
Eugene, he needs help, mates. He doesn't.
Listen, I mean,
We
expect
won't go
that.
there, yeah.
I'll be honest. I expect that if I'm in school and someone's drawing a penis on somebody's, like, this is a grown man. Anyway, I'm not going to give him the airtime, but it's just absolutely mental. But bearing in mind, I never actually say anything bad about this guy. It's just hilarious. But listen, to get your views, you've got to talk about something that gets you views, right? And unfortunately, whenever my name is mentioned, views view, if that makes sense. So, hey, it is what it is. Anyway, moving on. God.
Well, where's my one, man? I never got to speak. I'm going to Champions League.
Can I tell you my worst thing about this picture before we move on? Right? Did anyone notice this? Doesn't this make me look bald?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes me look like I've got no hair. And I think he's got Man City in the background to imply that I support Man City. This is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. Oh gosh.
Sav,
oh my gosh.
Sav, have you got Data MB football on your screen?
Yep. Yeah.
Because someone's just put out on Twitter, Pedro Porro versus Premier League fullbacks. Defensive duels won first. Possessions won first. Progressive actions, crosses, forward passes, long passes completed. Progressive passes completed.
The duels can't be right. I'll tell you straight away. There you go. So look, I'll bring it up, Lubo. Here you go. So I've got, you know me, Lubo. I've got everything ready to go. So that's Pedro Porro this season. You'll see there he definitely won't be the number one fullback with duels because there's no way his blue dot is there if he's the number one with duels. Let's try a few fullbacks. Who plays regularly at fullback?
You're Timber. Compare him to Timber.
Timber?
Of course, Angus shouted out a Arsenal. So there you go. Yeah, if you look at Urian Timber's defensive duels are superior, but everything else, Porro pisses all over him. There you go. Who else?
Let's go to Liverpool, innit? Let's go to can you go Kukurea?
There's Kukurea. He wins more duels as well.
No, Kirkus is on the left hand side, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's what's his name, isn't it?
Philly, this is both sides. This is fullbacks both sides.
Okay,
okay, cool.
Yeah, Kirkes has not had a good start to the season, though, has he? I wouldn't expect him to. Oh, he's got the same duels as. See, at the moment, Porro hasn't got better defensive duels than anyone. Let's have a look at who plays for a good team. Let's look at Anthony Robinson. I like this guy, by the way. Oh, they haven't got him this season. I don't know if he's been injured, but this was his defensive duels last year.
He was on the bench on Saturday.
I like Robinson, by the way. I think he's a top fullback. I really do. Who else?
Tyreek Mitchell.
Hang on, just quick. I just want to check this bloke because this bloke's been really good this season so far. Look, Trafford, he's got better defensive duels. Who did you say? Who did you say?
Mitchell. Tyreek Mitchell.
Yeah, slightly different because he plays as a wing back, doesn't he? But again, Mitchell, his defensive duels.
What about Munoz?
Who?
Munoz from Palace, the wing back.
Munoz. There you go.
All right.
I like Munoz. I like him. He's a good fullback, Munoz. So yeah,
all of them got higher stats than him defensively in defensive duels. That's sad. That is.
But everything
all the
else,
ones that you
everything else is first. Everything else he's top.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But that's weird, right? He's so bad in his defensive duels, but the rest of the things he does so well.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. I don't think he's good in his defensive duels in any way, shape, or form. I don't know when they're putting that out there. I don't know. See, here it says his defensive duels are 34%. It's difficult, right? Because all these teams play in different formations, different systems, different managers. It's very difficult to compare them. But I'll be honest, I'm never enamored by Porro defensively. I think he's a wonderful footballer. I just think defensively, if I'm a proper winger, I would fancy my chances to run at him. I would. But that's just me. But he's a great player. Compared
that's where three at the back works for him, though, Sava, isn't it? If he had three at the back here, it would allow him to be the wing back and allow him to push up and be the width on the right hand side without having to go back and defend. That's what I've always looked at with Porro.
How good would Porro be as a wing back at Spurs? It'd be outrageous.
Yeah, I agree with you.
We'll have two good wing backs, right? We have Udogie there too.
Right.
Yeah, we would. I think the question you've got to ask about a team if you want to go to fullbacks is once you do that, you eliminate your wide men, don't you? Yeah. If you're doing that, you can't have players like, let's say we bought Savio. You couldn't buy Savio and have Kudus and then play wing backs because you completely get them out of the team. It works the other way as well, right? If you've got Savio and Kudus, you don't want wing backs. So it works both ways, right?
I agree with that. But I'm just looking at the players we have here, and to get the best at the players we have right now, I would say three at the back would suit everybody involved. Because like I said, the wing backs can actually offer the width here and allow the striker or the midfield or the better players in midfield to play in a natural position. It would allow Xavi Simons to play as the 10 without having to drift out wide to the left, because Adoji would offer the width on that side, and it would allow Porro to be the one on the right. I mean, the Kudus could actually just play behind the forward there and just play the balls into the forward and allow him to just do his job and play off the last shoulder. But that's just me, innit?
No, but Philly, if we do play three at the back, right, our squad for defenders ain't deep enough, right?
That's the problem, and that's why I've always said this, Eugene. Yeah, Spurs didn't buy what they needed in the summer. If they bought what they needed in the summer, then that wouldn't be an issue. But they didn't buy what they needed in the summer. They just bought around it. And that was a problem to me. That's just why I said I didn't look at the names coming in or the first team. They come into the first team. It wasn't the names that came in. It was what Spurs actually needed for me.
No, but if that's the plan, right? If you're going to go forward and play three at the back, right? Maybe in January we could bolster up. Because at the moment now, we do play three at the back. One of our defenders get injured, right? We start with Ben Davis in there. Ben Davis.
But yeah, we were linked to Aaron De Winter in the summer. The thing is, we were linked to Aaron De Winter in the summer. So the idea was to get a third centre back in. And I can see why they wanted to get a third centre back in. The fact that they didn't get a third centre back in was worrying anyway. And this is why, I personally, to me, I want Lance sacked.
I get it why we didn't, Philly. I get it why we didn't. From what I've heard, again, take this with a pinch of salt. Luba, I think you back me up. From what I've heard here, is Frank wants the option to play a back three, but he doesn't want to buy a third centre-back to play back three every week. And what that means is that when you go and try and buy another centre-back, they know that, and they know that Van der Ven and Romero are first choice. So how do you go out and get a player and say, by the way, you are not first choice? Because that now brings the level of quality that you can attract, right? You're not going to go to Guehi and say, hey, join Spurs, right? And he's going to go, yeah, but hang on. Am I playing in front of Romero and Van der Ven? Yeah, but every now and then we play through at the back. All right, but what about when you don't? You know, World Cup year, am I going to sit on the bench? It's a tough one, Lubo, right? Like you've got to...
It is.
It's very tough.
It's like the Harry Kane's conundrum, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wait, guys, don't forget, right? We still can use Archie Gray.
Don't get Lubo off on that one again.
The German newspaper Bild, B-I-L-D, have come out and said today Harry Kane can leave Bayern Munich next summer for 56.7 million as long as he states his intention to leave before the end of the January transfer window. They're saying this could alert the likes of Man U, Arsenal and Tottenham in considering a move for the star.
Imagine if Kane comes to Arsenal.
He won't go to Arsenal.
He won't go back to Arsenal.
There's no way he'll go to Arsenal.
Why wouldn't he? Sol Campbell did it. Harry Kane did
No,
it.
Kane wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it.
He's one of our own. He's one of our own. He came to our farm.
It's not.
You've got to remember, Angus, when you're 10 years old, you don't understand anything. As you grow older, you understand life and you understand what's right and what's wrong. And Kane has done that quite successfully. So, and he liked scoring against you guys, didn't he? And he scored one or two.
Yeah.
But listen, Tammy, true. But I mean, with this, I get the feeling that I think one of Gabriel or Saliba might be leaving next summer. Because if not, I'd be really...
Okay, hold on. I'm going to ask Angus this question, right?
Why is he going to Arsenal then?
No, okay. What? No, you guys brought in Eze, right? And he's not even being played. Why?
Yeah. I don't know. Ask the manager. I don't know.
It's so weird, no? And I've got a funny feeling, right? Even I think Eze might even regret going to Arsenal because if he doesn't get enough game time this season, right, he might not even get picked for the England team. That's the weird thing, is because I've been seeing it that you guys need certain things like when an Eze to be playing for you guys at a certain time, he's not even brought on. Or isn't he gelling well?
Started on Sunday.
Yeah, but he gets taken off right after that.
Look, I don't think we can know. Listen, I don't know what's been promised to Hincapi. I don't know whether he's been promised he'll play next year. I don't know if he's promised once he's fit he'll play left. But I don't know. But most players, you're not telling me they're going to come and sit on a bench, right, in a World Cup year. You're not. And look, I get it. I would have liked to have seen Aaron De Winter, but is it Aaron De Winter?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually think he's a good footballer. I would have liked to have seen him come in. He can play right back, centre back, or centre mid. So I would have liked that. But look, I don't think we're too bad at centre half. If you really look at it, you know, you've got Van der Ven, Romero, and Danso. You've got Ben Davis who can play there. You've got Dragashin coming back, Takai when he's fit. Vuskovic is out on loan. You know, I think you can't just keep stockpiling. Can you? You can't.
Sorry, I was going to say the problem for me, is Ben Davis. I do not rate Ben Davis. Ben Davis, I call him Ben 11. I'm going to say it now, Ben 11. Ben Davis at year 8, was getting torn to shreds by Saka on the halfway line. Yeah, we saw it. He cannot deal with pace, right? So now he's Ben 11. 3 more years, he is going to be ripped to shreds by the likes of Doué. If we're playing against a team of pace, he's going to be torn to shreds. And I'm not there for that time. I don't want to see that because I know it's coming. But this is the thing. We keep keeping this man.
Philly, he'll probably go someone like Wrexham or Cardiff next season.
I was hoping he would. I was hoping he would this summer.
That's right. No, but the thing is that, right, like what Sawa says is correct, right? If you do have Dragashin coming back, right, and maybe Takai coming in later in the stages of this season, right, then maybe that will give Frank an option to play 3 at the back in certain games against, but then he has to choose which games he's going to do that, right? Whilst he's trying to play with a 4 or 3, I mean, the back 4 or back 3. I mean, the type of styles that he needs to play, right? But at the moment now, like what Frank has to do is, right, he's still feeling out what the team is, what the squad he has, right? And I see a lot of times in this past few games that we've been playing, right? I don't know whether it's muscle memory and all that, or it's just the psychology part of it. We still sometimes go back to this Ange ball kind of scenario where we get stuck out, right? And I'm hoping that is being flushed out slowly out of the player system. You see, like the first goal against Brighton, right? Where was VDV? He was, I think, further up in the field. Right?
Yeah,
and
I think.
He had to go, Eugene. He had to go to Rutter, and unfortunately, he didn't get there. He wasn't close enough, and Rutter flicked the ball around the corner, and Minter was away, and there was too big a gap. Udogie had made the run, to support Odebear. So he was on his way up the pitch, and Romero was too far across. And Minter's quick. He's very, very fast.
But VDV was too far away to chase him. That's what I'm trying to say, right?
That's right. That's right.
I think
Rutter created that hole for Minter to run into.
Certain habits as well aren't just going to disappear over one summer.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
It's look. I look at that goal all around, and I think it was a bit of a calamity. First of all, Odebear was, for me, so weak in giving the ball away, like really weak. Yep. And then Van der Ven's really high up the pitch. Romero's playing them all on side. I think you could look at any one of them and go, but listen, it's going to happen. We're not going to not concede every week, right? We're not going to keep clean sheets week in, week out. By the way, I'm going to do this game, but before we do, we are on 1839. You lot are slacking. Come on, guys. As we're getting to the business end of things, we've been going 6 hours and 40 minutes, right? 6 hours and 40 minutes. And this is harder than it looks. Trust me, this is harder than it looks to keep going for this amount of time. So please, there is the link. There's enough of you in here. If everyone in here stuck in £2, everyone stuck in £2, we'd make our target. If everyone stuck in £3, we'd smash our target. So come on, people. There is the link. Here it is. Just dig deep. It's the price of what we got here. What we got here. There we go. There we go.
I'll be wearing this on Sunday.
Hey.
There we go.
And then
there we go. If this guy can run all those miles.
312.
Hey.
For the new formation next year.
Please dig deep. It's the price of a coffee is what we're asking for, right? Price of a coffee. That's all. Price of a pint, depending where you live. Not if you live where I live, it's not the price of a pint. But price of a coffee, price of a pint, whatever it may be. Price of a sausage roll from Greg's. Come on, just dig deep. And next time I look at that, I want to see it's gone right up from there and over the 2K mark. Come on, people. Otherwise, we're just a group of people sitting around talking for no reason at all. Guys, who's up for a little game? And we'll keep a little score. Who's up for a little game?
Always.
Right.
Okay.
So the way this works. Okay, the way this works, I'm going to start with each of you and go round. And whoever starts, right, gets the first option. So don't shout out. So I'm going to start with Dan, as in the top left. And he gets the option to give an answer. If he doesn't get it right, no one shout out. I'll go to Lubo or then Philly, and then it'll work that same way each time. So you'll all get a chance. I'm going to give you 4 teams, and you're going to tell me which player I am talking about. Okay, which player I am talking about.
From which era, Sav?
Every era.
Any era. From any era. Okay. From any era. But I will then keep a score, and the winner at the end will win nothing but respect. And that's all you need in life, just a little bit of respect. And while we're doing this, you frauds in the chat, get your donations going. You have been tight. We've had no donations now for 46 minutes, apart from Lisa O'Brien. Big up Lisa O'Brien, who's come in with a donation there. Thank you very much, Lisa. We really, really appreciate you. And if Lisa can do it, some of you lot can do it. No cheating as well. If I see any fingers tapping, cheating. Right, Dan Babb, are you ready for the first question?
I'm ready.
The question is, who am I? I played for Rangers, Bournemouth, Portsmouth, and Toronto. Rangers, Bournemouth, Portsmouth, and Toronto.
How long ago? Like, is it any?
It's.
Oh,
I'll give you clues. This is in the recent history. This is very recent history.
Portsmouth, then where?
It was Portsmouth. This isn't in order. Rangers,
Not in
Bournemouth,
order.
Portsmouth, Toronto are four of the clubs this man played for. Rangers, Bournemouth, Portsmouth, Toronto.
And that's all the clubs. There's not like another club.
No, he's played for other clubs. He's played for those four clubs.
I'll
I'll have to push you for an answer, and if not, I'm moving to Lubo.
I'm taking a round with Joe Hart.
It's not Joe Hart. Lubo?
JD.
It is JD. It is Jermaine Defoe. Lubo, keep a little tally for yourself.
No,
1
it's a
point.
Tottenham
No
player.
cheating, please, Lubo. I know you
Tottenham
like to
player.
cheat. No cheating,
Don't
all right?
need to, mate. Don't
No
need to.
cheating. Right, Lubo, this is your question. This is your question. Okay, so who am I? I've played for Braga, Sporting Lisbon, Fulham, and Bayern Munich.
Paulinho.
Paulinho. It is Paulinho. Oh, Lubo's off to a flyer. He's got into a 2-0 lead. There you go. You're on mute, Dan. You're on mute, I think.
I'm watching those eyes. They're looking rather down at a keyboard, if you ask me.
Is he cheating? Is he cheating?
I don't know. I want to see those hands up next time.
Right. So this is Philly. Philly's go. Right,
Oh,
Philly,
I'll
who
let
am
you off,
I?
I'll let you off.
I've played for Mets, Newcastle, Wolves, and Norwich. Mets, Newcastle, Wolves, and Norwich. And you should get this. Mets, Newcastle, Wolves, and Norwich.
Ooh. I don't know, son. No idea.
Shall I move on?
Yeah, go on.
Right. Eugene, can you get the steal? Mets, Newcastle, Wolves, and Norwich.
Nah.
Angus?
Is it Johan Kabay?
It's not Johan Kabay. Dan, you got a chance to steal in here.
Not that one.
No. Lubo, you got a chance to make it free.
Give me those four again.
Mets, Newcastle, Wolves, and Norwich. I'm going to have to push you or no one gets the point.
Oh,
Three,
what's his name? The guy
two,
who scored the guy that scored the
one.
equalising goal against 4-all
Gone.
draw. The guy
Gone.
that scored. Oh, what's his
Gone.
name?
Gone. The answer was Basong. The answer was Basong. Remember him?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one is you, Eugene. Okay. Next question. I played for Stade Brest, PSG, Aston Villa, and Newcastle. Stade Brest, PSG, Aston Villa, and Newcastle.
Brass. French player. Newcastle. Aston Villa. Nah, can't pick one up.
Okay. Angus, a chance to steal.
Is it
Stade Brest.
Debussy?
Who?
Debussy.
No, it's
The
not.
right back.
No. Dan? No. Lubo?
Jacob Murphy?
No. Billy, this is your chance to steal in.
I'm going to say, you know what, your man's have. I'm going to say Ginola, just for jokes, bro. But I don't think it is.
It is my man, David Ginola, the sexiest god alive. It is that man, yes.
Well,
So 1 point to Philly. I think Lubo's got 2. Right. Angus, we're starting with you. Who am I? I played for Stuttgart, Monaco, Inter Milan, and Bayern Munich. So Stuttgart, Monaco, Inter Milan, and Bayern Munich.
Oh.
No, I'm lost.
No, Dan,
No,
go to you.
I'm lost there. Not doing very well at this one. Lubo's busy at the sheet.
Lubo?
Yeah.
By the way, would it help if I was to say you've probably seen the theme that every single one of these players has played for Tottenham?
Yeah.
Thanks, Sam. I wasn't sure about Stuttgart, but the rest.
Oh, we'll add Johnny into the mix here as well. Johnny should know. He's a
Jurgen
font of all
Klinsmann, mate.
knowledge.
Jurgen Klinsmann.
How much did you look at the chat?
I didn't.
Yeah,
I saw your eyes come there.
we see you, Lubo.
I promise you. The only one I wasn't sure of was Stuttgart because Klinsmann was in Monaco, was he, when he had that picture with Sugar?
Yeah.
And I know he played for Ballon, I know he played for Inter. And the only one I wasn't sure about Klinsmann was Stuttgart. But when you said they're all Spurs players, then that gave it away.
Well, there you go. Jurgen Klinsmann. So you've got 3 points. Johnny's into the mix here. Johnny's into the mix. So
First of all, just want to say, Sava, big up to the Caudwell Children Charity, and big up to you for all you've done today with the stream. Apologies, I couldn't get on earlier. Life took over, but I'm here now.
Isn't life a bitch? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Life is a bitch. It's always in the way, Johnny.
Always in the way of us streaming. Yeah.
And this is so, Johnny. I'm sure you've seen this game.
I haven't actually.
Teams. Right. So I named 4 teams. People have to tell me which player it was. You get one guess, but we go round. So I start with a different person each time. So this one was, who did I start with that time? Was that was you, Angus, wasn't it? Okay, Dan, we're back round to you. Actually, we'll go to Johnny. If I do that, we'll go to Johnny. Right, Johnny, here's 4. They've all played for Spurs, by the way. There's the clue in all of these names. Right. Who am I? I've played for Southampton, Dusseldorf, Lens, and Augsburg. So Southampton, Dusseldorf, Lens, and Augsburg.
Fucking hell. Oh, what was our German centre back called?
Are you thinking of Kevin Wimmer?
Yeah.
He was crap. He was crap at Stoke.
Wimmer, chicken dinner.
Oh.
So Southampton, Dusseldorf, Augsburg, and Lens. I've got to push you for an answer, Johnny.
I'm going to go Kevin Wimmer.
It's not Kevin Wimmer. Dan, who is it?
Is it Kevin Danso?
Have you been looking at the chat? It is big Kevin Danso.
No.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, had I been cheating, I could have got it very quickly.
Yeah.
If I was cheating, I would have got the other 3 wrong.
All of you lot, turn the comments off. You can turn the comments off.
I've got full screen.
I got Kevin right. Hang on a minute. I got Kevin right. Do I get 50%?
No, but Dan now gets a point. Dan's on the board and it's his go. So, Dan, who am I? I've played for Lask, Rapid Vienna, FC Köln, and Stoke City.
Oh, I know this one.
Read it out again.
Lask, Rapid Vienna, FC Köln, and Stoke City. And I'm going to give you a clue because you're the one running the marathon. You literally just guessed. You got it wrong on the last answer, but it is now the right answer.
Wimmer.
It is Kevin Rimmer. Yes, it is.
Fucking
It is Kevin
I'm
Rimmer.
not. I've even answered it. I put absolutely Kevin.
Oh,
In the
Jesus. Oh, brilliant. Okay, right. So Dan catching up Lubo to 2 points. Right, Lubo, this is you. Let's see how well Lubo does without cheating. Oh, this one's easy as well. Right, who am I? I played for Napoli, Galatasaray, Nice, and Lyon.
Oh, he's looking at
Napoli,
his chat.
Galatasaray.
Ndombele.
I know that.
Ndombele. Yes, it is Lubo.
Yeah.
Lubo's got 4 points. He's so competitive. Billy, who am I? I played for Millwall, Norwich, Leicester City, and Bayern Munich.
Oh, I know
Harry
this.
Kane.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Harry Kane.
It is Harry Kane. Yes, you're off the mark. You're on the board there. Right, Eugene.
Oh,
Let's see if yours is. Let's see if yours is as easy. Oh, this one's tricky actually. Who am I? I played for Lens, QPR, Metz, and Saint Etienne. So Lens, QPR. Who?
Tarbet.
No, you went early, didn't you? You went early. You went early, Angus. Who am I?
Again, please.
Lens, QPR, Saint Etienne, and Metz.
I'm lost. I have no idea.
Johnny, Lens, QPR, Saint Etienne, and Metz.
I met him. I've met him a few times. It's Etienne Capoue.
It's not Etienne Capoue. You might have met Etienne Capoue, but it's not the right answer. Dan, I'm coming to you.
Asu Ikoto.
Is it Asu Ikoto? It is indeed Asu Ikoto, the porn star, the guy that hated football.
Left back, right?
Left back, good left back
Actually,
as well.
a few in the chat thought it was Capoue as well, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And
We've got Tabuli, Tarapt, Capoue.
Yeah.
Quentin Tarantino, apparently, from
Tarantino.
Oh dear, Ellie. Oh dear. Okay, who's first? Is this it's you, Angus, isn't it? Angus, who am I? I played for Bristol City, Sunderland, Newcastle, and Watford. Bristol City, Sunderland, Newcastle, and Watford. Obviously, they all played for Spurs.
Lubo looks like he's doing his exams.
I feel like Lubo's cheating somehow.
I'm writing the teams down. I'm just writing the teams down.
I just don't feel like I can't accuse him of cheating because I just don't think he's that good with technology to cheat. Do you know what I mean? So, Angus, any idea?
I have no clue.
Okay, Johnny, I'll read them again. Bristol City, Sunderland, Newcastle, Watford.
I honestly haven't got a clue.
The answer is not telling you. Dan, I'm joking, mate. Go on. Who is it?
Plays at left back again. English. Right, he's English. Mr. Danny Rose.
It's Mr. Danny Rose. Danny Rose. Right, Johnny, this is you. And guys, please keep your own scores. I'm not keeping them, so we'll see who's cheating at the end. Right, Johnny, who am I? I played for Anderlecht, RKC Valk, Benfica, and Ajax.
Jan Vertonghen.
Spot on.
The answer is Jan Vertonghen. It is indeed.
What a baller.
Right. Dan, this is for you. I believe this might put you level with Lubo, the cheater, if you get this. Here we go. Who am I? Oh, I played for Newcastle United, Notts County, Portsmouth, and Arsenal.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh!
And you've got to get this. This is the easiest one there.
Is it Sol Campbell?
It is Sol Campbell, yes.
Super Sol Campbell.
Judas, it is Sol Campbell,
I only
yes.
remember
It
that
is.
because of on about snakes earlier, and they say won't be a Sol Campbell number 2.
Oh, this one if Lubo doesn't get this within 2 seconds, he's a fraud, right? He's a fraud, right? You heard
Jamie
this right.
Donnelly.
It's Jamie's Archie Gray. Right, Lubo, are you ready?
Go on.
Who am I? I played for AC Milan, West Ham, Barnet, and Chelsea.
Jimmy
Greaves. Johnny, stop that, Johnny. Yes, it is Jimmy Greaves. Yes, it was. All right, Philly. Your is who am I? Plenty of points to play for. I've played for. This isn't a bad group. I've played for Real Madrid, Crystal Palace, Man City, and Arsenal. Real Madrid, Crystal Palace, Man City, and Arsenal.
Oh, jeez.
Well, think there's not many Spurs players that have played for Real Madrid and Arsenal. Let me know when you get on.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on, mate. Real Madrid, Arsenal.
Eugene?
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid, Palace, Man City, and the Gunners.
Oh, Eddie Bayo?
It is Emmanuel Adebayor. Do you know what? I'll be honest. I can't remember him playing for Palace. But listen, if this is wrong.
It
Palace.
must have been there when Shamak was there as well, then.
Who?
Marion Shamak.
Shamak?
Shamak.
God, yeah, he was crap, wasn't he? He had awful hair as well, didn't he, Shamak? Awful hair. Right, Eugene, we're starting with you on this one. Who am I? I've played for Bournemouth, Swansea City, Ipswich Town, and Celtic. So that is Bournemouth, Swansea City, Ipswich Town, and Celtic.
Oh, I know who it is.
Bournemouth. Joe Hart?
It's not Joe Hart. Angus, can you sneak in?
Johnny's going to get this.
It is Cameron Carter-Vickers, the greatest centre-half to never really get a chance at Spurs. Cameron Carter-Vickers, CCV. Okay, keep your own scores, remember. Right, this next one. This is Johnny, yeah?
Might be.
Angus.
Oh, is it you, Angus?
Angus has gone for a checkup.
Angus.
Who is it? Is it you, Angus?
Angus had
Yes, Angus is third. No, no, Eugene had the last one. Angus guessed Eugene's question. So it's Angus's turn, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing me then.
Okay. Angus.
Angus, get off Chat GPT. Come on. You've got to wait for the answer to the question.
I played for Lazio, Rangers, Everton, and Newcastle.
I know this.
It is Paul Gascoigne. By the way, I can't hear you at all, Angus. It sounds like you're in a toilet. Just so
I
you
would
know
have got that one in a second. That was a home run for me.
Right.
Can you hear me better now?
Johnny, well, let's see if this one's a home run. Oh, Johnny's got an easy one. Johnny's got a very easy one here. Who am I, Johnny? I played for Monterrey, Fenerbahce, Alkmaar, and Antwerp.
Oh, I know this.
So that is Monterrey, Fenerbahce, Alkmaar, and Antwerp.
I was going to say Toby, but I think it's our Mexican. Monterrey's Mexico, isn't it? So it's our Mexican mate, isn't it?
Let me know when you want to move on.
Oh, fuck it. I I'll go Toby, but I think it's our Mexican mate.
You thought it was Giovanni Dos Santos?
Yeah.
It's not Giovanni Dos Santos. Dan, can you sneak in? It's not an easy one, that one. No?
Oh.
All right. No? Yes?
Begins with a V. It begins with a V.
Oh, no.
Vincent something. I don't know.
You give it to Lubo. You just give it to Lubo.
You've just get his
sorry.
name.
Just give it to Lubo, yeah.
He still
Give it
looks
to Lubo.
confused. He still looks confused.
Lubo will eat this for breakfast.
He's very
Dan-
serious, Luba, at the top there.
Dan, you've got it without the surname. Quickly get his surname so Lubo doesn't get this easy point. Vincent
Janssen. Oh, Vincent Janssen.
Vincent Janssen. Yes, it is Vincent Janssen. Our Mexican Vincent Janssen.
Yeah.
Johnny. Right.
Was that my points?
No, it was not. But do you know what? The gods are favouring Lubo because Lubo's going to get this one in 2 seconds as well. Are you ready?
Daniel Levy.
Yeah. Are you ready, Lubo?
Go on.
Who am I? I played for Aberdeen, Norwich, Coventry, and Leicester. I'm not even reading them out twice. Aberdeen, Norwich, Coventry, Leicester.
Come on.
Jimmy Holmes?
No. Philly.
Aberdeen.
Norwich, Coventry, Leicester. I thought this was a home run.
I don't know this one. I was going to say Stephen Carr, but it's not.
Coventry, Leicester, Aberdeen, and
I'm shocked. Aberdeen, Norwich, Coventry, and Leicester.
Madison?
Yeah. It is James Madison. Yes. Phew. We got there. Yes. All right. Whose go is this then? This must be Phillies. And Lubo, absolutely shocking that from you.
Did he say Eamon Holmes? Did he say?
Eamon Holmes and Lorraine Kelly. Yeah, it was those two. Right. Philly, let's see what you've got. Okay. I played for Real Madrid, Getafe, Villarreal, and Valencia. Real Madrid.
Yeah. I'm going to say Giovanni Dos Santos, but I don't think so.
Is that your answer, or are you?
Yes, it is. That's my answer.
It's not Giovanni Dos Santos. Eugene. So those answers again were Real Madrid, Getafe, Villarreal, Valencia.
Oh.
It's a good game, this, isn't it?
Oh. Real Madrid.
Let's see if in the background, let's see if Perchy's putting any other games together for us.
Edgar Davis?
It's not. Angus.
Is it Roberto Soldado?
It is Roberto Soldado. Oh. Yes, it was. Starting his career at Real Madrid.
Otherwise known as No Goldaldo.
No Goldo. Guys, just quickly, how many points, Dan? How many points you got?
5.
No, what? You haven't been able to keep count of a number but below 5.
I think it's 5.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we'll go with 5. Lubo?
I know I was one ahead of Dan.
And what have you got?
Well, I thought he had 4. I thought I had 5, but I must have 6. So
unbelievable.
I got 2.
I'll tell you what.
I got 2.5 to
it down. Hang on. Right, I'm going to give Dan 4 because I think Lubo is winning. Lubo 5. How many you got, Philly?
I got 2.
Billy's got 2. Eugene? 2. How many you got, Angus?
I've got 3.
And how many you got, Johnny?
2.5 for Kevin. Takes me off the bottom.
Unbelievable. Okay. But this is mad. So we've had 23 questions, but apparently only 5, 9, 11, 13, 15, 18 points. So never mind. Sod it. Right. Okay. Johnny, it must be you, yeah?
Me.
No, it's Eugene.
Oh, is it Eugene? Sorry. Well, I don't know how I got around there then. Eugene, who am I? I played for Rayo Vallecano, Leicester City, Millwall, and the Seattle Sounders. So Rayo Vallecano, Millwall, Leicester City, and the Seattle Sounders.
I can't remember the guy. What's his name? The American guy that played for us. Nah.
Angus.
American guy. Play for Vallecano. I'm lost.
Johnny.
I don't know.
Sorry, say the teams again, please. Sorry.
The teams are Rayo Vallecano, Leicester, Millwall, and the Seattle Sounders.
What's his name? Dempsey? Clint Dempsey?
Nope, not Dempsey. Dan?
I think it must be before my time.
Before your time, fair enough. Lubo?
I'm going to have a stab at this. The only player I know who played for Leicester and Millwall was, what's his name? Casey Keller.
And the answer is Casey Keller. It was, yeah. Good goalkeeper, Casey, back in the day.
Yeah.
I like Casey Keller.
The American guy.
Yeah. So big up. Hang on. Let me add one to Lubo. So Lubo's now on 6. Okay. Lubo's pulling up. We can't let Lubo win this. We'll never hear the bloody end of it. Right. Who's next? Is it you, Angus? Angus.
It's me, actually.
Right.
Is it? No, it might be you.
No, it's Angus. It's Angus. Yeah. Right. Angus, who am I? This brings us halfway through the game, by the way. This is the 25th player. I played for QPR, Reading, Exeter, and Swansea. QPR, Reading, Exeter, and Swansea.
No.
Johnny?
Clubs again, sorry. Exeter.
QPR, Reading, Exeter, and Swansea.
Les Ferdinand?
Not Les Ferdinand. Dan, can you steal in?
Tommy Carroll.
Tommy Carroll is the correct answer. Tommy Carroll is the correct answer. What a player. Big old Tommy Carroll. If you know, you know. Johnny, are you ready? Has Johnny got an easy one? Oh, Johnny's got a nice easy one here. Who am I? I played for Toulouse, PSG, Nottingham Forest, and Villarreal.
Well, it ain't Brennan Johnson, that's for sure. Hang on.
Toulouse, PSG, Nottingham Forest, and Villarreal.
Shit. Toulouse, Nottingham Forest, PSG, Villarreal. Fucking hell. Why can I not think?
I'm going to have to push you for an answer.
No, it's not coming. It's not coming.
Dan?
He's a right back.
No, who is?
Correct. He's a right back.
I'm not giving clues. No, I'm not giving clues.
Shit.
Aurea.
Who?
Aurea.
Serge Aurier?
Yeah.
It is Serge Aurier.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
That's a good one. No one in the chat got that, by the way. I don't think anyone in the chat got that. Big up to you. So Dan is level.
Neck and neck with the Lubo.
Well, I'm on 6 now. I'm on 6.
So is Dan. Right. Dan, this is your question as well to go in front.
Oh, God, the pressure.
Right. Who am I? I played for Birmingham City, Rostov, Arsenal, and Blackburn. So Birmingham City, Rostov, Arsenal, and Blackburn.
Arsenal, Blackburn, Tottenham.
Wow.
David Bentley.
Oh, David Bentley is correct. So Dan goes into the lead. Dan goes into the lead. Lubo, your chance to hit back. It's turning into a bit of a two-horse race. Lubo, are you ready? Lubo?
Yeah, I'm ready. Go on.
He's ready.
All right, easy one for the Lubo. Who am I? I played for Monaco, Benfica, PSV, and Fulham. Monaco, Benfica, PSV, and Fulham.
He came to Malaysia.
No.
Okay, Philly, it's over to you.
Right. Say the clubs again. PSV, Monaco.
So the clubs are Monaco, Benfica, PSV, and Fulham. I'm going to have to push you. Monaco, Benfica, PSV, and Fulham. Who am I?
Dembele.
It's not Dembele. Eugene, do you want to steal in? All right, come on in. All right. Oh, all right.
All right, take a shot at it. Monaco, PSV, right?
PSV, not PSG, as in Dutch, not French.
Can't be Berbatov, right?
No.
Angus?
No, I don't know. I'm lost as well.
Johnny?
PSV. What did you say? Exeter was the last one.
No, definitely not. Fulham.
Sorry.
It's Monaco, Benfica, PSV, and Fulham.
Oh, what's his name?
Yeah, him.
He fell into the ground.
Postiga?
Not Helder Postiga. Dan, chance to steal in and go two clear of the pack.
I don't know this one.
No. Lubo, back round to you. Actually, no, I'm not going back round. No. Done. Sorry, I've just realised. No, we don't go back round. The answer is Carlos Vinicius. Yeah, you don't get it, I'm afraid. Oh, dear. Carlos Vinicius. No one gets the point. Right.
Didn't he play on loan, like for you for like a season?
He played, for a little bit, and he was absolutely shocking. Another typical Spurs signing. Right. Who? I can't even remember. So it's Philly. This is you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Philly. Right. Who am I? I played for FC 20, Monaco, Standard Liège, and West Brom.
Standard Liège, Monaco to Standard Liège to West Brom.
By the way, you lot in the chat, we are £100 off of 2,000. I really expect that £100 off of 2,000 to be done by the time we've done all these names. There is the link. Please show your appreciation. Everyone's given many hours today. We are into the hour. Please. We want to get to 2.5K, but first let's get that 2K and then we'll have the final push. Philly, any guesses?
No, I'm just looking at Benjamin Stambouli, but I don't think it is.
It's not. Eugene, any guesses? 20, Monaco, Liège, and Brom.
Chatley?
Nasir Chadley is the right answer. Nasir Chadley, right. Eugene, this is your question. You got a chance here to put the pressure on Lubo the cheater. Right, you ready?
3 points, no way.
Who am I? I played for Liverpool, Swansea, Alanspor, and QPR. Liverpool, Swansea, Alanspor in Turkey, and QPR.
Oh, QPR. I go back to Tarbet.
It's not. It's not, Angus.
For some reason, I had in my head John Joe Shelby.
It's not John Joe Shelby. No. Johnny, are you there?
No.
I'm going to have to miss Johnny out then. Dan?
Stephen Colker.
It is Stephen Colker. Yes. It is Stephen Colker.
Big centre back.
You missed his story because he played in Scotland as well.
Huh?
He played in Scotland as well.
I don't know. He's played for
He
everybody.
played for Rangers, didn't it?
Yeah, he played for Rangers.
I thought he did.
I think he played for Rangers on loan or something like that.
Yeah, I think he went permanent.
We're now £98 away from the 2000. £98. Please, people, as much as you're guessing, please, I'm leaving the link on the page for you. Right. Who was that? That was Eugene's first, right?
Yeah, that was mine. Was that not my question?
Okay.
Yeah, it was mine. So Tuesday.
No, it's my question. Now it's Angus' turn.
Yeah.
So it's Angus, yeah? Okay, Angus, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Who am I? I played for Hertha Berlin, AC Milan, Schalke, and Portsmouth. Hertha Berlin. Kevin Prince Boateng is, yeah, that's a good, I like that. Straight in, no nonsense, unlike your shitty manager. I like that. Good. He did play for Barcelona, yeah, he did. Kevin Prince, what a good footballer, Kevin Prince, but I'm not sure if the mentality was quite there. Right, Johnny with a chance to get to 3 points. This should be a nice one for you, Johnny. Who am I? I played for Derby County, Ipswich, Charlton, and Aston Villa.
Fucking Derby.
And I'll give you a little clue.
I might need it.
His name's not Sandra.
His name's not Sandra. Tom Huddleston.
It's not Tom Huddleston. Dan?
Darren Bent.
It is Darren Bent.
Oh, right. Yeah. Shit,
Remember?
sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I should have got it from that.
I'll tell you what. Not only can Dan run marathons, he's out in front, right?
Handing it to him on a plate here.
What?
Giving clues.
Lubo. By the way, everyone, when Lubo was losing at my house, this is exactly the behaviour he displayed. It was spoiled brat syndrome. There must be a reason why I'm not winning.
Ellie, come on, you put in the chat.
Ellie, please. Hang up, Ellie. Ellie.
All right, it's Dan's turn.
Me.
Dan's turn to pull away from Lubo.
Hang on. Hang on
There's
one second.
There's only 4 left, I think. So I think Dan's won this.
Yeah,
right. Hang on. All right, Stanley. I know you've not been for a walk. I know Mummy will be home soon. I know. Mummy will be home soon. I know. If we can't have walks, we have cuddles. So, okay, right. All right. Exactly, Chris. It is no fun being a quizmaster when Lubo is around. He just doesn't accept it. Right.
Chris, shame you didn't have a decent system there, mate. That's all I can say.
This is
kept shutting me and Ellie off before we could answer. He was.
You can't jump that far. Come on, good boy, good boy. Right. Dan, this is your chance to go 4 clear of Lubo. 4 clear of him. Right.
4 clear.
He's on 9. You're on 6.
Not on 9. He's on 6.
He's on 9. Look.
Yeah. All right.
He's on 9. Right. Where are we? Right, Dan. Let's see what you've got. So that was Darren Bent, right? Okay. Who am I? I played for Birmingham City, Swindon, West Ham, and Man United.
Mm-hmm.
West Ham.
I know this.
English again. Carrick.
It is Michael Carrick, yeah. It is Michael Carrick. Lubo, he's on 10. So when you complain in a minute, he's on 10. Right, Lubo, your chance to close the gap to 3. Right. That was Carrick. Right. St. Patrick's Athletic, Crystal Palace, QPR, and Chelsea.
Okay.
By the way, thank you, Alfie. I'll get to it in a minute. Thank you so much, buddy. People, please keep donating. Please keep donating. We should be well over 2K by now. We are still big up. We are £88 away from the 2,000 mark. So please dig deep, people. Dig deep. And my name has finally now been added to those Spurs content creators. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Just saying.
Did you say St. Patrick's just to be sure?
Yeah, I didn't. No, I didn't. Lubo, you got it?
No.
Okay. This is a tough one, by the way. Philly. St. Patrick's, Crystal Palace, QPR, and Chelsea. This isn't recent times. I'm going to be honest with you. This is not recent.
Do you know, part of me says, you know what, I was going to say, Jury, actually, but I don't think so. I was going to say Gordon Jury, but I think I'm wrong.
It's not Jukebox Jury. It's definitely not Jury. Eugene?
No.
Les Ferdinand.
It's not your guess.
Oh, sorry.
Eugene.
I've been saving it up. Sorry. I thought I was next. Beg your pardon.
Eugene?
No. Right. Who do I know? I've said
no.
I've said Les 3 times. Got to be right once.
Angus, do you know?
Not got a clue.
No. Johnny, do you know?
Les Ferdinand.
Not Les Ferdinand. Dan, do you know? I'll be shocked if you know this. Don't know. So, everybody, the answer was Terry Venables. Terry
got that
Venables.
one. Jesus. Can I ask you a question? Have we had Les Ferdinand yet? Because if I keep saying Les Ferdinand,
I'll be brutally honest with you. He's not on the list. He's not on the list. Right, next one. So this is Philly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Philly.
Yeah.
Who am I? I played for Cassapore, Everton, Leeds United, and Burnley. So Cassapore, Everton, Leeds United, and Burnley.
Why do I get a nasty one?
Not Les Ferdinand.
I get a nasty one. It's like I'm selected to get the nasty ones. I don't even know this one. I'm trying to think back. Are we looking at new times or old times, Savo, here?
No, I mean modern enough that everyone on the panel will know this player.
And what was the other teams? Cab and Spur, which ones?
Cayaspor, Leeds United, Burnley, and Everton.
Aaron Lennon.
Aaron Lennon is correct. Aaron Lennon, Philly. Yes. Well dug out the bag there. 3 points for you. Right. Eugene, as we go into the last 15. Right. I played for Bayer Leverkusen, Manchester City, Lokomotiv Moscow, and Dynamo Zagreb.
What? Leverkusen, City, Rostov?
Leverkusen, City, Lokomotiv Moscow, and Dynamo Zagreb. Anything?
No.
Angus?
Current player or old player?
I don't like that I'm having to give all these clues. Recent history.
Harry Redknapp.
God, no.
No. Johnny?
No.
It's not Les Ferdinand.
It's not Vedran Korluka.
It is Vedran Chorluka. It is indeed. Johnny joins the free crowd. Right, whose go is this? Is this you, Angus, or Eugene?
Angus, isn't it?
It's Angus.
You.
It's Angus. Right, Angus. I played for Antalyaspor in Turkey, Luton Town, Newcastle United, and Crystal Palace. So Antalyaspor, Luton, Newcastle, and Palace.
No.
Right, Johnny?
Sorry, the country is Antalyaspor.
Antalyaspor, Luton, Newcastle, and Palace.
He went there afterwards, didn't he? I'm sure he went there. I'm going to say Andros Townsend.
Johnny is making a comeback. He is. Johnny moves up to 4 points. Johnny moves up to 4 points, and it is Johnny's go, I believe. Johnny.
Yeah.
Right. This is a good one. Who am I? I played for Lorient in France, Swindon, Doncaster Rovers, and Hull City. I feel like I want to give a clue.
Fucking hell. Lorient, Doncaster.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
No, it was definitely not him.
It wasn't Jesus. If I was to tell you, is this giving away too much fun?
Don't tell him.
Oh, look at Luba.
Oh, that's terrible, Luba. You know the answer. That's
Luba,
why.
I'm no threat to you, mate. I'm half the number. I've only just joined the chat.
Yeah,
Don't
but
tell him.
you
Everyone
might
gets the clue, it's
steal
me.
in. Have you got any idea?
Me? I do, yeah.
Right, can you say the teams again, please? Sorry.
I can. The teams are Lorient in France, Swindon, Doncaster, and Hull up north, in the north. Hull City at the Kingston Communications Stadium.
Ryan Mason.
It is Ryan Mason. It is Johnny. Johnny's on fire. Johnny's got a hat trick. Right. This is you, Dan. This is a nice, simple one.
Oh, this will be the one that catches me out, won't it? Yeah,
I played for Bury, Hibernian, Atletico Madrid, and Wolves. Imagine you played for Bury and then you play for Atletico Madrid. Imagine how different those two nights must be.
Were they in succession, or was that one at the beginning and one was at the end?
I'm guessing one was at the end, I'll be honest. He also played for the Tottenham Hotspur, Dan. He played for Tottenham Hotspur. Go. Quickly, go.
Doherty.
It was Matt Doherty. Look at Lubo's face. Look at Lubo's face. He's so upset. Look at Lubo's face. Matt Doherty with his cheeky Arsenal supporting self. Right. Okay. So Dan is 5 in front. And there are. Oh, you're going to have to go some Lubo here. We're down to question 40 to question 53. Ready? Who am I? I played, Lubo, easy. I played for Vitesse, Chelsea, Liverpool, and Bournemouth. Vitesse, Chelsea, Liverpool,
I know that.
I think this is a buy, isn't it?
Please get this wrong, Lubo, please.
No, he's
Billy is waiting.
I know this one.
Stealing.
He's gone to the back of his frame for this one.
5, 4.
Reaching backwards.
3, 2, 1. Gone. Philly?
My man, Chesney Hawks, Dominic Solanke.
Yeah, Chesney Hawks, Dominic Solanke. The one-hit wonder, Dominic Solanke. Right. Okay, Lube. And with that was like that moment when you know the title's gone. You know, you've drawn away and it's like, they're 12 points clear.
He sunk to his knees. He sunk to his knees. The pad's gone.
And I'm going to make a prediction. I think the wheels have come off so much, Johnny, that I think we see Lubo tumble down this table massively in the next 10 answers. Oh, Lubo. He has a shocker wherever he goes, that lad. Right, Johnny. Yeah. Right, a nice, not Johnny, sorry, Philly. Nice, easy one for Philly to put the pressure on Lubo. Who am I? I played for Borussia Dortmund, Hajduk Split, PSV, and Inter Milan. Borussia Dortmund, Hajduk Split, PSV, and Inter Milan. Quality footballer.
Borussia Dortmund, PSG,
PSV.
Inter Milan. PSV. Okay.
Let me read it again. It's Borussia Dortmund, PSV, as in the Dutch team, Hajduk Split, and Inter Milan, as in Inter Milan. Philly, this is to go one behind Lubo, the cheater.
Yeah, I don't know this one. I've got no idea whatsoever.
Eugene, can you steal in?
Save your ink, Lubo.
Hajduk Split, that means Ivan Perisic.
It is Ivan Perisic. Eugene pushing himself up onto 4 points. Right. Eugene, this one's for you. Okay. Who am I? I played for Dunfermline in Scotland.
I know who it is.
Montreal FC, Celtic, and Southampton. I think this is a nice one. Celtic, Southampton, Dunfermline, and Montreal. I liked this guy. For Spurs, to be honest.
I liked him for Celtic as well. Absolute beast.
Celtic. Spurs player. Can't get it.
No. Okay, Angus.
Victor Wanyama.
It was Victor Wanyama. Good player. I like Victor. Wasn't it his brother who was? No, that was Palacios, wasn't it?
No,
Palacios' brother was kidnapped. Yeah,
kidnapped and shot.
He did a bloody good job for us, Palacios, when Redknapp brought him in.
Palacios,
Angus,
great footballer.
Angus, this is your chance to go level with Lubo. All right, this is your chance to go level with Lubo. Right, who am I? I played for Nantes, Toulouse, Watford, and Newcastle.
Les Ferdinand.
Everything is just Les Ferdinand, yeah. And by the way, Eugene, that's Sir Les Ferdinand to you. Sir Les Ferdinand.
Sir Les now, yeah.
Another player we got at the end of his career, a bit like Gus Poyet and Christian Ziege and Edgar Davids, when they were all old. Come on, Angus. No. Johnny, you've got to get this.
Which was one? Sorry.
Nantes, Toulouse, Watford, and Newcastle.
Etienne Capoue.
It wasn't. You've answered Etienne Capoue for about 8 answers. It wasn't Etienne Capoue. Dan.
You boys should be getting this one. Sissoko.
Oh, it is.
No.
Worst midfielders
Oh, my
I've
word.
ever seen for Tottenham, who's still playing. Where's he playing now, guys?
Watford, isn't he?
Watford. He is. He is.
Is that Watford? Oh,
And
my
with
word.
that, Dan has opened up a 12-point lead. Right. A 6-point lead, sorry. Is it Johnny? Was that you, Angus?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
Johnny.
it's me. It's me.
Let me see. I'm going to give you a clue. The answer is not Capoue or Les Ferdinand. I played for Real Betis, FC Michelin, Hamburg, and Real Madrid. Class act. Class act, this lad.
Means it's not Serge Reguilon, that's for sure.
It's definitely not Serge Reguilon. Class act.
Mitterrand.
Would you like a little clue?
Yeah, give me the teams
just
again.
to annoy
Give me the
Lubo.
teams.
Would you like a little clue?
Give me the teams again. Sorry.
The teams are.
Did you say Hamburg?
Yes.
Rafa van der Vaart. Sorry.
Rafa van der Vaart.
Yeah.
What a footballer that man.
I wasn't sure whether you said Hamburg or not.
When was he at Real Betis?
God knows, mate. I don't know. Listen, if there's any complaints, I'm bringing Perchy on. He put this together. All right. He put this together. Right. Is this you, Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dan,
it's me.
go 7 points clear of Johnny and Lubo. I played for PAOK, or PAOK if you want, Bayer Leverkusen, Fulham, and Manchester United.
Is that PAOK Salonika?
Oh, I know who it is.
Yeah.
I know who this is.
Another absolute class act. The days when we signed class acts.
Again, sorry.
So PAOK, PAOK.
Who's mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
Berbatov.
Dimitar. It is Dimitar.
Yeah.
Class.
What
Right.
a baller. That
Lubo, have you got phone a friend left? And your fixed position to bring Daniel to his last one.
Lubo, there are 8 questions left, which means you need all of them to overtake and win. All of them. Right. You ready, Lubo? I played for Grenoble, Swindon Town, Real Zaragoza, and Chelsea. And on that note, my front door has gone.
McDonald's.
Glenn Hoddle.
Hold on.
It's Hoddle, surely. Play for Swindon, Zaragoza, Chelsea.
Did he play in Spain?
Yeah, he did.
I didn't know that.
For a while.
Don't know. I think it might.
Lubo, you're going tomorrow night, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the tickets are quite cheap tomorrow night, right?
Well, not cheap, 30 quid.
Do you know what
Yeah,
that's
better than
going
you
to cost for a Stoke game?
I mean, it should be bloody 15 quid for a game like Doncaster at home.
Agreed.
Do you reckon you sell it out tomorrow?
We'll be lucky to get 30,000.
Jesus.
Yeah, they should offer the tickets to underprivileged to schools around the area, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Give them opportunity to go and see the game.
Or you
I don't know
can, what you could do, you could give it to people on remand as punishment.
Did Lubo get it?
He was waiting.
Not given, no. Grenoble, Swindon, Zaragoza, and Chelsea.
Yes.
Swindon and Chelsea was Poyet. Grenoble, Zaragoza. I'll take a guess at Poyet.
Yep.
It was Gus Poyet. Yes, well done, Lubo. Back into second place. We're going to call you Arsenal from now on. We will call you Arsenal. Philly.
Yep.
7 to go. Philly, who am I? I played for Bayern Munich, Copenhagen, Brøndby, and Watford. Club legend. This guy.
Bayern Munich, Brøndby.
Bayern Munich, Brøndby, Copenhagen, and Watford. A club legend.
Oof. Let's go back. Are we? Do you know what? I'm not going to get this one, so I'm going to pass this one straight away. I'm not going to get it.
Eugene. By the way, everybody, you lot in the chat, we are still, guys, hang on, let's stop this. Guys and girls in the chat. Guys and girls in the chat, we are still £88 away. We were £88 away half an hour ago from 2K. Guys and girls in the chat, sorry, we've got to get some donations. This is a charity stream. If we don't get the donations, we're just sitting up here doing a quiz for nothing. Please smash those donations in very quickly. There is the link. We've got an hour and 10 minutes of the show to go altogether till 8 p.m. Please, please, please. Look, there it is. I'm going to ask nicely. I'll beg in a minute, but please, please do.
Keep
Eugene.
it coming, guys.
Repeat it.
Bayern Munich, Copenhagen, Brøndby, and Watford.
Lewis Holtby?
Bless me. It is not. Angus.
For some reason, Højbjerg comes to my mind, but it's not him, is it?
Is that your answer, or are you asking me? I mean,
That's mine, so
It's
I couldn't
not.
think of anyone else.
It's not. Johnny?
Yeah, I was thinking of that one.
Club legend.
Don't tell me. I think I know it.
Munich, Copenhagen, Brøndby, and Watford.
Fucking, I should know this one. I know it. It's just on my tongue here. Brøndby.
I've actually interviewed this guy as well. I know that doesn't help you, but
No, we're gonna have to let it go. I can't think off the top of my head. Oh no. Fucking hell. I know he's
I'm gonna
He's
have to push
Danish.
you.
He's Danish.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
Yes.
Nils.
Yes.
Nielsen. What's the fucking first name?
I'll give it to you. Yes, it was Alan Nielsen.
Alan
Yes,
Nielsen.
Alan Nielsen.
Yeah,
Yeah, the one who scored the 99 goal.
Club
Alan.
legend. Not
Alan.
many people can say they've scored a winning goal in a cup final. Big up Alan
Nielsen.
There you go. Johnny catches up Lubo into a joint second. I can't even remember who I asked that question to first. Was it?
That was mine.
Was it Billy? Right, Eugene.
Yeah, sure.
Right, you ready? I played for International, Genoa, West Brom, and QPR.
International. South American. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. Nah.
Say that again.
Brady
What were
looking.
the other ones? West Brom and who?
QPR.
I think I played.
International.
I used to. I know him well. I think.
Nah, can't get it.
Angus?
Pass.
I have no idea.
God damn it.
Johnny?
Did he do this a lot?
It depends. What's his name?
Sandro or not?
It is Sandro. It is Sandro. Johnny.
You know what? The only reason I know that is because I used to sit next to him at the old ground, right? And I just remember, who do I know that played for that? I can't remember the other clubs. I couldn't tell you. I knew he played for QPR, but that was the others I couldn't tell you. That came up.
There we go. Whose goes this? So this must be you, Angus. By the way, guys, an hour and 7 minutes of the stream to go. And we are still... shut that. An hour and 7 minutes to go. Guys, we are just stuck on this £88 to go. There's been more people coming in and less donations. This is the last hour. This is the time where people dig deep. This is the last 15 minutes of a game where you dig deep. What you got in the locker, what we got in the tank. £1, £2, £5, something.
I've got to shoot.
Oh, of course. Don't worry. You'll be in the bottom three. I'll make sure of it.
Go.
Thanks, Lubo.
Bye, Lubo. Bye.
Later, Lubo.
Keep donating. Come on, guys. Keep donating.
See,
Lubo,
and that was
Happy
very...
New Year. Happy New Year.
And to you, mate.
Yeah.
And to you. I'll see you tomorrow night, Johnny. Cheers, guys.
See ya.
Take care, Lubo.
We are £31 away. £31 away. We have had donations in the last few minutes from Neil Kingswell. Thank you very much, Neil. Elijah, my man Elijah, big up to you, E. Thank you very much. Stephen Schulberg as well. Mark Taylor's come in again for his third or fourth donation. Alfie Hall, thank you very much. Brian Stanley has. I feel like there's one more, but the name isn't coming through to me just yet, so I'll come back to that in a minute. Where are we? Right. Is it you, Johnny?
Yeah, it might be. Yes,
Johnny,
because I picked up Sandro. Sandro.
All right. Johnny, I played for Real Sociedad, Birmingham City, Wigan Athletic, and Stoke City. So Sociedad,
Wilson
Birmingham.
Palacios.
It is Wilson Palacios. Johnny is making a late charge. Johnny is making a late charge. He is like Man City at the end of a season. Big up to you, Johnny. Right.
If only I'd got here at the start.
Oh, I know, Johnny. I know. I'll give you Lubo's points as well. Right. Dan, I think if you get this, you've won.
No pressure.
If you get this, no one can catch you. All right. Who am I? I played for West Ham, Argentinos Juniors, Brighton, and Ipswich. This is not an easy one.
Jesus.
Bloody hell.
I haven't got a clue.
Okay. He's going to go through to... who's that in the top middle? Philly, you there? It's going to go through to you, Eugene.
No, I'm here. Where are we going?
Oh, Johnny's there. Sorry, Philly's there. Philly, you have got West Ham, Argentinos Juniors, Brighton, and Ipswich.
Mercutio Tarico.
It was absolutely Maurizio Tarico. Yes. Philly getting his 5th point of the game. Absolutely. Right, where are we?
Nah, it's my turn, isn't it?
Sorry, guys. Sorry. 1 second. Just one.
Sav, I'm going to have to shoot, buddy. Unfortunately, I've got to go. Dinner.
Give me 1 minute. Thanks, Johnny. Give me 1 minute. Talk about yourself, Johnny. Really appreciate you. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute.
All right.
Thanks, Johnny.
I'll just wait for him to come back.
Well, whilst Sav's gone, I'll just give the charity another plug and what I'm doing for any viewers that haven't already heard me say it. So I'm running the Potters Half Marathon on Sunday. I've got my badge and I've got my charity top. I'm number 312. And I've got a badge in here. I'm running half marathon on Sunday for Caudwell Children Charity. I'll be wearing this lovely purple, bluey, pink vest. Not worn it yet.
Are you catching? What time's the Uber coming to pick you up halfway round, or is that?
I wish. I'm doing that on Sunday, and then doing the London Marathon next year in April. I'm raising money for Caudwell Children Charity. They support disabled and autistic children. They're based in Stoke, where I'm from, but they're international now. They're a massive charity. They basically provide families with support. £25 as a donation, for example, can give a child a wheelchair. Honestly, the work they do is insane. My mum works directly, not directly with the charity, but works with people that work at the charity. And I've seen the work that she does, and it's honestly fantastic. It really does change lives, helps families that can't afford these things. And they've also got 24/7 support, which is insane. So, guys, while Sava's gone, we're at 1,969 at the moment. If we can get this to 2.5K by the end of this stream, it would be unbelievable. It's going to be really hard on Sunday. It's one of the hardest half marathons in the country. So any donations, guys, honestly, I'm over the moon with what we've raised so far today. But any extra, if anyone can donate, please do. It's for such a good cause.
Can I just ask, are you the guy who Sava met on holiday in Turkey?
That's me. Poolside.
I listen, Sava. See, I listen.
He listened. It was quite the meetup. We were just. He was sat on the sun lounger next to me, and I went to get a beer, and I come back, and I spotted Sava a bit earlier in the day. I thought, who's this guy doing all these videos on his phone? I was like, who am I sat next to? He's ruined my holiday. And then
I made your holiday.
You did. And then he goes, his first thing he said to me was, I'll do it in a Sava accent. Where are you getting these big cups from? They keep giving me these small ones. I don't think they think I can hack it. And from then on, I met Sava on his first day, I think. And then for the next 6 days, we were chatting every day. Football, you name it. We were chatting it all over the place. Random conversations. Great holiday. You wouldn't believe I went on holiday. I promise we went to the same country. Just Sava's blessed with the tanning jeans. I never got them. Yes,
you were very pale from the day I met you till today. So, listen, big up. By the way, we are we've got just 3 more names to do. I think we are still £31. Come on, people! Like dig deep. I think some of us have been going live now for a very, very, very long time. Hang on, what's going on? Why is my StreamYard crashing? No, it's not.
Sava, it's been emotional, guys. Good luck with everything. Good luck with the Caudwell Children's Charity stream, and good luck with the run, the half marathon. And
I'll be keeping Sava in the loop. I'll probably join one of the streams.
All I can say is thank God Ange Postecoglou's not putting you in training, otherwise you wouldn't make it past the first mile without pulling a hamstring. See you later. Have a good one.
Later.
See you later, mate. See you later. Big up to you guys. Right. So Johnny is out. Last few names. By the way, Dan has won by a country mile. By the way, the last one, last 3. Al Ali, Gunzal Evergrace, Corinthians, and Barcelona.
Paulinho,
yeah, Paulinho. Everyone can just shout out the answers for these ones. Barnsley, Man City, Atletico Madrid, and Burnley.
Kieran
Trippier, absolutely. And the last one is PSG, Rosario Central, Villarreal, and Betis.
Oh, Lo Celso.
So I can safely say that after all of that, Dan, you did win. Well done, sir. You did win. Everyone else came second.
I don't know what it is.
Everyone else came second. What I will say, thank you very much. Thanks, Perchy, for putting that together. Really appreciate that, mate. That was a long quiz. I thought it was going to be about half an hour, but it went on. We are 57 minutes to go. Right, let's have a look at the state of play, shall we? The state of play is this. Here we are. So we are on 1979. Now, we will be over 2,000 because there's a few that have come in to super chats, which I won't be able to send over until next month. But if we look back, there's been some donations from Brian Stanley, from Aziz Abubakar. Thank you so much. Huge, generous donation. Andy Lester, I think, was his 445th. Ed Maron coming in again. Thank you so much, Ed. And we are nearly over 2,000 on the official site. But we have got a few super chats. Let me read those out. Oh, we've got one super chat that will take it over the edge. Where are we? There we are. Big up to DB. Just chucking in the £20 super chat. Of course, I will send that over next month when YouTube pays me. Thank you very much. We've got 56 minutes left. By the way, there are games going on tonight from about 8 p.m. You've got Liverpool versus Southampton. A nice, easy game for Will Still, who has started not too well at Southampton. Chelsea are playing against. I'd say it would be better if I got the games, wouldn't it? Chelsea are playing. Am I going to put a bet on? There's the question. Are we going to put a bet on? Who is it tonight? So EFL Cup, we've got Barnsley versus Brighton, Burnley versus Cardiff, Fulham v Cambridge, Lincoln at home to Chelsea, Wigan at home to Wickham, Wolves, Everton, Wrexham, Reading, and Liverpool, Southampton. And in the Liverpool team, Isak does start, so does Leone, the young centre-half. Wolves versus Everton is the one that intrigues me because he's just been given a brand new 3-year contract and he's performing terribly. Guys, absolutely shattered with 55 minutes to go. Thank you so much for all helping me and joining in with that. Tough when you're on a spot, isn't it? It's really, really tough to get the answers. Just really tough. Here we go. Dan beating #Lubo. What an absolute fraud. Oh, Lubo's a massive fraud. Don't worry. He talks a great game. And it is what it is. Guys, I don't even know where to end the last hour. We've talked a hell of a lot of football, and it makes me wonder how we ever possibly used to do 24 hours of this, which is treble the amount of time we've done. Tomorrow night, everyone fully expecting to go through, right? We're fully expecting a professional performance, go through into the next round. Is that fair?
I agree with that. I expect Spurs to actually wipe the floor with Doncaster, to be fair. Anything else to convince? Yeah, anything but a convincing win tomorrow night, and I'll be stunned. And I agree with what Nick said earlier. Yeah, I don't want to see 9 changes in the team, yeah, because that will upheave the team in my view. Yeah, so I want to see a few changes, but yeah, I expect Spurs to easily win that game tomorrow night.
I mean, I don't even know, guys, if we've got 9 players to be able to make 9 changes realistically. We've got a lot. The injuries have piled up. Like, I know we talked about injuries last season. We're already at 8 first-team players injured this season. It's just that because we're not losing every week, no one's talking about it. Is that fair to say?
True. But when you're looking at, do you know what? I'm going to actually go against myself a little bit here as well. Yeah, we do have to rotate the squad out as well, but not to that extent of so many changes here that it knocks the team and hits them in an adverse way. But you do need to rotate players as well because we're playing 2 games a week here from last week to January. We're going to be playing 2 games a week unless it's European games. Unless it's not European game, unless it's international games. We're going to be playing 2 games a week, so that's going to take its toll on the team anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, Eugene, is this the sort of competition we need to win this year? I know a lot of people say that after last year, it's like, well, Frank's got to win something because Ange did. But, you know, this is for me, this would represent our best opportunity in this competition. Is that fair?
Well, to tell the truth, right, I don't think we have to put that pressure on Frank this year to win something. Because to tell the truth, to win the Carabao Cup, you still have to play the best of the best in the EPL, right? Unless you get a scumbag your way through until you're going to play some championship team or a lower league premier team in the finals, which we hardly ever see that. So at this moment in time, I don't going to put out that much pressure on Frank to get us any cups. All I want to see is just an improvement, right? Like now I've seen the defense have improved. We look more composed, we're more solid, right? Midfield is more or less there, right? But the front three, that's worrying me at the moment, because the goals that we've been getting in the Premier League and all the other games, right, it's not actually coming from our front three. It's coming spread around the defense and the midfield. So this game, I think it will be a hybrid, like we were talking earlier, going out. No, I don't think it's going to be an all-out full-strength team, because we will be looking at the next game coming up against Wolves, right? That's the Premier League. So this game, I think he will have a mixture. Like what you said, right? Do we have 9 actual squad players to go in to actually make it look strong? I don't think so. But putting in some youngsters and all that to mix it up a bit, to give the players that haven't had enough play time to play it out, and to give some of the youngsters a chance to be part of that first team to go out and do something. Doncaster, they're from League One. We should never ever take the team lightly, but we should also look into a certain aspect that, you know, it's a long season, right? It's just, 1 month plus into the season. So as I can see it, I do expect us to win, right? We're at home. That's the first thing. I do expect us to win. But whether you're going to say you're going to go out there and smash them, hard to say, right? If they low block us, sit back and put 11 men behind the ball, then let's see if we have that creativity. We might not start with the creativity. Maybe in the second half or later part of the second half, we might bring on the other players, right? Maybe we'll have that going on. And of course, we're going to win. Maybe 3-1, 2-0, 3-1, make it comfortable, right? Not too much pressure. And of course,
sorry, my lights are having a bit of a show. Yeah, listen, I think that's an interesting point that you make there, though, because like when you look at Tottenham, I think other than Xavi Simons when he's in the 10, and if Kudus doesn't play on the right, I do worry about that creativity. I do worry about where that spark's going to come from. I've got a feeling that those two might both start on the bench and will maybe be needed in the second half should we be struggling, because we can put Tell out there and Johnson and Odegaard. I don't see a creator. I don't see a creator. That's a concern for me. But Angus, who have by the way, Dan, are Stoke still in it?
No.
Oh, who knocked you out?
We went out in the last round. Who was it? A few weeks ago now. Oh, I've used all my memory on this quiz. Who was it? Nothing a bit of Google.
Good job. This wasn't on the quiz.
I know.
By the way, if you want to win a shirt, hashtag Lubo, as written here, only 30 of you.
Really?
Bradford.
Was that
City.
home or away?
We won't talk about that one.
Did they beat you home or away?
Beat us at home.
Jeez.
It was a tactical masterclass. Rest of the players, you know.
Yeah, but by the way, only 30 people want the chance to win a shirt. You can't give things away these days, people. I'm going to do the draw at about 7:30. So far, Literally 34 people have entered to win a replica shirt of their There we go. There we go. Hashtag Lubo. Hashtag Lubo. And let's see how many of you have, if anyone's, we have got to 2004 on this, plus probably about another 100, I'll say another 100, probably about another 70 quid in super chats. So we're probably about 400 shy of the 2.5k. But Dan, not a bad result with just under an hour to go to get to 2k. Right?
Well done.
Helping me with this.
So there we go. So 2004. Let's have a look. The year I was born, 2004. Let's have a look and see. Big up to Anonymous, who stuck in £25 as well. We're going to ask with 45 minutes to go. Has anyone got it in them? If everyone's stuck in £1, we can get nudged just that little bit closer. The link is pinned. There we go. Come on, guys. Everyone's given you
nearly there.
8 hours and 10 minutes so far. And again, people like Angus has done quite a lot of the hours with us as well. And Philly's been on for a while now. And Eugene's done a few hours now. So please do. DB has said, I may have heard you wrong, but you, what? What did I? That's the question, guys. What did Sava do? If you listen to the internet, Sava caused global warming. I'm the reason for all of racism in the world. All of the xenophobia is based on me. Religion, politics, it's all my fault. I may have heard you wrong, but you mentioned. You said wheelchair.
Yeah. That was referring to the charity help. Basically, I think it's £25 can help buy a wheelchair for a disabled child. That's something that the charity have got on their website. They obviously provide loads, but that's one of the examples that they give. Such a small amount can make such a big difference. It's insane what you can do.
Yeah, and do they help children with autism, yeah, and their families as well?
Yeah. So basically, my understanding is that the charity, basically the families will reach out and then the charity will get in contact with them off the back of it. And then they work with the families to help support them with whatever they need.
Yeah. It's a brilliant cause.
And it's not just this country, it's international as well. It's not just in this country.
It's absolutely brilliant. Big up to my man, Sanctuary of 7. Big up, Sanctuary. I hope you're well, my man. Just chucking in a cheeky little super sticker there. Come on, guys. One last push. And apologies that you have to keep hearing me say that. But this is what we're here for. And if we can, I reckon if we can get another 400, I reckon we would have done the 2.5K. So if we can just, with 44 minutes to go. Listen, I think it's really important, by the way, guys. A lot of YouTubers, I feel, could do this sort of thing, really help communities, really help for charities. You've got a big platform for people to see that you're fundraising, to be able to get it done quickly in a day. So I hope more people do this. I think what you're doing, Dan, is brilliant. And hats off to you, man. I don't think anyone else on this panel is doing a marathon. I'm just going to guess.
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't fancy doing it either. But if, when you've got the charity and what the money goes to in the back of your head, that's what pushes you forward. I mean, I'm training several times a week. It's not just to turn up on the day job. It's been dictating my evenings for the past, aside from the week off on holiday, it's been dictating my evenings for months now. So, and it will continue to until April. So It's not just this Sunday. That's half, and then the full one in April. Hopefully, I'll see Sava there on the day, waving the Football Heritage flag.
No, absolutely. I'll be there for the London Marathon for sure. Yeah, listen, look, guys, it's an interesting one, right? Because September's been really, really quiet on YouTube. So I'm really proud of what we've done here today. But I reckon that we can have one last push. I reckon we can have one last push. I'll tell you what,
so.
we're going to have one last push. I'm going to put some money in to see if it starts one last push. Ready? Let's see what, let's see. Have I got the link? Have I got the link? I must have the link because I'm the one.
Yeah, so you got the link.
If I don't have the link, then we're in massive trouble. Big up Destiny. I said Destiny just now. It was Sanctuary. Big up. I will transfer this money over next month. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Destiny.
Destiny.
You've always been very generous as well. Thank you so much, buddy. So that puts us an extra £10 closer. Really appreciate you, buddy. So that's Destiny and Sanctuary. Very, very generous. There is the link. Sorry, I'm just going to go over and donate to this right now from my own thing. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. That's well funny. I don't want to do PayPal. We'll do credit or debit. Let's do that. Let's do that. Sorry, it's going to ask me to. 1 second, people. Just trying to add money while I'm live. Probably should have thought about this just a tad earlier. Just a tad earlier.
I've also donated as well. I've donated 100 quid as well, directly to the charity prior. So, and I'll definitely be making another donation before the London Marathon, 100%.
Here we go. There we go. I don't want to do that. Yeah. Gift aid. Yeah. We can do that. We can do that. Yes. Yep. We can do that.
No, I'm just listening to what you said earlier, Dan. Yeah, about the charity, and I'm thinking, that the support that the person with autism needs support, but the family themselves need support as well, because it can be a very emotional journey, not just for the person who suffers autism, but for the family and that who have to go through all of it with them as well. So that's what I'm saying. It's a very noble charity, mate.
That is the thing. Yeah, 100%. It's the family support as well, which is massive. I mean, they're huge charity. I think I'm not too sure how many marathon places are allocated for the charity, but I think there's at least 30 for the charity that are running it in April. And as you know, if anyone's ever tried to enter into the London Marathon, it's so hard to get a place as well. So it's one of those things. But doing it for a cause, I'll be wearing the top with pride, a bit like a football top. Not sure about the colourway. I'm not sure if purple is my colour, but it will be on Sunday. It for sure will.
Just quickly, big up to Kaylee Rogers. I don't know who you are, but thank you so much, Kaylee. Really, really appreciate that. Kaylee has just put in some money as well. And also, so has some horrible, narcissistic, xenophobic, awful human being called Sava. So we are now at 2,059. Guys,
Thanks, Sava.
Please dig deep. Last 39 minutes. Let's dig deep, people. Dig deep. Let me ask you, guys. Chelsea. I want to dwell on it. Chelsea are playing tonight. Chelsea have had another window where on the outside it looks like they've had a great window. Loads have gone, loads of deadwood, you would say, has gone, loads of new players in. Have Chelsea actually strengthened that much? Like, when you look at their 11, is it significantly better this year than last year? And if not, isn't that a concern? Angus, you're shaking your head.
No, they haven't, because they still need the goalkeeper and a centre back. So Sanchez is crap, in my opinion. He's one of the worst goalkeepers. And they don't have a world-class centre back since Thiago Silva, and they're going to concede a lot of goals.
It's mad, though, isn't it? When you look at all the money they spent, Angus, that they're centre. Like, I think they've got some decent centre halves. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I don't think they're all the worst centre backs I've seen, but there's no Saliba. You know what I mean? There's no Van Dijk. Do you know what I mean? There's no one at that level where you go top player.
That's it. There's not even a Van der Ven in Chelsea's team.
Yeah, no, there isn't. I mean, Fofana has been at Chelsea for like 4 years now, can never stay fit. I really like him as a player, can never stay fit. And I mean, guys on the chat, I mean, if you're going into a season with Robert Sanchez in goal, you can't be serious about winning titles, can you?
Was he third choice at Brighton as well when Chelsea bought
He
him?
was first. No, they got first. He was first choice at the time, innit? He just worked himself into the first team at Brighton at the time that Chelsea bought him.
Yeah, but
But
wasn't it
with the Sanchez,
someone else as well?
he was their goalkeeper. The thing about Robert Sanchez here is Robert Sanchez is a walking liability. I'm sorry. I saw him last year against Man City, and I watched the game for the first 20 minutes, and I watched him. And in that game, I think Chelsea were leading the game. And as soon as I saw him in goal, I was like, Chelsea going to lose this game. And Man City came back and won the game. I stopped watching. I was like, this man is going to do something stupid, and then they're going to score, and then they'll do it again. And then, so in the summer, Chelsea were looking to get Mike Mingan from AC Milan, but they couldn't agree a free in it. Yeah, that's what they needed, innit? They didn't buy him in the summer, and that's what left them short.
They needed a Donnarumma.
Guys,
Mingan would be perfect.
Yeah, guys, Sava, thanks for having me on. Nice to meet up with Dan. And yeah, I got to go. It's going to be 3 a.m. in Malaysia here now. So yeah, my eyesight.
Big up Eugene, man.
No, Eugene, thanks, bro. Really appreciate you, mate. You know that.
Yeah, I'll be in the chats, right? Yeah, I just need to go and lie down, right, guys? Great charity show, and always Sava doing the good work, right? And and take care, all you guys. Don't forget, right? How much more do you need? Try to push it all the way, right? And big up to all you guys, and catch up with you guys later. Bye. All right.
Thanks, mate. Really appreciate you. Guys and girls, before we go back to that conversation, guys and girls, come on. We've got to have a push. I'll be honest, if no one plans on donating anymore, we could end the show. So please, this is the last 35 minutes. Let's have a little push. Let's have a push, shall we? We're on 2,059 plus about £80 of super chat. So we're about £380, £370 short of the 2.5k in total. So come on, let's get there. And big up to Seven again. Says, wish I could give more. Twins, 13th on 30th. Twins 13th on 30th.
13th on the 30th. Sorry,
oh, he's got twins.
Yeah.
And it's their 13th birthday on the 30th. Right, got you. Big up. No, listen, we appreciate
donate what you can. If you can't,
whatever amount, and even look, your better half's even coming in, Dan. Your better half's even coming in and stealing the limelight this year. So everyone's been so generous. Top community, not always. Right. Grace, not always. I showed you earlier, somebody's drawn a picture of a penis on my head. So not always the best community. But hey, there's a lot of very good people out here. And then the internet it will do the rest.
Without being a dickhead, no offense.
Sorry?
Can that guy ever go again without being a twat, honestly?
No.
Don't do it, Angus, please.
Angus, don't, because what he does is he clips that up. And then he'll go, see, Savas said people say this about me. And it's like, no, I don't. I make light of it because I think it's absolutely crazy how obsessed people are by other people. Like, I genuinely don't get it. But it is what it is. Big up to you. Thank you, Seven. I really appreciate that. Said, anything for children. My youngest has autism. So listen, you know how important this is. And we appreciate you for that, Seven. We really, really, really do. Archer. So Chelsea are lucky they have Caicedo. They would be even worse defensively. Good player, Moises Caicedo. Really, really good player. Took a lot of stick a couple of years ago because of the transfer fee. But I think he's grown into a really, really top player. And Ed says we've got something similar in Ireland. The Jack and Jill Foundation. They're brilliant. I've heard of the anyone else heard of the Jack and Jill Foundation?
No.
Not heard of them. I've not heard of them. But listen, I think any human being that sets up a foundation for charity, it's tireless work for a lot of reward emotionally, not financially, a lot of reward emotionally, and more than anything, it must be very satisfying to work in the charity sector. I reckon it's very hard work trying to get people's donations, trying to get people's money, but I reckon it must be very, very satisfying. And listen, we're here to help them and to do our bit. Seven has said, I'm in Ireland, heard of it. They do great things too. But listen, maybe the next one we go to the Jack and Jill Foundation. I like it. It's a catchy name. I like it very much. Big up to my man, Dunkelsdorp. How you doing, bro? Said, hey, guys, what do you think of the Ruben Neves rumours? I think he's exactly what we need, but you just wait for the fans cook him for his Saudi mentality or something like that. There's a question. So let's ask that question. When you get a good player like a Ruben Neves, but they've made the move to Saudi, would that question anything for you two in terms of if your club now wants to go and buy them? Do you look at them and go, oh, I don't want him. His mentality was he went to Saudi, or do you go, no, he's a very good player? Where do you sit with that?
Dan, I'll let you go first, mate.
I think going to Saudi in general and other places like China, I mean, the one that sticks out for me, I mean, because I'm a Stoke fan, Arnautovic didn't go directly to China. He obviously went to West Ham. But I understand why players go. I mean, at the end of the day, they're making so much money there. Yeah. It's their job. They only can play football for so long. I can understand from their point of view why they do it. I mean, some of the players that go there aren't even like the best in the world, and they're making more money than a lot of players would in the Premier League. So you can see it from that side. But as a football fan and for the love of the game, obviously you're thinking, no, don't go. What a waste of talent. But which player was it? That was it last season that went there? Well, for a good example, be Oscar, who used to play for Chelsea. He went there.
Very much so.
He was one of the players that sort of didn't sort of make other people go, but he was an example of a player that's young and that went there when he could have flown in the Premier League. And then you've got the likes of have I made it up? Did Ivan Toney go?
Yeah,
Ivan Toney.
Yeah. So these are we're talking about some serious players, and they go there because they want to make money. You've got likes of Sadio Mane. I know he played for Liverpool for ages, but his reasoning was that he wanted to make so much money. He does a lot of work with charity himself, building communities and things like that. So I can see why people do it. But as a fan, it's obviously gutting, like the likes of Ruben Neves. He's a great footballer. But I don't know. What's your views? Do you understand why people go, or are you very much so it's ruining the game? You know, what's your thought, Philly?
I look at the likes of, is it Gabby Vega who went to Porto, who just came back from, he was at Porto. I'm sure that's Gabby Vega.
Yeah. Gabby Vega just come back to Porto, right?
Right. Yeah. When they go at that age, then I start to question it, because I'm like, you've got the whole world at your feet right now, yeah. Because at Celta Vigo, yeah, he was quite big, and you're thinking most clubs around Europe would love to have someone get you, yeah, so that you can, because you've got that quality here to be able to step up in. So for him to leave Spain and then go to Saudi Arabia so young, I think that's like a waste of a career. But now he's come back to Porto, yeah, and hopefully we'll see the best of him again. But when you're getting like Mane and you're just looking for the final payday, fair play to you, mate. If you want to go to Saudi Arabia, you want to go to America like Messi, or you want to go to China and just finish your career, mate, your football career is not that long. So make the most of it while you've got it. That's what I always say. So it's a bit of a mixture of both for me.
Yeah. It's tough, isn't it? Hate to see them go, but you can understand why they do it.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for me. Like, I think sometimes when we do this, I think try and separate the football fan from the human being. And what I mean by that is, if somebody rocked up to me right now and said, you're going to do exactly what you're doing here, but over there for a year, but you're going to get 700 grand a week. I mean, doesn't any human being go, God, for 1 year of my life, 700 grand a week? And if I'm not wrong, isn't it tax free?
Yep.
Yeah.
So basically I'm sitting there going, £700 a week. I'm like, is it what if I'm not wrong? What's that? 2.8 million a year, a month? If I'm not wrong, 7, 14, 21, 28. Right. Yeah, 7. So do I go right? If I go out there, I'm going to do that. I'm going to earn myself 20 odd million for the year. Do I do it for 1 year? I mean, I don't know. I personally wouldn't want to live out there, right? Personally. But I mean, some of these footballers, if you look at Neymar, didn't Neymar sign out there and play like something like 8 minutes or something? He didn't play any football and he's getting like £1 million a week or something. It's absolutely crazy. But
no, I just think it's a shame though. I think it's a shame with a career, Sava. When you're Gabby Vega, and you're 23, that's a shame of a career because you could be testing yourself at the best quality, the highest level. And for you to go to Saudi Arabia, it's like you're going down a step, bro. And when you're at that level, you want to go up a step, not down a step for me. And that's the problem I look at when I see him. But when you get older ones here, I can understand you want to go for a payday before you finish your career. I can understand that. You want to get as much money as you can to maximize your career. So fair play to you if you want to do that. But when you're a young player, it's something, it doesn't just sit well with me. Because I think that you should want to push yourself and challenge yourself. That's just me anyway.
oh my God, half-time Hooks has come in for the last 20 minutes. Half-time bloody Hooks has come in to save Angus and the Arsenal shame. How you doing, Hooks?
Not too bad, man. Sorry, I wanted to come earlier, but I've had a mad hectic day. So,
it's all right.
Yeah, no. Big up,
That's
man.
all right.
Big up. What's
we've done all right. We're at what 2.1k, something like that. We've done all right. We're just
doing well.
We were just trying to get that last little push to get over. Oh, hang on. We just had a lovely donation from somebody. We've made it to 2,137. Let me bring that up on the screen. So that's absolutely fantastic. Plus the £80 in super chat. So we're just over £2,220 altogether. So we're like 280 quid away from Dan's magical 2,500 target. Let me bring it up. I'll show you on the screen, and then we'll talk to Hooks about something for a few minutes before we give away a shirt and then end the show. Here we go. So let's just double check. There you go. 2,142 plus the £80 in the super chats. If my maths is right, that means it's £2,220. We're 280 away. Big up to... Close. Since we've last done that, big up to Sir Kaylee Rogers. Thank you very much. Stew Boy put in some money as well. Someone called Richard Sava. I think that is somebody I know. Big up to him. Big up to Brad Hopwood. Thank you very much, Brad. Really appreciate you, my friend. Big up to Ed M again. Very generous today, Ed. Thank you. Anonymous. Always very generous is Anonymous. Thank you very much. Very generous. And my man, Nige Watson from Pure Coys putting in some money as well. So we are bubbling along nicely as we reach the home stretch. Hooks, how you doing? You good?
Ish, good-ish. You know, is what it is. Having my own little issues at the moment, but you get me. Trying to keep the stress down. You know what I mean. So avoiding having unnecessary beefs with people online about football. So yeah, we're keeping it cool, keeping it smooth. You know, busy day and that. But
I'll send you something, Hooks, right now. This will make you laugh, but I'll send it to you on the WhatsApp. But how are you feeling about your boys, your Gooners? Disappointed after the weekend or happy with the point? What are you saying?
A bit of both, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. I wanted us to win, and I'm annoyed that we didn't win. But I'm kind of like, oh, well, at least we got the point. You know that feeling where it's like, oh, at least we got the point. For a long while, it looked like I was getting 0. So I was like, cool, at least I got the point now. I'm just annoyed like at the fact that like we just that lineup, man. Like there should be no world, no realm, no universe where Eza isn't starting. And especially when Erdegaard's not there as well. It makes even less sense because Erdegaard. Yeah. If Erdegaard's not there, then I'll be like, all right, cool. Maybe he wants to experiment with Martinelli or Trossard or whatever in it. But when Erdegaard's out and you go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play Moreno in the 10. not only ahead of Eza, but ahead of Wanyeri as well, who he's kind of been told, yeah, the pathway for you at Arsenal is the 10, and now you're being blocked by Moreno.
I mean, if you're Eze, if you're Eze, aren't you thinking, right, I've made the big money move. Odegaard's not there. I can play off the left or in the 10. Massive game at home. Let me out. Let me strut my stuff. Aren't you? You'd be pissed, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Hey, if I was Eze, yeah, I'm going to. Obviously, I can't do it because, yeah, I don't know how well Arteta takes it when players speak up to him, but definitely speaking with my camp, going, I don't know what's going on here. Like maybe there's been a bit of incorrect messaging. I don't know, but hey, go and sort that one. Or do you know what? I might override Arteta and I might go speak to Berta. Yo, Andrea, come on, let me have a quick 5 minutes. Andrea, you see what this guy did? Don't worry, it was all get me. Do you know that I'll be? Oh, do you know what? Do you know what I'd actually do? I'd go one step above. I'd go to Josh. I'd be like, hey, Josh, Mr. Conke, I need to voice my emotions to you. Why are you starting Moreno over me in the 10? And then hopefully we sort it out. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it's still early. Like, I'm pretty sure if you asked most Arsenal fans before a ball was kicked this season, with the games that you have at the start of the season, you'll win 3, draw 1, and lose 1. The loss that you take will be a 1-0 loss at Anfield from a wonder free kick, and the draw will be Man City at home. I think most Arsenal fans would have taken it. Do you know what I mean? I think the only issue that's causing like a lot of crash outs at the moment in the Arsenal fan base, which I don't think are warranted, by the way. I think it's way too early to be crashing out, is that Liverpool have won 5 games in a row. But that's reactionary. That's very in the moment. That's very in the now, because the next 5 games, we could win 5 out of 5 and they could win 3, draw 1 and lose 1. So yeah, I don't know, man. That's just, apparently I'm a top gooner and I'm deluded and this.
The top gooners. I love it then. The top gooners. Yeah, I just think it's really interesting because Liverpool, as we keep saying, Liverpool have done all right in their games, but they win. Right? They've not impressed, and that's the worry for me. That is the worry, that when they get going, they will. But I do also have a little clip of you, not ready to go, but I do have a little clip of you the other day guaranteeing the title going to Arsenal, Hooks.
Yeah.
Don't we've got that. You know that, right?
Run the clips.
I haven't got it loaded to go. I just got it on my phone, like saved up for a rainy day. I've got it saved for a rainy day, Hooks, for when you don't win the league. That's what I've got.
Oh, when we don't?
Oh, you're not winning this league. You don't think you're winning this league title, do you? No.
No. Oh, what?
No. No. We asked everyone earlier, and I think the general consensus was 3rd. I think.
Second, no, 3rd. We ain't winning this league title. Not a chance.
I said second.
Hey, come on, man. Like, what are we doing, man? What, game week 5, and we're coming to these grand conclusions. Game week 5.
You know why? Because of our
5 years of evidence.
5. 3rd. Me. Oh, come on, guys. We got
Mate, your manager ain't got over the line yet. Come on, bro. You can't be saying that there. If your manager got over the line, at least in 1 League Cup here or something like that here, then you can be saying something, innit? But my manager never won in the League Cup.
Me.
So, I don't know.
He's going with 4th. I love it. It's getting lower. It's getting lower and lower. Go on, E.
Great. This is so crazy.
That's dumb. I can't lie. That's dumb. What you're thinking 4th? Nah.
Why not?
I said 3rd. I think the worry that you had.
3rd.
Hang on, Hooks. Hear me out, Hooks.
Wait, who's finishing above me?
I just said, right. I think Arsenal. I said this earlier, guys, didn't I? I think Arsenal have the best squad in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But I think your manager is just not up to it. I think if you have Pep or Slot as your manager, you win that league.
Whoa!
I think you've got the best squad.
Whoa! Wait, can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Let's just say we're going into the future. Let's say we're going into the future now. We jumped in the TARDIS. We've gone to the future. Yeah. And Arsenal won the league. Yeah. Arteta won the league. What do we say about all these arguments about if it was Slot or if it was Pep, then I think you win the league. Like, can we never make those arguments ever again? All those arguments are dead.
Yeah.
So really and truly, so basically what you're saying is the only reason that you think that Arsenal won't win the league is because Arteta's never won the league before.
No, because he's a
I have
bottle
seen
dog.
no. I have seen this manager do some mad stuff here, right? From the time we played you at our ground, we beat you 3-0 under Conte. I said, I don't like this manager. I see him standing on the touchline playing with his face because the man was whatless. He was sitting there. But I'm a Tottenham fan. And I see my man standing on the sideline. I see my man standing on the touchline here, playing with his facial hair because my man was whatless, guy. There was nothing going on up in there. Even last year against PSG, my man had nothing going on up in there. This man there is a fraud, brother. And this man will not get past that line. You know what your manager reminds me of? Gareth Southgate. You can have a very good squad, but this manager is so risk averse that you won't win nothing, dude. He can get you close, but he can't get you across the line. To me, he is your Pochettino.
Just to confirm, we're not getting Arsenal are not getting over the line. Just because on anything, I just need to remember all the things that are being said. So Arsenal, we're not winning anything.
Bro, the man's not won a League Cup. What we doing here? He's not even won a League Cup, dude. You got to the semi-finals last year.
He's won an FA.
Right, brother, the man is doing it. The man is doing the Booker T. 5 years of failure. What we doing up in here? I've got a finger for each year the man has failed, dude.
A Philly, blockbuster movies, games, TV. I don't need story time. I just need to know: are you saying that we're winning nothing?
You're winning nothing again.
Okay, cool.
Year six. Year 6.
I cannot wait, because Savo, I cannot wait to jump back on Savo's stream. I will do a special stream on Savo's channel at the end of the season when I've done this armpits in the air, and it's gonna sting all of you, man, because a lot of the fan base is Tottenham in it. And do you know unfair? Do you know what? Do you know what I feel? I feel like I've been betrayed, because all you Tottenham fans are saying, Arsenal are second, third, or fourth, but here I'm thinking that Tottenham are going to finish third. So maybe I'm being a bit too nice to you, man, and you man are just, I don't know, taking the biscuit a bit. So
we ain't finishing no third, bro. I don't know where Tottenham are finishing third from. Tottenham ain't finishing no third, man. Tottenham will be lucky, if they finish fifth, brother. Because Tottenham have so many games this season, I can see them struggling as the season goes on. We haven't got the squad to be maintaining on all four fronts. So I think they'll be lucky if we finish fifth, dude, and let alone third.
You're telling me that I believe more in your team and your manager than you do. That's
because I looked at my squad and I looked at every aspect of my squad and I can see where we're thin and I can see the amount of games that we've got coming up thick and fast, and I can look and say, you know what? Looking at the squad that we have, we'll be lucky if we finish fifth.
See, so now, so I'm understand. So maybe you just have like a negative predisposition. Yeah.
Is it negative to what? Is it right? First and foremost,
I don't know, because you're looking at your squad and your manager and you're going fifth, and I'm looking at your squad and your manager and I'm going third. You know what I mean? But you're looking at my squad and you're going, which is mad to me, third. To me, looking at Arsenal's squad and going third is mental.
Right. I'm not looking at your squad. I'm not looking at your squad, the Hooks. Your squad is a decent squad. England have a decent team. But it's the manager, dude. Your in-game management is shocking. Arteta's in-game management is shocking.
Well, hey, Philly now. Where we can't shoot Arteta against Manchester City, The one place we can't shoot him is his in-game management, because it was his in-game management that led to us winning during the game.
Yeah, but, okay. So have you started Eze in the 10 role instead of going with Marino? No. Had you have gone out with the outset, the intent to go and win the game by starting a proper creative midfielder in the game, and then later on, if you're taking the lead, because who set up your goal? It's not Eze who set up the goal for Martinelli. So had your manager had come from the beginning with the intent to go and win the game by putting Eze in from the start, then you know what? Who knows what could have happened?
No, but you're moving the goalpost now, because you said in-game management, and I proved to you that in-game management is what got us the point against City, and then you went, oh, but if you started from the beginning, but that's not in-game management.
Okay, so we'll do the management bit. Yeah, all right, fair enough. Your in-game management, you threw Eze on there because what?
And Saka at halftime.
Oh my God!
Please.
And Saka at halftime. Get me? Just running out there.
Yeah,
your manager's not going to look off the line, dude. Sorry.
Hey, Savo.
I said if he wins the league, people like me got nowhere to go. You turn around and say, fair play. I didn't think he would. If he doesn't, though, 6 years down the line, a lot of money spent.
Then he's got to go. He's got to go.
Yeah.
He's definitely got to go.
He should have left 5 years ago. Time to go now.
No, 4 years. At least 4 years ago. At least 4 years I can give him. I can give you 2 years here, but once you fail for 2 years in a row, that's a bad habit you got there, my man. And yet alone year 5. What we doing here? Year 5? Come on, what we doing here, man? This is Arsenal Football Club here. They're supposed to have some standards up in here.
Arsenal Football Club. We ain't no mini little pub team, yeah? We're Arsenal Football Club. He ain't a good manager. He needs to go. Simple.
Okay, that's a bit disingenuous. Yeah, he's a good manager. He's a good manager. He's just not got us over the line. Yeah, that's the like. To say that he's not a good manager means that you don't understand football on a fundamental level, innit? Like, because fundamentally he's a good coach and he's improved Arsenal he's improved. Hey, all I know is, brother man, I don't know how old you are. Yeah, I'm in my 30s. Yeah, I saw all of Wenger's era. Yeah, and the one thing I will say is there was a large portion towards the end of Wenger's era, yeah, where I couldn't honestly go into the start of the season and say, yeah, I'm gonna be up there challenging for the league. He changed that. Arteta changed that. So cool. We can slew him for not winning the Premier League. We can slew him for not getting over the line and all that stuff. But to say he's not a good manager, I think that's a bit of a it's a bit of a. Do you know what I mean? A bit of a
cup competitions then.
Yeah, he won the FA Cup, but see, I've said this. He should have won more.
After that FA Cup win, how many times have we gone out in the third round? Every single
a lot of times. Yeah, but hey, I criticize him for this. But the reason why we criticize him for this is because we expect more. We expect this. We expect more, right? Hence why we criticize him.
It's Arteta, isn't it, man? What I was gonna say, you know what? Right, you said earlier, you saw Wenger's early days, I'll go back even further than New Hooks, I'm old enough to remember George Graham back in the day when he was coming through and winning Winners' Cup for Arsenal, beating Palmer in the final, brother. I watched the game, dude. I've watched Arsenal just as much as I've watched Tottenham because we're rivals, so I had to learn both teams here very, very well. And I know the level of Arsenal, and the standard of Arsenal. 5 years and not winning a trophy, Hooks, is unacceptable for a club of Arsenal size, dude.
We've got 9 years without. You get me? We've been on a 9-year trophy drought before.
Yeah, but Wenger had already won a double. He'd already won 2 doubles, dude. Right. And he'd won multiple FA Cups. At least he had something to show for what he did. Arteta has spent nearly £1 billion here, right? And he has won nothing since he spent a penny. Right, he's won nothing.
He's €1 billion in euros. But
Right. He's won
I
nothing.
live in England, so I use pound. I don't use euros.
Right. So he's won nothing, right? Since he spent a penny. What are we doing here? Since he's had the license to spend money, right? He has won nothing. He has nothing to show for it. So that to me, tells me every player that's come in here, right, he's had a opportunity to select the players that have come in here, and you still can't get the job done. So that tells me that you're a flop of a manager, dude. What are you doing here? He should have been gone. And Angus, you say 1 year, yeah? I'm going to say 2 years. If you don't win a trophy in your first 2 years, you get out the door, brother. If that's Arsenal, you get out the door, bro.
After that FA Cup, you have to go win something bigger then. I don't care. You have to go with something bigger then. Yeah? After that FA Cup, you go challenge and you win me something else, yeah? If you don't, bye-bye. Simple.
See, do you know what? I'm not getting. I can't get. You know the ones where you just got to question if man understand the culture at the club, innit? I can't. And the history. I don't know, man. Cause man want
the
us
culture of the club.
Man want us to move like Chelsea with the sacking the manager thing. You ain't one sacking the manager. We've never done that. We've never done. The only time we did that was for Emery, and it's because Emery left. Emery lost the dressing room. Like, so I hear it. I hear it. Standards FC. My bad. I hear it.
Do you want to borrow Thomas Frank?
At least he might get over the line, innit?
I would borrow him in a flash. Yeah, I think
Frank.
Thomas Frank is an amazing manager. So I
Chris,
can't.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question. If we sack him tomorrow, who do you bring in?
Who do we bring in, or who would I want us to bring in?
Who do you want us to bring in if we sack him tomorrow?
I would take a Nagelsmann. I would take a Xavi.
Xavi would be good with you lot.
Yeah, I would take a Hansi Flick. Wait, is there no?
Hansi Flick would do well.
Luis Enrique is the man.
Pardon?
Luis Enrique is the man that we need.
Oh yeah, I would take Luis Enrique. Hey, but the thing about Luis Enrique is that first season at PSG, man, they went, what's this project thing about? Do you get me? So, but I would take Enrique in a flash. Hey, I'm not an Arsenal fan that's living or dying by Arteta. I'm just, you get me? He's here. Nothing that I say online is gonna make him go. Just because like me sitting here on every single street, go, Arteta out, burn him at the cross. Arteta is not gonna change. So I just opt to not be angry all the time, personally.
No, it's just an opinion at the end of the day, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's just a free opinion. Yeah, there's somebody just saying what. It's other people's. It's people's prerogative to agree or not to agree, innit? But it's an opinion at the end of the day. And for me, yeah, I've just watched this man. I've just watched Arteta doing it too many times. I watched him get Sporting Lisbon. He can't get the job done. I see him against PSG last season. You want to do the long ball like your Stoke City. What we doing here, man? Come on now. What? No. How many times does this man have to flop here before people say, you know what, enough is enough here? It's time to get it. Arsenal themselves here should be looking to get rid of it because you haven't done it and you failed too many times. And every year there's always another excuse. Oh, he'll do it next year. So you become like Inspector Gadget, like Dr. Claw. We'll see you next year, man. Next year we'll win the league. And next year comes, you don't win nothing. And the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that.
Unfortunately for every Arsenal fan globally, I'm not the manager of Arsenal. I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't get the job. They didn't offer it to me, so I can't.
You do a better job, man.
I can't guarantee
us
success every season. But I mean, until then, I guess we just gotta see what Arteta can cook up, right? You know. But big up. Love Sava. Actually, I need to go.
No, thanks for popping on, man. We're gonna wrap up in a second anyway. So, but thanks for coming on, Hooks, and I'll see you later in the week.
All right, bless up, man. Bless.
Okay, man. Thanks, bro. Guys and girls, what I will say is we're going to do the. Oh God, that's a bit small, isn't it? We're going to do the draw for the shirt. But what I can tell you is this is where we're currently at. We're at 2226. When you add the £80 in super chats, let me just double check that. When you add the £80 in super chats, That's, if I'm not wrong, takes us to just over £2,305. So we're £195 away from the 2.5k. I'm going to do the draw. If anybody in this last 3 minutes did want to find in their heart to find a £5 or a £10, please do. And thank you to everyone who has so far. What I am going to do is you've got 1 minute to type in hashtag Lubo. This is your last minute. If you type in that, it's not OK Jersey, guys. It's this hashtag Lubo. At the moment, 51 people have entered the draw. 51 people. So if you want the chance to win, you've got about another 30 seconds to type that in. I'm going to bring that up onto the screen so you can see I'm doing the draw fairly. Hashtag Lubo. You've got a few seconds to get it in, people. Here we go. Share my screen. Giveaway. The number of screens I bring up in a day. There you go. You can see, right? So if you are looking at that properly, that says hashtag Lubo. It shows you that there's 59 entries, and all I've got to do is press that blue button to draw. Once I do, I've got no say on where it stops, and hopefully that person is in the chat. If they're not, after 30 seconds, we will draw again. Are you ready, people? Good luck. This is a chance to win a replica shirt of your choice. There we go. There we go. The winner is David Tanswell. David, are you there? If you are not there in the next 30 seconds, we will draw again. It's all good fun, isn't it? It's all good fun. If you are not there in 30 seconds, David Tanswell.
There we
David.
go.
David. Come on, David. David. Oh, we're going to draw again, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's going to be another draw.
David.
Never see my name.
Oh, David. Oh, no.
Boom.
David. Okay, right. We're drawing again. We're
There we
drawing
go.
again. You ready?
Rerun.
Here we go. I wonder if I win it. Can you imagine?
Oh, missed my name. Elijah!
It's
Is
E.
he here?
And the best thing about
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
right? The best thing about E, I'm pretty sure. Look, he still said 2 seconds ago, no, Ghosty, I'm winning still. Oh, E, listen. E, WhatsApp me. Can you do me a favor, E? Can you WhatsApp me? Oh, David Tanswell. Oh, David.
just do it
I'll tell you
up.
what.
No.
I'll tell you what. You can both have a shirt. You can both have a shirt. There you go. I'm feeling generous. You can both have a shirt. E, you've got my WhatsApp. My WhatsApp. You've got my number. So please WhatsApp me tomorrow, E. I'm too tired to do any admin tonight. WhatsApp me tomorrow morning, E. I'll sort out a shirt for you. Have a look on the OK Jersey website so you can see the shirt that you want of your choice. David Tanswell, please email me. It's fhtvsava@gmail.com. fhtvsava@gmail.com. Congrats to both of you guys. Let's have a look as we're about to end the show. This is where we ended up. Did we quite hit the number? We didn't quite hit the number, but look, I mean, 2,305 when you had the 80 quid. I mean, it's been a good effort from all involved. The last people who donated, let's have a look. So we had donations from Zachary Maudsley. Big up, Zach. Really appreciate that. Michael Stoddard, very generous as well. Then Zachary came in with an even more generous one. And then Anonymous.
Thanks, Mike.
Again,
Trouble.
guys. Big up. Is that one of your boys?
Yeah.
Is that one of your
Zach
mates?
and Mike, the boys came in clutch again. Yeah.
There we
Good lads.
go. So listen, big up to each and every one of you. I'm going to go, and Dan's going to go, and Lubo, Philly, and Angus. We're going to go for a well-deserved rest. I don't want anything else to do with football. until tomorrow morning when I'll be live at 10:30. Plus, we've got the watch along tomorrow night for the big cup game, Spurs versus Doncaster. Thank you to everyone. I mean that. Really, really mean that. Thank you. It's appreciate it. I'm aware we asked for money throughout the whole thing, but obviously it's a charity stream. Just under 2.5K in one day is it's a good old effort. So thank you guys. Really, really appreciate that. Philly, thank you for you giving us hours, man. Thank you.
Mate,
really appreciate you.
Thank you too.
Right, first and foremost,
Angus, unreal.
Big up, Dan. Please keep donating to such a worthy cause. Good luck in the marathon, my friend.
Thank you.
Angus, nice to meet you for the first time on screen. And Sava, thank you very much for having me on. And thank you everyone for watching and donating. Thank you.
Mate, thank you, mate. Thanks for being here for most of the show. Couldn't have done it without you boys.
Yeah, listen, it's oh, hang on, I can't spell that. There you go. Yeah, listen, really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Everybody, some people have been in this chat all day. I've seen them in the chat all day. Angus, thank you very much, mate. You've carried the Arsenal flag well. I think you spent a lot of time getting ridiculed by the Spurs boys. You've done it well. Yeah, David, please do.
As well.
Sorry, say that again.
I said then Hooks comes in with absolute waffle.
No, look, Hooks is. Listen, let's be honest. Hooks is doing his thing. You're doing your thing. We all do our own thing. It doesn't have to be a big drama. Listen, at the end of the day, someone's going to be right. It's either going to be us or Hooks, right? At the end of the day, if Hooks is right, if Arteta wins it, you have to hold your hands up, right, and say,
I believe it when I see it. That's it. I believe it when I see it.
Sure, absolutely, mate. Listen, but thank you, Angus. Thank you, Philly. Dan, best of luck, man, on the run this Sunday. Not that you need it.
I'll keep you in the loop. I'll keep you in the loop Sunday.
Best of luck.
And listen, everybody, thank you so much. Let me just check one last time. Yeah, we're ending on 2226 plus the £80 in the super chat. So we're ending on £2,305. It's very, very generous of you all. And big up to Caudwell Children. It's absolutely brilliant.
Shout out to them, massive.
Much love. Take care. I want to go and eat because that McDonald's feels like it was a long time ago now. A long time ago. Take care, everyone. I'll tell you what, let me redirect you somewhere. Let's see who's live that we can redirect you to. Here we go. Who is live? Who is live? Who is live? Who is live? Customization, redirect. Any Spurs creators live? Don is live. Eagle-eyed Omar. Not many people live. I'm going to send you over to. I'm going to send you over to Don Hassam. He's doing a Liverpool Southampton watch along. If you get over there, just say Sava Raid and smash the like and subscribe to Hassam. Take care, everyone. Much love. And as always, I won't end it how I normally do. And as always, good luck to Dan in his marathon. See you later.
Thank you all.